Welcome to the NACE Starleague Spring Grand Finals.
It is Grand Finals. I've been watching for a full season since the end of January. I am excited. UC Berkeley versus the University of Maryland. Onto Mephistopheles. He drops, but it's a double kill coming out for Cheha, who now has a quadra kill, is going after Spiky Buffalo, and in the Grand Finals, Cheha shows up and gets a pentakill. We have our winners. We have our champions. The University of Maryland will take a clean 2-0.
Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, we're underway here. NACE Starleague Grand Finals. It's a battle of the East. That was looking dangerous. Drip is bumped out of the way. Bussy with the fake, and that'll do it. Stockton are up on the championship point. And that'll be it. Stockton, the champion.
The potential for the Drexel back-to-back wins, the most tantalizing of the storylines here.
Here, outer pass aggression is very early as well, and already Drexel, they start things off fiery.
Missing attack. Gang 88. He's farming eco kills. Just gather him up. 1v2. Has two already, looking for the third, but he's done it. David and Drexel, the Dragons, they've done it back-to-back NACE champion.
Removing players from play. Now Chap with the Dragon Blade. That's it. That's two down.
There will be no one left to contest as they look for a rematch against Redbirds in the Grand Finals.
But Vision is doing so much damage with the beam. Eiko finds two. They don't have anyone else to win it out. It's going to be all the kills going the way of Redbird.
Even towards the end, even when things are getting really shaky, but a huge nade from Phantom, and Bay State is going to the Grand Finals.
This map is gone. Northwood Timberwolves, they're going to be headed to your Call of Duty Varsity League Grand Finals.
And Noodle just cannot get hit at all. There's the pack air, and that is it. Ruscular takes it. They're moving on to Grand Finals.
Welcome back, folks. It is day 2 here live at Oakland University. It is the NACE Grand Finals coming to you, and today I would like to say congratulations to the winners of day 1. We have what is We just saw it in the previous video, so shout out to them. University of Maryland. We have Stockton University as well as Drexel University. And today we are bringing you the Overwatch Grand Finals as well. But let's go over our schedule here. We have Illinois State University versus Harrisburg University. This is going to be Overwatch best of 5. So we have Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Bay State College versus UT Austin. And last but not least, we have Northwood University versus Bay State College. Now, for our Overwatch, I'm so stoked because I'm going to be joined by Los and Lafon, and they are going to take us through the journey of what is Overwatch. So let's welcome them over. Hello, fellows. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'll go first. I'll go first. What is going on? Hey, how you doing? I'm super excited. I'm stoked to jump into this matchup. We have been watching these teams all season long. I can't wait to check out Harrisburg finally making their way to a grand finals here in NACE.
Yeah, it's going to be a rematch too after all that, right? Exactly. So ISU played against Harrisburg in the upper bracket finals. So a bit of a grudge match here as we get into the grand finals. Harrisburg making their run through the lower bracket. Sure to be an exciting one, definitely on the table here.
Yeah. Oh, production just in my ear talking about how amazing you both look. Definitely playing the part of the grand finals. So good job, folks. We're already making impressions. But yeah, you guys said it. It is going to be a redemption arc. As we know, Harrisburg University did lose to Illinois State as well in the conference matches, which brought them down to the lower bracket. So what do we expect for Harrisburg to do in order to get this W here at the grand finals, Los?
Well, I think they've put on a great performance as we've seen them make their way through those lower finals, and it's just serious aggression. One or two players that I definitely want to point out on the side of Harrisburg University. That's going to be Akawa on the Wrecking Ball and Lethal on the Tracer. When they get into the backline of their opponents, it is so difficult to root them out and create focus fire. So I think two big key factors are getting Akawa and Tracer, have them have their moments. Don't allow them to be just squashed out, CC'd. Keep them alive, and you can surely win this one out.
Lafon, do you have anything to add on to that?
I mean, for Harrisburg, yeah, that is the game plan, right? That is kind of their modus operandi here in this grand finals. It's how they were able to run it through the lower brackets. So fully agree with Los on that. Obviously, from ISU's side, getting a chance to shut down Lethal especially is going to be a big part of their game plan today. The Tracer, we saw it in the lower bracket run through in the game that we did see Harrisburg play on stream. So if you can get Lethal out of the picture, all of a sudden that punching power from Harrisburg is reduced significantly. I think for ISU, getting Lethal out of the picture early is going to be one of their major keys to victory here for their grand finals if they want to keep the streak running and take the victory here today.
Now, I have to get your predictions before I send you guys over to the lobby. What are we thinking? Who's going to take it home? Who's going to get that first place? Let's start off with you, Lafon.
Oh, this is such a tough one. These teams are really, really close. Obviously, I'm going to give the edge to the team that is in the upper bracket. Obviously, they've beaten out their opposition a couple more times, so I'm going to have to go with ISU here. I think it's going to be a close one. It's going to be a 3-1 or a 3-2, but I think ISU takes it in the end.
Ooh.
I definitely have to agree that it's going to be a close one, but I believe that Harrisburg has the strength, and they're taking that momentum down from the lower bracket and bringing it up for an uppercut against the Redbirds. I think it's going to be a 3-2, but going the way of the Storm.
Well, I'm going to have to go with Los as well. And with that, fellows, good luck, have fun, and give us some awesome gameplay.
All right. Wow. Here we are after such a long spring split. It's the grand finals, and it's Harrisburg University going up against Redbird Esports. I can't wait to get into this one. And it's nice that we get to see this matchup because we weren't able to catch the broadcast of that winners final. So we don't have a taste of what they could bring here within the NACE Starleague. But it's our perfect opportunity to check it out. And I believe we have the rosters ready. So let's check out who we're going to be seeing in the server.
We've already highlighted on the side of Harrisburg University two very dynamic players, right? Akawa and Lethal both. But don't let that fool you. The rest of the roster is just as ready to make their mark. Obviously, some very well-known names in collegiate, in Overwatch in general, obviously. Elk stepping to the forefront of that conversation for sure as we head over to Redbird. They've got their own big names here. Gig making a reappearance on the ISU Redbirds. And I think here for the Redbirds, you know, they've had to restructure restructure their roster this season, and they still are as impressive as ever. So a credit to the program there at ISU as well, Los. But I mean, yeah, keeping an eye out. We highlighted Akawa on the tank role. It's going to have to be Gig making a statement on that main tank position as well, I think. And then obviously cleaning up with the rest of the roster as ISU comes in. ISU very much a team-based, style of gameplay from them. Not really going to have those extreme highlights that we saw from Lethal in the lower bracket. But, they definitely have, as a squad, that punching power to contest with them.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, they do enjoy the flanking, that being on the side of Harrisburg University, but the strong, stable brawl compositions that we're checking out from Redbird Esports is going to be very difficult to break into that back line. But we're going to be able to check out these rosters and how they stack up in the server right after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. The NACE Starleague Grand Finals for Overwatch will be here when we get back. Well, when we're jumping right into the action here on Lijiang Tower, and it seems that this is an absolute massacre going the way of Harrisburg University, sending Illinois State back to their spawn.
I mean, we're seeing the rush composition from ISU and Harrisburg University. Echo on Doomfist for ISU, but I mean, it's essentially mirror compositions here from the two teams. We'll see how well they're able to recover. We can see the tail of the tape, though, as Lethal has a significant lead on Echo and Akala as well on their counterparts. So Lethal setting up here with the Doomfist. We highlighted this player, and they're already making a big impact statement here for Harrisburg.
And that's a great kill onto Visions. There goes your chance for a quick rush into the site. No teleporter at the ready, and Akawa holding the front line strong. There's the immortality field, but it won't last for much longer, and we do have the Earth Shatter, but it's denied. It's blocked off, yet that doesn't even matter because Lethal's in the back line causing absolute mayhem.
And Lethal, we highlighted the tracer of this player, but the Doomfist is just as clean. Make note of this because, oh my goodness, Lethal comes in, and yes, with the assistance of the team, we'll get the eliminations and the cleanup, and Harrisburg continuing their reign of terror here. As Illinois, ISU has not even made entrance to the objective at this point.
Certainly not, but you can see the quick swap from Vision, no longer on the Symmetra. Swapping over to Cassidy to have that extra bit of CC to stop Lethal from terrorizing the background. But now we have an opportunity for them to strike back, but they're getting thrown back into their own area. Immortality Field will be at the ready for this next fight, but the Ant Matrix not so. Photon Barrier coming on through, and it is tapped, controlling, commanding the actual site. The objective is fully a danger zone for anybody on the side of Red.
They survive the Earth Shatter for the moment, but Lethal on the re-entry. The respawn is there. And Harrisburg University, they bend and do not break, as they could not, do not give any space over to ISU. And now, I mean, we're heading into that last fight situation, 85% and counting here, Los. And Illinois State University, I mean, they don't really have much to their name. Sure, they'll be able to contest, but these fights have been kind of won without any ultimates being used by Harrisburg.
Oh, that's huge. And Matrix, everyone's in line for that one. The Immortality Field's gone. Vision almost destroyed by that Meteor Strike, but the follow-up thereafter will make it so. And this is going to be a very quick night market play.
We don't have quite the numbers here for Lethal, but has gotten in, by my math, at least 70% of the participation on eliminations here for Harrisburg University. So Lethal came to play, living up to the name indeed. And Harrisburg made round one look easy as they put the grand finalists, the upper bracket champions, on notice here early in our grand finals, Los. ISU gonna have to wake up awful quick if they want to give Harrisburg University a run for their money here as we head into round number 2.
Without a doubt, and now there's an adjustment on that comp. We're seeing that Harrisburg no longer looking for those backline plays, going to be a straight up brawl, get in the face, and potentially stop Echo from having that spam potential, because that is going to be critical. Denying that ability to break down your shields will be massive, but the high ground now currently held by the Redbird. They're just skirmishing at the moment, sending out shots, not really dealing any major elimination type of damage.
A slow burn. Trying to find that potential right wall out. Slow poke, but reacted to be mech. This could be lethal here. Redbird Esports a 4-2 retreat.
Oh, Lethal on the side. We weren't talking about no flanks, but this is a side angle from Lethal that is absolutely destructive.
So it does seem that Lethal is capable of missing, as we saw there for a moment, but no matter, as ISU will head to the respawn queue. Harrisburg University still well on their way to get that lead here, and I mean, they haven't lost any players, so ISU will have to re-enter. They're trying to make their way through, the server room here, but Lethal already taking the high ground. Harrisburg will likely look to play this Deadeye here and just slow ISU out.
Absolutely crazy, and he does get the jump shot. Liar goes the way of death. The Deadeye, followed up by the Blizzard, is a complete tool of denial. No one makes it out. Nobody escapes, and just a little bit of extra fun for the delay. Oh, no!
React will get one. Unfortunately, it's the fastest moving target on the team, so Elk will be back post-haste, and Harrisburg University continue their control of the objective. You see, I mean, ISC trying to walk in, but they have to wait for React to return, and by that point, Elk is back, so true 6v6. Harrisburg University, they still have the lead here. Keep an eye out on Akawa with the Earth Shatter.
It's going to be dueling shatters at the moment. Gig's so close to their own. Whoever breaks this barrier will be critical. Echo withdrawing with the Riptire. It doesn't make a connection. And even so, Lethal does die in an attempt for that flank. Regardless, we have a Photon Barrier out. It's protecting the rest of Redbird, but there's not many players left to protect at this point. We'll have React get D-Mex and the rest of the crew from Illinois all the way back to their spot.
Oh, Tap gets a farewell elimination as well. Might even just get this elimination. Yep, RuPaul stays alive for the moment, but boy, that was close. In fact, Harrisburg University, we're not going to allow them to reset. Gig will get one, but as Liar uses the sound barrier, this might be it. 99%, no one can touch.
Oh my. That is a quick 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. And it's all in control from Harrisburg University. A clinic, straight denial. I don't know if there was a moment where Redbird Esports
200 to 0
onto the objective. Yeah, 200 to 0.
Let's get a lethal highlight here. Man, I mean, Lethal came to play, right? We talked about this in the lower bracket finals as well, where Harrisburg played against UCI, and Lethal was a standout star on that roster, and continues that same magic here in our grand finals as they make a re-entry against ISU and Lowe's. I mean, this is something we talked about at the top of the show as well. ISU needs to shut down Lethal to have their game plan succeed, but in map number 1, it really felt like ISU did not have a plan of attack, and Lethal was given free reign to just execute as they willed. onto not just the back line, but the front line too. And as a result, I mean, ISU was nowhere to be found in map number 1.
Yeah, that certainly showed in terms of Lethal's free agency throughout the map, especially in that control tower. I mean, just in the side room, even as a hero who doesn't have major mobility like the Cassidy, they had free reign to fire upon the entirety of Redbird, and you can't allow that to happen because that's so much easy damage to chip away and break apart your front line. There needs to be a strong response, maybe some CC, or at least just recognize where Lethal is playing and focus that fire, get your shields in position. But this is not a great start here for the players who came from the winners finals. Certainly not looking like it here in the grand finals, but we still have plenty more Overwatch to get into, and I want to see what our next hybrid map is going to be.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit more, a slowed down pace of play here for Harrisburg is just what the doctor ordered for ICU. Obviously, Lethal will not be able to get as aggressive with those flanks, will not be able to, the speed at which the player can get on to those flanks, no matter which target they're on, whether that be the Doomfist or the Tracer, or really any other character in between, is by nature of the geometry of the map slowed down significantly. So that's really going to be what I'm looking for in map number 2. Can Lethal be, not necessarily stopped, but at least slowed down before, continues their reign of terror?
Well, before we can see if that reign of terror can last the test of time, we have to thank one of our sponsors, Corsair. And Corsair is a leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts. From award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone, from casual gamers to committed professionals, to perform at their very best. So thank you, Corsair. But speaking of the next possible map, I know that it is going to seem like the collegiate special. I'm guessing we're going to Kings Row because when Redbird is on the back foot, that seems to be just a comfort pick, not only for them, but really collegiate teams at large.
I hope you didn't put any money on that prediction for the map, because we actually do have the confirmation. It's going to be Hollywood here.
Okay.
So you're safe for this time. Safe for this time on this one. But I'm excited for Hollywood. I think this obviously favors Harrisburg a little bit more than ISU is probably comfortable with. We know Akawa, we've talked about it, a really, really strong Wrecking Ball player. Obviously, Lethal on the Tracer, which is a composition we see a lot of on Hollywood here at the tail end of the Overwatch 1 days lows. And I'm curious if it's going to be, more of that rush-based composition from ISU. Obviously, we saw a hesitance to turn away from the Reinhardt. Granted, on Lijiang Tower, we went to the 2 stages where that tank is probably the strongest in terms of the control maps. We went to obviously Night Market and then and then the control center right afterwards. Now, as we head into Hollywood, sure, you can run the rush composition, especially on point A. But once you trend into the latter half of the map, I'm thinking second and third. At that point, you might want to switch to more mobility-based compositions, specifically, necessarily the Winston or the Wrecking Ball of that ilk, ilk rather, I should say, in view of this composition. So I'm interested to see if that adaptation comes in. And for ISU, they have to make a big statement on that first fight, Los, especially after how map number 1 went.
Yeah, they have to slow down the pace entirely, be a very strong Iron Guard, prevent anyone from getting through that initial choke point, and stopping Akawa from taking that left route, going underneath and causing some chaos. If you lose control of that high ground via that first choke point, that is going to be a major issue, and it seems like it will be a snowball wrecking ball for them to take a major loss here, because they will be defending, as you said. So I'm hoping for a much more coordinated defense and some CC to stop Akawa and Lethal from getting into their back line. So those have just been such important threats to deal with, and if you can't take those down, well, I'm not sure what you need to do in order to stop Harrisburg, because that's your key to victory right there. Yeah. But aside from that, there has been some opportunities for the squad to get a little bit pokey, bring out the Sigma as well, and send some shots downrange. I know specifically that Tap can be a total menace when they bring out the Echo and the Hanzo. If you have that play in the sky, it's going to be such a menace to deal with.
It really is, and I think that's a thing. We've talked about Lethal and Akawa up tremendously, and well, we should. They've performed excellently, you know, in every single game we've seen them in. But it's not as if the rest of Harrisburg are sitting ducks just waiting for those two players to kind of execute, and then, okay, we'll be there for the point, right? They're doing their job and more. And I think obviously Tap, when given the opportunity to be in the sort of main stage, in the limelight, if you will, on the Echo, on the Hanzo, as you highlighted, you know, will showcase excellent mechanics and be able to carry the team as well. So yeah, certainly for Harrisburg, you know, we've highlighted their sort of primary win condition. They have secondary and tertiary ones as well, not to diminish the rest of the players. And for ISU, that's a big threat. You know, we talked about the fact that ISU has won against Harrisburg in this bracket specifically, a 3-1 the last time these two teams faced off for, you know, for ISU. So far, not necessarily out of the ordinary. There's still a chance for the next 3 maps to go to ISU. Unfortunately, the state of map number 1 is probably the bigger issue, as it was, as we said, a 200-0 in that first map.
Okay, so I'm seeing some initial tools here on the defense. That is going to be Illinois State University still. We have that coach gun. We have the halt. We've got the accretion and even the shield bash out of Liar. So that's a lot of tools to deal with initially against Akawa. But again, we do have some more long-range play. And I'm specifically looking at Lethal right now. I'm expecting some great headshots, but it'll also be quite difficult dealing with those 2 shields.
One thing I'm interested to see is if Alp switches over to the Brig at some point in this engagement. As Lethal over the Bastion here. Okay, they're actually gonna, you know, go wholesale onto this one, and instead of switching the Wrecking Ball, instead of switching the Bastion, they're gonna switch the Wrecking Ball over to the Orisa. So, bunker versus bunker composition here. And, I mean, Harrisburg University, a lot of damage throughput should they set up.
I mean, you were just saying they have plenty of win conditions here for Harrisburg, but that's a lot of damage going on through Lethal. Thankfully, the self-repair good enough to keep him alive, and somehow staying alive is the immortality field to keep him in it. And theirs is crushed the second that the Redbirds drop it. And in the back line, who else would it be? I mean, it's actually Tap this time, cutting to pieces the rest of the Redbirds.
Exactly as we sort of set the stage at the top of this map, you know, if you hyper focus on Lethal, Tap will be there to punish you for it. And a quick little dance here from Lethal on the objective, as it's going to be point 1 taken. Essentially uncontested. Harrisburg University only getting 1 elimination in that fight. And ISU, I mean, they're now going to be set to the defense here, hoping for a little bit better performance on their second phase.
Certainly need to do that. Vision gets some great damage. I mean, if those shots did connect, they would be great damage. They need to build up to that Bob. That'll be a great disruptor as they get into their next fight. So getting these shots, getting this chip damage in will be critical by the time they drop that.
Echo will have the pulse bomb available, and we're looking to try and dodge this immortality field. You'll get at least, and that cleanup is there. Akawa with stick, and then Liar gets the cleanup with the 5 orb from range. Now all of a sudden Harrisburg in a world of hurt.
It's gonna be so Tap somehow staying alive. They've got the protection from the rest of their crew, and it will keep it together. Harrisburg University might consider a reset in this position.
Echo making sure that they're going to finalize a couple more eliminations here. Tap, though, still in the backline doing damage, and Liar being taken out is not a great point here for ISU. Echo going to continue to try and put pressure to prevent this cart from moving forward, but still, Harrisburg University are not losing this fight outright.
No, they're still pushing the cart, but Echo finds the shot onto Akawa. No longer will they have the barrier. Lethal from the top rope in the tank mode. He even has a parting gift. It's going to be the death of Liar, but really the death of this push for Harrisburg.
I think the big thing here is that Harrisburg University are not giving up space that they've earned. Sure, they've lost the fight, but you can still see them holding the staging ground for their next engagement, and there's not really much that ISU can do to dissuade them from this high ground. And as a result, though ISU won the fight, Harrisburg are still in a fantastic position to make the next engagement.
Push never stops. The Dragon Blade at the ready, and here it comes. But they're caught in the air. It's an attack on the Sigma activated. The Gravitic Flux. That is such an insane play to make. Unfortunately, it doesn't come to fruition. It's Echo dealing damage behind the barrier created by Akawa. They have no idea where to look for the shot. And Echo continues the pressure, yet the players who are falling are on the side of Redbird.
It's going to be a last-ditch effort there with the Supercharger, and this has been a bit of a stalemate of a fight. Unfortunately, the cart has been rolling forward this whole time, so continuing to control this high ground is Harrisburg University and ISU. They're gonna, buy a little bit of time for themselves to reset. You can see React with the high ground trying to just take some space away. Echo looking to survive, Lethal making sure just put a little bit more pressure. So again, another stymied fight, but Harrisburg University keeps the cart moving.
Lethal just getting out of a snare there, and a great stick on Division. Still with more support, Elk and Tapper here to save the day. That's 3 dead for Redbird.
That is the fight as a result. Yep, there's the Immortality field down. We've got the last remaining final blow, and as a result, I mean, Harrisburg's going to roll in second. This is going to be the real critical point for ISU to recover from. Sure, they're getting the staggered kills here too, so this is going to be an even further extended fight. But ISU, the big resolution they need to have now is that even as they win fights, they can't keep giving up ground here to Harrisburg University. In the fights that Harrisburg lost, they still gained space lows. That's going to be something that ISU has to fix very, very quickly.
No counter pushes out of ISU. Here's a great one coming out from Tap. They've got the Dragon Blade ready. Only waiting on a perfect opportunity. You can see Tivio is building up to that Gravitic Flux as well. It's only a matter of time before they break this initial line. Here comes the Gravitic Flux. It's stunned out. They don't manage it. A great stun coming outside of Liar, and this is the perfect counter attack. That's 3 dead.
This is the first time all map that ISU has not just won a fight, but denied any further space to the offensive squad here in Harrisburg. For the first time all series, really, will have to fully reset and re-engage here. Somewhat of an expensive fight for ISU as they use a couple of resources, but not too bad. Just gonna herald ISU switch over. Lethal back on the bathroom. Saw how effective that was early. Big halt and an accretion. React out of the picture already.
Oh my, it's back to that fashion. Lethal, wait, maybe Echo with the deflection could cause some serious damage, but in the end, a dive. Bold one indeed will give them a loss. In fact, it comes down to vision. The Bob strength on top of the Supercharger. That'll save them for now.
That was to draw a picture of that fight. Both Dragon Blades get no value whatsoever, but vision coupled with that Supercharger, as you highlighted, making a quick work of the remaining members. ISU can make one further switch. Tap will go over to the Symmetra. So both Teleporter and turrets in play now for Harrisburg University. And I mean, keep an eye out. Lethal, that Teleporter can be quite dangerous if the Bastion sets up for a good flank.
Here's the possibility. No, they jump right outside of it. Gravitic Flux put onto it, yet the target is not going to be the React. They will actually look down. King is removed, and they have an opportunity. It's such a dense choke point, but they can still walk on through. Gravitic Flux finds Liar in the air, and he'll stop that. They're stuck in the corner. The spam is too great. Yet we still have resistance from Echo. Once they fall, the last two are on the trailer, hiding behind it, but they can't finish it off. The spawns are back, but they'll still push the cart.
I mean, this fight's done and dusted now, unless there's some miracle from the respawns coming in, Lethal specifically. But it looks like that's not being found quite yet, and you can see that Harrisburg University are being forced to just kind of take an awkward approach here. Another Bob in from Vision. There's a lot of damage throughput. There's the Immortality field down. Harrisburg looking to fall soon after.
Oh, that's huge. That was right on top of them, but Vision does lose their Bob. Yet the sightline is still under their control. Supercharger keeping them powered up in this corner, but they need to make a move. Turret is here, but they have the tank as well. It's followed up with the Amp Matrix, but they don't get any shots. It's an Immortality field, a kinetic grasp. Everything is stopping them from finding the damage, but now that they turn around, Lethal finds the jackpot. King, the last one in this corner, and only 2 left for Redbird Esports, and they'll go down as well.
There is no one left to contest here, as that's going to be on the objective. No, they do. 10 seconds left. If one more player can get to the objective, this is possible to get to overtime.
Oh my god, they're trying so hard. Echo has the deflection. They're playing as much as they can. It will be the overtime proc. And that is such a great last-ditch effort to ensure that there is no time left for Harrisburg University. But such a massively strong finish from the Storm.
No, a huge, a big finish from the Storm, no doubt. But I mean, ISU for the first time have come alive in the series. I think Vision has stepped up in a big way, Los. And I mean, that was 3.5 minutes entering into third that was whittled away off the back of just 2 fights from ISU. So a credit very much so to ISU for waking up here in this series. We talked about this after map number 1. It would have to be a critical change from ISU because they were out of it after what felt like, you know, the majority of this map, including the first one as well. So to see signs of life is a great thing. Now, to of course highlight, Los, why it is important that it was an overtime capture for Harrisburg University rather than time remaining. If ISU, by some miracle, captures the entirety of this map with more than a minute in the time bank remaining, Harrisburg University will not get a second chance at attacking this map. So ISU's win condition is established. Complete the map with more than a minute remaining, and at worst, you're playing for a draw. That's still a very difficult task to, you know, kind of contend with, but at least it's a path forward.
A draw is certainly a bit more favorable than a loss for ISU at this point. Now we get a chance to see what their attack is going to be. Vision on the Ashe, a bit more poke possibly from this player, but still, they go on the Genji, looking for those backline attacks.
It's been really interesting to see the fact that they've got to Lisa more than any of the other styles here in this map so far. So both teams looking to play a little bit more slow and steady. Not tap though. That's repelled out already.
That was a great one. Echo jumps on up, hit with the shield bash, and there's a bit more peel to follow it up. Get lethal from the top rope. They continue to send those shots back and force the rest of ISU away, but we still have Echo duking it out, and they wanted to make their life more valuable. Unfortunately, the value not found.
Rupal out of spawn too. Oh, this is rough, and the quick cookie as well. Meaning that, yeah, it's going to be Liar going down instead, and it's going to be Lethal surviving. ISU not even able to deny the spawn camp here.
Such a great amount of damage, but the heals coming out of Sultan's and Elk, it's too much to defend. You can't get those kills, even if Vision is all alone. They don't have that extra boost. They don't have the Ant Matrix to make those shots even more powerful. Case here now. We've got the Ant Matrix coming out of Solms. The kinetic grass eating a lot of it, but once that breaks, where's your help? Huge shots, react balls, and potentially pushing forward with Lethal using that tactical visor. Everyone stuck in this side room is going to die.
Call it a nightmare. You walk into a small room, there's a brig with you, what do? Well, ISU found out the hard way. You go back to the reset queue, and Los, I mean, this is another fight that just ends, and that's a more than about half the time bank gone from ISU's attack if they've made no progress to the objective. Heck, they haven't even made it past that first choke point yet. ISU needs to come up with a big pick here if they want even a chance here on this first objective.
All sidelines are being denied by Harrisburg. They don't want to give an inch. Starts off with the bob, right on to the back line, but I don't think anyone's there to meet it. Dab here with the Dragon Blade, just being CC'd to heck. They don't have any shots, but they are quick enough to move the Immortality Field. Weedland out from the side room, sending some great shots, but here comes Brig in the tiny room. Not where you want to be. Regardless, in the open air, that's where more damage is being dealt, specifically Divio, knocking things around. Those things are ISU.
Yeah, and for every one elimination that ISU gets in this attacking half, Harrisburg gets 5 more. And that's going to end the fights before they really even have a chance to commence. So ISU down to the last minute 20. 80 seconds left on the clock here, Los. Harrisburg have not given any space to work.
No, definitely not. That gravitic flux, it might catch a great deal of players, only 2, but enough. They will expend that Immortality Field, but it doesn't matter because Echo in the back line with 2 on the Dragon Blade could cause some serious havoc, and this is going to be ISU staking their claim on the objective.
Took them everything they had, though, and Lethal still gets 1 for their trouble. Echo will eliminate the soldier, so there is no good recontest for Harrisburg on point A, but man, even the fights that Redbird wins, we've seen this time and again in this series. It's been a real struggle. We're going to see another switch. Echo going over to the Echo. A pocket in play as Liar highlights the Mercy here, so they're hoping for a little bit more punching power from the frontline damage of ISU. Harrisburg continue their high ground control and Los. I mean, all eyes on Echo now. This has to be a big play from the Echo player.
Certainly, and it'll also be a very important play from Lethal. Now that they have that tactical visor, no way you're going to have Echo in the sky. It'll be too easy. But even so, it only forces players away from this Ant Matrix. Tap gets a little too big for their britches and goes the way of Dynamite, blown away. But all the while, it's still a strong showing, a strong presence, and finally Echo does fall. The barriers continue to be broken, and this is all Harrisburg taking away space from ISU.
Supercharger just to make sure the fight is ended. It was blown up in an instant. Spawn Camp Part 2 seems to commence, but I mean, Vision won't deny that, at least for the moment here. I mean, here, ISU is being granted the benefit of their own spawn room being here, so the eliminations are so much more useful for them. Even still, Eiko has to be very aware of the damage coming in.
Ant Matrix from the backstage, yet it's enough to remove Eiko from the skies. Bob now here to play, and Vision going absolutely crazy. It's a triple kill so far. Bob here for the support, and that's for the way of Vision.
And Vision will get the final one too. The Dynamite will explode, and Lethal will be eliminated. Back a third up the way to the next Bob, by the way, just used in that fight. Illinois State University, they need to win this next fight clean. Not being able to commit too much because Harrisburg, look at this, they're loaded for bear. It's both Tap and Lethal on their ultimates. Divio stepping up to the plate as well. And so Harrisburg University, you can see, eyeing that Dragon Blade engage here is Tap.
Jumping up to the top and finding that's not where you want to be. Gravitic Flux out of React. This is all about staying hidden. Don't get caught in those ultimates. Lethal hoping to wait out that kinetic grasp, but it won't be the case. Tap good enough for one shot, removing Gink with the Dragon Blade, but otherwise, this is an easy win, but also a well-invested win here for ISU.
Yeah, actually, this is probably the best possibility for them here on that fight. Not only do they, not overcommit their resources, right? They just use the Gravitic Flux, Supercharger, and Amplification Matrix, but Lethal and Tap both commit theirs, and on top of that, Soames does not have the Ant Matrix for this next fight as well. So Harrisburg University very much, committing to that fight thinking they'd be able to win, end up losing. And now, ISU have potential here in this next point.
One click. They won't be able to get that one. Lethal providing some great shots here as the Hanzo, the Storm Arrows, enough to break some damage, but not enough to remove players from the fight. And this is a consistent back foot. A great Gravitic Flux from Eiko as they have the duplication, but it doesn't cause death. It does, however, force out the Immortality field.
Tap on the flank here. Liar has to be aware, pays attention in the moment. And now it's getting a little bit worse for Ware. Tap will get one, but I don't know that second will be there. Harrisburg University losing a little bit of that progress that they needed to stabilize here.
A lot of progress. The stability is almost all gone. It forces a retreat from Akawa, and they're inching ever forward. Still a minute left on the clock. If they touch that golden box of victory, this is going to be a major problem for Harrisburg.
Oh, but that's Liar out of the picture, and Tap continues to reign terror. Immortality field out. They need to contest the objective.
Oh my god, followed up by the Dragon Strike. It bisected it. It left everyone separate apart. Lethal able to shoot them eye in the sky. What a fantastic shot. And that was their last chance, or at least one of the last chances they'll have. There isn't much time left for them to win with extra time. Only 35 seconds left.
Now we are in a final fight here for sure. Harrisburg University are moments away. 30 seconds they have to deny. ISU need to capture. There's that first approach, the final approach. As the Gravitic Flux will be levied against the backline.
Actually separated. We have Lethal up on the high ground. That almost did them a favor. The second that they turn this corner, this is going to be where chaos, all hell breaks loose. Liar on the other side. We've got Lethal in the backline. Good for one at least, but that's three already dead for ISU. It's a 1v1. Vision does win it out, but how are they going to solo the entirety of Harrisburg? They can't. They won't. It's overtime, but time's up, and Harrisburg has done it again. It's 2-0.
Victory.
Almost all of a sudden, Harrisburg University now sit on match point. One map away from total victory here in the grand finals. Vision will get the highlight here for the tail end of Hollywood, but it was not enough. And ISU has some massive soul searching to do if they want to bring this series back. If they want to stabilize the grand finals here, give themselves a potential victory condition. Harrisburg definitely in full control of this series.
That was some beautiful plays that we saw from Vision, and anytime we went to their POV, Visions was doing so much damage, landing so many shots on the Ashe, but unfortunately it was hard-pressed for them to find those final hits, those eliminations. That's only because the great support line, the great barriers that were being placed by Harrisburg. They refused to die, and anytime they did, well, it cost Redbird Esports dearly.
Yeah, and I think the big difference making, or the big difference making for Harrisburg is how little space they give up when they lose fights, right? I think it was more evident on the offense for sure, but even on the defense, it was very, very apparent that even as ISU would win fights, right, Harrisburg did not give away map control despite having lost the fight. That's something that you don't see very frequently, and I think for ISU is going to have to be a massive shift for them in map number 3 if they want to bring this series back again. Harrisburg University now sitting at match point 2-0 on the series so far.
I think some descriptors of how we've had ISU kind of improve as the series went on is their hold at the third leg of Hollywood. They were able to hold on so strong and continue to contest. Even though they were flailing at the very end, they were able to bring it back and be stalwart. Although it is important to note that they did have that spawn advantage, but when that was the case, they were able to find those victories and just keep Harrisburg at bay. It even pushed them out of their own spawn for a little bit. And in the same vein, they were able to break through the defenses of Harrisburg, but at the very end, they were so close. I believe only 2 meters away from bringing it to a second round. They just weren't able to finish it off, and honestly, we didn't get to see what happened on the site proper, but in the backline, Lethal had been lethal regardless. Even on the Hanzo, they were in the back causing chaos.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it not only taking attention away from the front line, but getting damage dealt, getting eliminations as well. And I mean, ISU, you know, anywhere they look, it's every one of Harrisburg's players is there and is dangerous, right? We've talked about Lethal, obviously. Tap made a big presence, made their presence known in a big way here in, you know, at the end of Hollywood. And obviously Akala has been lights out, but through the rest of the back end of the roster, Divio, Elk, as well have just been a big part of this team. So yeah, Harrisburg from top to bottom are looking like a well-oiled machine, and ISU need to come up with a response awful quick here as we head into map number 3 in a moment.
Yeah, certainly so. And before we head into map 3, we got to thank one of our sponsors. It's going to be Mavix Chairs. And Mavix Chairs are designed with gaming in mind. Locking wheels to keep you in place. You know, I've actually got one myself. Cooling and breathable fabrics to keep your body and butt dry. Deep recline to allow your body to go super far, but I'm not going to do that. I was going to attempt it. And most importantly, ergonomics. Our chairs put you in a proper ergonomic position that help you increase blood flow and reduce stress. Now that I'm not reading it, let me try and find this room. Nope, I've just made myself go down. I can go up as well. And now we go back down.
There you go. There you go.
Well, thank you, Mavix.
Yeah,
now,
I mean, they're quite comfortable. Indeed, we head back into the series though. ISU versus Harrisburg University.
Hello there.
Illinois State University facing down defeat here at Los. They want to end at least with a map victory. Recall, the last time these two teams faced off here in the NACE Starleague was a 3-1 victory for ISU. That scoreline is no longer possible for Illinois State University, but Harrisburg hoping to close it out right here, right now. Try and get that shutout. 3-0 scoreline. So we are now onwards on Rialto.
While it is probably the right move because you have to keep those barriers in play, I want more ball play from Akawa. The Wrecking Ball just hasn't been able to make that appearance, but this is another time for Echo's appearance on the Echo to be a supreme factor. Lethal spotted out in the back line, but if you're looking for a shot to keep 2 players at bay, this is a great moment because they're sacrificing 2. It's the pocket in the back line. Now Lethal, uncontested, having their way, forcing players outside of that immortality field, and they're about to see 3 dead. But regardless how many are dead, nobody's on the objective.
ISU lose their assignments in that last engagement. Lethal's just able to get away quite literally with anything they want. We saw them, you know, show the high ground. Echo made a perfunctory attempt at dealing with them, and then was quickly rebuffed. Even as Liar gets taken down, I mean, Redbird trying to get right back into this. They get 2 more. This is a possibility for a reset.
Oh my god, wow. Echo just destroying, decimating, and cutting apart the HU squad. And they still weren't able to get the objective. I thought they got it. No, they've been blocked.
Yeah, that was actually a really good response from ISU. Perhaps a surprise to us and Harrisburg University. I don't think they expected that level of aggression from a team that's really shown none of it so far today. So perhaps signs of life from ISU here, third map. Lethal back in the flank. And a Tracer that's capable of one-clipping nearly anyone in the game. So someone you have to pay attention to for sure, but will be stymied for the moment, forced to retreat. As ISU are, mere breaths away from giving up this objective. High ground also ceded to Harrisburg University.
Communication matrix down below, but no one is there to take advantage of it. Divio does have quite a bold play to get them lost in the back line. Echo jumps on up. They've got the Dragon Strike. The blade is ready the second that they decide to use it, but it won't be necessary. This is easy enough for ISU to finish it off.
Gonna be committing both the Dragon Blade and the rally. Both will be denied any value here. I suppose the one response is that they got the Gravitic Flux and Dragon Blade out from Echo. And his tap will make a switch over to the Echo. But Harrisburg University investing some real resources into a fight they had no chance of ever winning. I suppose their one saving grace is that Illinois had to use some ultimates to reply. Liar, though, still with the rally in tow. Gig, obviously, the supercharger. No rework yet for our Overwatch 1 players. There's that supercharger from Gig.
Sends up a bunch of shots, but they are reflected. Nothing to work with. Divio sends out the Gravitic Flux and stays safe. Don't want to lose out on that capability. Supercharger gone. Immortality field gone. It's all about the raw gameplay now. Gig caught out, but the barrier out from React is huge. It saves their life, but not for long, as Lethal has their number. Time to break away from the inside and take this fight to the choke point.
We're seeing Echo caught out on an island here. React also takes so much damage. Eliminations need to come in here for ISU. They can't keep holding out. They need to find these final blows. Harrisburg continue to stay in the lead.
The Amp Matrix also has been equipped. Gig now on the Reinhardt looking for those hammer swings, but they are only finding themselves falling. And this has been after so much time with only 18 seconds left. This should be the moment where they secure the objective. Dragon Strike at the ready provision, but they won't make the commitment.
And well, they don't, because that was a fight that was already over. Harrisburg will claw their way to that first objective, a small sign of struggle. Again, there's that Harrisburg that we've seen all series long. In fights that they're losing, they're still gaining space. In ISU, if you just allow Harrisburg to exist for so long, as they now try and head to the second point to get some more space earned. Lethal again on the flank. Pulse Bomb will go wide. Slows them down just a little bit here.
The whole Gravitic Flux, what is even happening? It was too quick. The Dragon Strike as well as Gig pushing on through denies the possibility of Divio activating that Gravitic Flux. It's a wasted ult and a perfectly used one on the side of Redbirds, and they've got plenty more to work with.
Lethal will get the recall away. So trying to just dance around cover for their team to return. This Gig just trying to make things a little bit more interesting here for the Tracer player. Down to 102 health. And reapproaches the objective. No fear in Lethal's heart whatsoever. The fact that ISU controls high ground.
Going for a solo play, having to deal with Echo on the other side, but Gravitic Flux is here. Lethal wins out the bout, and they continue to push this objective. Nobody else is going to stop them. React, hoping for an escape, but the second that they step out of that room, it's Tap providing the air support, and this is so much damage going the way of the Redbirds. They have to force everything out, use everything they can to try and save themselves. A Gig Rupel, everybody will fall.
And Lethal is going to continue to just be an absolute nuisance there. Big pop from Akala. Now in this third phase, all of a sudden, things are falling apart for ISU. 2.5 minutes here on the objective. Echo needs to survive. Immortality field force. That means the Pulse Bomb will have free reign.
That's huge. That's two already dead, forcing them back into their own spawn. And Lethal, they want more. They'll even blink inside and take some extra damage for their ult. Bring it back. They're only 20% away. This is just bullying.
And just to highlight Los there, the cart has not stopped moving. So we are in final fight on this map, and it's cost Harrisburg absolutely nothing.
Oh, and Tap with the Sigma. If they can pull up with Gravitic Flux in this moment, that will be absolutely critical. And it's a stall onto Echo. The Dragon Blade can't find enough to deny that Sigma ultimate. It does go into play. The Immortality Fuel keeps them alive. Gig the front line. They have the supercharger. If they drop it now, they can rip off the rest of Harrisburg, but they won't need it. Not yet.
That's a good save here for ISU. They're going to need it in a big way in the upcoming fight. As Hakala respawns for the rest of the team. There's that supercharger now. And Divio caught out. No kinetic grasp available for you. Mako will keep the final blows going. Try and find one more here on the brig. It'll be Vision with the elimination. ISU, a well-timed supercharger there. Well saved one, too, to give that fight over to Harrisburg, or to ISU, I should say.
Extra attempts at getting some elimination by Lethal. They will fall eventually as Vision does land the killing blow. And actually an adjustment, Lethal now on the May. They denied to use that pulse bomb and work it up.
Yeah, I mean, in this sense, it's really tough for Tracer to find value. The flanks are not really as effective during this final phase. Meanwhile, the May can really do a ton of work in extending the fight. There's the Gravitic Flux available. Go-to was the Amplification Matrix used here, Los, just to buy a little bit of time. Sohm's Immortality Field taken out. Harrisburg now, the last 30 seconds on the clock.
A bit more dire, but they have broken around the corner and the Immortality Field's gone. And they were waiting just so they could use that Gravitic Flux. There's no safety net to catch them, but I don't think anyone even died at that point. They all got caught in the air and shot down by the rest of the storm with 10 seconds left. They should be able to ride on in. It will be a contest. It has to be a last fight. Echo on the back line looking for some involvement, and they'll get it. They contest, but they won't last for long. It's all about thrashing to get out of the spawn and on to the objective. The payload not denied by Gig as they roll as the ball.
1.3 seconds is what was left. Oh, Harrisburg University, sure, they didn't run their way through the map, but even still, how the series has gone so far, ISU are looking at that completion and thinking this is going to be a tough one. A reminder, Harrisburg University at match point, and for ISU to keep this series going, they'll need not just to complete the map here, they'll need to win it out. As they are staring down match point, Harrisburg University, never say die, Los, never say die in those final moments. Feels like they always have just that extra gear to shift into when called on.
Ready for battle.
Such an amazing display that we've seen from the Storm so far. And now that they're making their way into that bunker composition, Lethal back again on the Bastion, and it's done some crazy damage in the past that we saw back on Hollywood. Now I want to know if this is going to be a well-defended bunker. Will we see Echo jump into the back line, find a little bit of damage with the deflection? I'm not sure. Well, actually now, seeing Tap is here on the Symmetra, creating the possibility for those sentries to zap him down the second he dives in. That's going to be a major issue.
Top of that gives Lethal a little bit more mobility if required, right? Teleport is there to back up the Bastion, so Lethal not exactly a diveable target at this stage. Illinois State University will walk out of their spawn. We'll highlight the Bastion. A lot of damage will come through. Vision, obviously, great shield break here. In response, they just get a little bit of space here off the top. Harrisburg not able to deal too much damage to get that deny push forward.
It's just around the corner, and they can shoot the body, but it doesn't really get the best angle that they're looking for. We'll send out some charged shots. So this will be a return of engagement. They go into the lower floor. Immortality Field already popped the second that's gone. React is as well. And running away, looking for an escape. It's Lethal, but I don't think they'll find any. Actually, no. With Vision there for some support, that could be great. A huge accretion just to give Lyra a love tap.
Yeah, it's going to be a reset there. Lethal walking back her spawn off the Bastion, now on the Tracer. So this is a little bit awkward now for Harrisburg University, as they're kind of accidentally surrounded. Mako looking for those sticky bombs. Will find a little bit of purchase on Tsukala. And ultimately, there's that amplification matrix. They want to try and force this fight head on.
Okay, now there's one out from Sohms as well. They have the Immortality Field, but it does not provide the value they were hoping for. Vision now in the back line has a perfect angle, but they have to back away. Oh, Sohms is caught up. Sohms is gone as well. 3 are dead for Harrisburg, and they're stuck. There's no escape.
Well played by ISU to turn a losing fight into a, stage the next one where they find victory. Obviously, those key eliminations at the tail end of the first engagement meant the second engagement had just a little bit more space to work with. That's going to buy, a lot more entry space here. Lethal rather, will walk forward. Harrisburg tries to recontest on this first objective.
Oh, that Dragon Strike will deny it wholeheartedly. Yet, we still have this Photon Barrier. It denies the shot from Vision, and the majority of the Redbird Esports are on the wrong side. Great shurikens out from Lethal as they'll look for more, but a great shot to the dome. Point blank. Vision wins out the duel. And we have Redbird Esports with 4 minutes, 15 seconds left to push it out.
Vision and Lethal doing their best cosplay of that short between the Shimada brothers. Shurikens were spectacular from Lethal, but Vision gets a nice flick on the headshot to the Genji, so that'll be the reset. Tap will go over to the Echo. Now a lot more aerial duels to be found as both Echo and Tap send warning shots at each other. The cart, meanwhile, moving forward the whole time. Harrisburg, I mean, Lethal has to be careful. Taking down half, but will be able to reset now. Harrisburg University don't have the space they really need to hold on aggressively.
Just a consistent duel in the sky against Echo, but even though the Gravitic Flux does come through from Vivio, it's Lethal cleaned up with 3, maybe even more, as they want to get their blades in the sky. Ambitious.
Those shurikens from Lethal are so accurate. Such a threat here, no matter what range. And that was, again, eliminations without the Dragon Blade, which means that now Lethal has it available. And on top of that, has the damage boost in tow if Elk chooses to give it to them.
No way! Oh! The dash into the air to bring out the blade removes Liar. Now you've got Echo all on their lonesome, no heals. They will still survive for now. Have finally Lethal to end it off. Oh, a major accretion into the drink. They'll go, but what a beautiful play.
I think the off the objective or off the map there is probably the best way that engagement could have ended for Lethal. Just maximum amusement after a really spectacular mechanical play from the Genji in the air. That being said, Harrisburg University aren't actually going to be punished for that falling into the drink by their Genji because they have that high ground.
No, not anymore, but we have the issue. It is going to be the Dragon Strike if it comes to Echo finally getting the duplication as the Orisa supercharger there to support the rest of the team. They're no longer in this fight. Let's give them a damage boost as everyone's stuck in this lobby. There's a lot of damage, but no one finally receiving the eliminations, but it's Tap, the one who's been outside of the fight. No supercharger required as they're Sigma. They've got the opportunity to bring out the Gravitic Flux. Unfortunately, everybody's already dead.
The last two main players are Lyar and Rukal, and that's going to be, not very much longer. These fights have just not been ISU's friends. They take the advantage of that last one too low, so they get the first 2 eliminations. And as you highlighted, it was Lethal and Tap comboing for some big pickups at the tail end. Tap is continuing their reign of terror, just putting damage down from afar. As Harrisburg has not had to give up this high ground at all.
No, without a doubt, and their one ace in terms of batting that high ground is going to be that Echo Mercy Pocket, but they've lost it out. They've swapped it. They don't want to continue using it because even in the sky, people can find those shots. Here comes that amplification matrix, followed by the net grasp and the barriers. They just want to soak up as much damage as they can, and they will. All the while, you've got Lethal jumping in their face, deflecting so much damage. They've got the blade, it's enough for react, maybe even more. Yes, Vision falls as well, and even though they've fallen, you still have Tap continuing the damage. Liar falls as well. The duplication is ready, but they won't even need it.
And they're not even going to get punished for this aggression here. Are Harrisburg back to the high ground? They retreat. And this has just been perfect fight after perfect fight for Harrisburg University. Even if they lose another, there's Tap on the flank, looking for that duplicate.
Don't need it just yet. They've got the pocket. Staying alive, a lot of damage. It's not enough. Where's the duplication? I think it has to follow this. Well, as we have that Gravitic Flux, it's not the immortality build because that's what they've been waiting for. It's just so Tap can recreate the process and get a second Gravitic Flux. Now that there's no longer that immortality build, no safety net, here comes the Flux. Who's going to get caught up? It's just React at the moment, but it's enough to take them away from the barrier, get the firing squad. React, Vision, gone. It's the final moments, and they're not even close to the objective. Echo, the only one, the last bastion, a hero to save it, but they can't save it all. Maybe it is just a few more seconds. Liar, the last one here. Nobody is left. Harrisburg University, they've done it a final halt to put a halt of Redbird Esports' dreams of winning it out. It's a 3-0 Harrisburg University win the NACE Starleague Grand Finals.
Play of the game.
The hero of the game, it is going to be Lethal stepping up here in the final moment, Los. But man, what a game from the entirety of Harrisburg University. At the top of the show, we talked about the lower bracket run, and they culminated with total victory here in the grand finals. As you said, a 3-0 shutout for their opposition, and man, they did not make it look close.
No, I thought it was going to be much closer. I had such great expectations for Redbird Esports, as they've demonstrated they're one of the top squads within the region, within the nation, but this isn't what we've seen. It's almost a repeat of what we saw against UCI in the same matchup. Harrisburg University, UCI. We thought it was going to be a much closer matchup because they're two top caliber teams. And Harrisburg, the Storm, they stormed over, and it was another 3-0. 2 3-0s in a row from the lowers to the grands. They are truly a next level squad.
Yeah, they really, really are. And I think we have to give a lot of credit to the program at Harrisburg because, you know, the conversation around, you know, how they played against the Redbirds in the last time they showcased was a 1-3 scoreline for them that sent them to that lower bracket. But the improvement that they showed ever since, just spectacular across the board. So Harrisburg as a program has been terrific here in the finals, in the playoff brackets, as they get to walk away with the victory here today. And man, was it ever in style? At no point did it ever feel like it was out of the question that they were going to get the 3-0 once they loaded into the server. And from the very start of the series to the very end, Harrisburg completed the victory run here. Again, another highlight there, 3-0 Los. And just to put a small marker on that, was 200-0 on that first map of Lijiang Tower. Even the closest map, which was our second of Hollywood, was still not a place where ISU were able to capture the full objective, right? They stopped at that second point. And on top of that, here in this final third game, even still, it was still a denial of that third objective. So Harrisburg University just completely in control of the series.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful tale because Harrisburg University, they had fought so hard in the fall split. They made their way to the top 4, but in the end, they lost in those losers finals. They weren't able to make their way to the grand, and what a grand feeling it must be as we had two potential winners, two potential new winners as newcomers coming into the NACE Starleague Grand Finals, because last time around, Northwood University, Bay State College, we had to have a new winner this time around in the spring. And what a better way to make it than someone who was in that top 4 and just couldn't hack it. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case here for Redbird Esports. They have lost out, but this time it is Harrisburg who's won, and we've got an interview with Lethal. We're going to send it over to our friend, our host, in a bit. But before we do that, we do have to thank one of our sponsors, of course. How else would we be able to put this on and support all of these different collegiate esports programs than thanks to Gunnar. Gunnar Optics is the pioneer of blue light glasses and the #1 in gaming. The Gunnar difference. In addition to blocking blue light, Gunnars also have a unique patent lens technology, which also combats a system of digital eye strain, which helps improve your visual performance, while most competitors just block blue lights. Thank you so much, Gunnar.
Excellent,
and at the moment,
excellent stuff, Los. Yeah, just getting a confirmation in the back of it. We'll bring, of course, our host back in for the post game here as we get a sense of it. Thank you, Eve,
Hello,
over in our
folks.
host booth.
Hello, how was the game? Who was the player that has mostly blown your mind away throughout this 3-0 for Harrisburg, Los?
Well, I mean, I think we've said this name so many times before. It's gotta be Lethal. Just that final play of pulling out the Dragon Blade and taking a fight in the sky against a Mercy was just a beautiful piece. It was the icing on the cake. But beyond that, their impact throughout this entire series has just been astounding. Whether it's in the back line, the front line, as a Hanzo as well, just providing all of that extra damage, all of that pressure onto Redbird, it can't be matched.
I'm gonna have to echo Los for this one. Pun definitely intended based on the hero, but no, Lethal has been just a lights out spectacular player all the way through the playoffs, and I think a big part of why Harrisburg is the champion, why they are on top here. No shade to the rest of the squad because they played excellently, but Lethal was a cut above. The Dragon Blade, obviously, but the Tracer has been spectacular. We saw some Cassidy gameplay as well. And so not only the dynamicism on the characters they play, but the flexibility to showcase all those different heroes as well. And I mean, Lethal, just a key part of why Harrisburg are your grand champions.
And I want to highlight what is something that Harrisburg did do this time around to secure this victory over their opponents here in the finals. Let's start off with you, LaFawn.
Yeah, I think one of the, obviously for Harrisburg, we talked about it in map number 2, I think specifically with Hollywood, a lot of space controlled by them. The big thing for Harrisburg is that, a lot of the time when you lose fights in Overwatch, you have to give up space, right? You have to be forced back to your spawn room. There's a lot of ground that you have to retake to be able to, take your next engagement. In this one, I think Harrisburg had the benefit of not having to do that. They left 2 or 3 players alive that were able to keep, that space gain, and they didn't have to rework for that space on the map. So I think that's probably the biggest reason why Harrisburg was not able to just win, but win so dominantly over ISU. Because, even all the way through, if you're losing fights and you're not actually losing ground, you're just a cut above your opponent.
Without a doubt. Yeah, it's all about ensuring that they are taking control of any space that they're fighting over. And we saw it in Lijiang Tower as well. Anytime that a fight took place, it wasn't even on the objective. It always took place right outside of the market entrance for Redbird Esports. The second that they tried to leave, specifically on Night Market, the second they tried to leave and enter that neutral territory, you met massive resistance by the side of Harrisburg, and they never gave an inch. They never relented. It was a 200-0 scoreline. So I just think that they have an overwhelming presence and denial of space to be taken from their opponents.
Well, it was definitely a dominating victory for Harrisburg University. Any final thoughts before I bid you farewell, folks?
Shout out to Collegiate, man. This is a spectacular space to be in. We get exciting gameplay like we had here. So that's really all I have to say.
I really got to follow that up. Shout out Collegiate. Shout out to Redbird Esports. Shout out to the Harrisburg University Storm. Thanks for putting on an amazing match, and GG's.
GG's indeed. And with that, folks, we are going to go over to a short break. Coming up, we have some Smash Bros. Ultimate, and I'm going to be joined by 2 new casters, so stay tuned. And we did speak with one of the Rocket League captains, Rozzy, so make sure you go and check that video out.
So, my name is Edward Azam. I'm the varsity captain for the Rocket League team. I'm currently a senior at Oakland University, and I am majoring in history with a secondary education endorsement. Yeah, so I enjoy competing in the game specifically because I have a addiction to winning, and every time I lose, it just fuels my addiction more to want to win. Or why I enjoy competing in on the varsity team specifically is just because, I'm able to feed that addiction with people around me that are at the same skill level and who I can improve with on a daily basis, through replay reviews or scrims or tournaments or whatever, It's not like I'm just getting into ranked, queuing with teammates and then getting different ones the next game in 10 minutes, It's a lot more consistent improvement, which I like. Rocket League game, I think my favorite thing is just how easy it is to watch and get into, but how difficult it is to master and, become proficient at it. I used to play a game at a pretty high level called Hearthstone, and that game was, once again, it was the same concept where it's easy to get into but hard to master, but there was also that RNG element where it's random things could happen that could affect your, performance. I personally did not care for, so that's why I kind of, stepped away from it for a bit. But Rocket League's the complete opposite, If you perform well on a day, you're going to have a good result, whereas if you don't perform well, you're not going to have a good result, It's just the end of that. That's what I like the most about it.
Welcome to the NACE Starleague Spring Grand Finals.
It is Grand Finals. I've been watching for a full season since the end of January. I am excited. UC Berkeley versus the University of Maryland. Onto Mephistopheles. He drops, but it's a double kill coming out for Cheha, who now has a quadra kill, is going after Spiky Buffalo, and in the Grand Finals, Cheha shows up and gets a pentakill. We have our winners. We have our champion. The University of Maryland will take a clean 2-0.
Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, we're underway here. NACE Starleague Grand Finals. It's a battle of the East. That was looking dangerous. Drip is bumped out of the way. Bussy with the fake, and that'll do it. Stockton are up on the championship point. And that'll be it. Stockton, the champion.
The potential for the Drexel back-to-back wins, the most tantalizing of the storylines here.
Here, outer pass aggression is very early as well, and already Drexel, they start things off fiery.
Missing attack. Gang 88. He's farming eco kills. Just gather him up. 1v2. Has two already, looking for the third, but he's done it, David. And Drexel, the Dragons, they've done it back-to-back. NACE champion.
Removing players from play. Now tap with the Dragon Blade. That's it. That's two down.
There will be no one left to contest as they look for a rematch against Redbirds in the Grand Finals.
Vision is doing so much damage with the beam. Aiko finds two. They don't have anyone else to win it out. It's going to be all the kills going the way of Redbird.
Even towards the end, even when things are getting really shaky, but a huge nade from Phantom, and Bay State is going to the Grand Finals.
This map is gone. Northwood Timberwolves. They're going to be headed to your Call of Duty Varsity League Grand Finals.
And Noodle just cannot get hit at all. There's the pack air, and that is it. Ruscular takes it. They're moving on to Grand Finals.
Welcome back, folks. I hope you enjoyed your break, but we are back here live from the Oakland University Center, the Grisden. Did you know that esports is the first D1 varsity esports program in Michigan? Just a little fun fact for you. And I am Cute Noob, your host for this weekend. We have a amazing matchup coming up. Bay State College versus University of Texas at Austin, UT Austin, and I have two amazing casters with me. Joining me here in the booth, we have Dak and Rodney. Hello, gentlemen. How are you feeling this fine Sunday?
Whew. I mean, I think I can speak for myself and Rod here that we're both feeling absolutely incredibly excited to bring some more collegiate Smash action to everybody out there, and it's great to be with all three of you, and all three of us really here.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. This is going to be a great experience. There's just something about, the educational format and, bringing video games into that sort of realm of reality that really just gets my blood flowing. It just lets this old man gamer me know that the future of gaming is in good hands.
Oh, hey. When you play video games, there's no such thing as age. I'm just going to throw it out there. And you don't look a day over 20, Rodney, so don't you worry. But coming up here, like I stated, Bay State College, who has been undefeated the whole season, up against University of Texas at Austin, and they are on a 6-win streak in the lower bracket. What is it going to take for them to take this dub in the Grand Finals, Dak?
Honestly, I think this is going to be a hard-fought battle between both of these teams. Like, just looking at their rosters, like, you have a lot of heavy hitters and players I'm expecting to do extremely well on both sides. I mean, University of Texas, we saw in the highlight reel, Ruska Nerd certainly leading the fray here as a team that already won the collegiate finals back in January. So they're like the defending champs here and looking to kind of hold strong against a team that is extremely well recruited. I mean, it has a lineup including Sonics, Flappe, Nexus, Anarchy, Toxex. Like, there's so many players in this squad from many different regions in North America and elsewhere that it's hard to say, like, how do you really stack up against a team that is so well recruited? Rod, I'm sure you can concur there, because we already, naming a lot of those players are some of the best players in Smash, period. So,
yes.
I mean, it's going to be a hard-fought battle for University of Texas Austin.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, if, you've been watching a little bit of Smash, and you know that Sonics has had a hell of a performance back at Pound just last weekend. And, I mean, he had the whole audience kind of on his side. And, I think the greatest thing about watching a player like Sonic's play is that he can kind of rewrite the narrative on his character, Sonic the Hedgehog, hence the name. And so really excited to see what he's going to bring to the table here. I mean, of course, I know it's not a solo effort. This is a crew battle, one of the oldest and most crazy formats in Smash history. But, when I got somebody like Sonic's on my team, I think I'm in good hands.
Well, folks, I am excited. This is going to be a best of 3. This is for honor. This is also for that first place $2,000 prize pool. So take it over, Dak and Rodney.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Wow. Rod, it's great to be here with you, my man. Of course, we're always chilling and working some Smash together, and doing some collegiate Smash is certainly no different. We have two teams here that are incredibly skilled players that have proven themselves in the collegiate field, that have proven themselves at grassroots majors, at really all across the country and around North America. So it's no surprise that both of these teams are the two to make it farthest in the bracket. I honestly, again, Bay State is Mr. Humboldt certainly recruiting a crazy lineup here. You have some of the strongest players from the DR, from SoCal, from elsewhere as well. I think even New England too. So like, you have a lineup that is extremely diverse, extremely well experienced and well seasoned, up against kind of like the homegrown talent of UT Austin, all representing from the single region. So I'm really excited to see what they have here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think the greatest thing about a format like Crew Battles is that this is like your golden opportunity to kind of bring something a little bit different to the table. Now, I know before the match started, we talked about how important, a player like Sonics is, and a handful of these other talented individuals on their team, how important it is, to play with each other, and really lean into that camaraderie. But the fact of the matter is that sometimes in a crew battle, it's not about your main. It's about playing the character that is going to take you to that first place spot. So really interested to see if, we're going to see some different characters played here.
Yeah, the graphic on it kind of understates the lineup here for Bay State, because they have a bunch of subs. You have Tony Pajamas, Sonics, of course, we've talked about. Toxex going to be an Ike that we're going to be seeing here. Anarchy, a really solid Greninja player. But they have backups as well. They have Nexus, playing Falco. They have Flappe, who is, of course, one of the most well-known Wii Fit trainers, probably the best in North America, if not one of the best, but I think it's safe to say they could be the best entirely. Blue, also of Falco and Byleth as well. So they have a really strong character pool here. Has really good matchup coverage. On the other side, Ruska Nerd, we saw him in the highlight reel. That Ness, I would absolutely expect to be coming out as like an anchor, I would say, because they're such a strong player, and Ness can be really polarizing, especially on Wi-Fi. You have LSOE, top Rob player, who's I believe 6th in the Austin, Texas area. You have Studs, who's a Yoshi player, and then Tubik, I believe, is a Minecraft Steve. So I mean, another lineup where you're pretty covered overall. Like, if when in doubt, throw out your Steve. When in doubt, throw out your Sonic, right? Like, you have options there you can kind of lean back on. So, and especially on Wi-Fi, a lot of these characters flourish in a Wi-Fi setting too.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that's the type of thinking that you really want to have going into a format like this. We just are recently coming out of the online era in Smash Ultimate, which, for those of you that don't know, the online era is a little bit longer than the actual in-person era. So, we've gotten very familiarized with some of these characters, namely Falco, of course, kind of rising to prominence. Always a pleasure to see that character. The Falco agenda is definitely real, Dak. But then, of course, also Ness and Rob, two of the strongest characters, not only in the offline setting, but most certainly in the online setting. Really curious to see what the ledge trapping is going to look like with both of those two characters. In person, a little bit easier to deal with. Online, things get a little scary for the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna be jumping into our first game here, which will be on PS2. We're already into the action. We didn't even get to see the game start. But again, this is Crew Battles. We have 12 stocks on each side. We're starting with Ike versus Rob and LSOE. No way! I didn't get to finish my sentence. And already, Toxex getting absolutely pulverized in the first stock.
Yeah, with a character like Rob, I mean, if you want to open up in a big way, I completely get it. This character can outbox some of the best boxers in the game, and of course, the long range, everything that is Rob, whether it's a projectile or just Rob's hitboxes in general, are certainly enough to get the job in. As you can see here, Toxex right now really struggling here to find an opening. This is tough right here for Ike. I mean, Rob is a big punching bag, but, the name of the game is you actually have to hit your opponent, and he's just really struggling right now.
That's an understatement, my friend. Look at that. LSOE is just eating this Ike up. Toxex having trouble landing, and every time they try to get even close to getting the stage, they're taking a ton of damage to do so. That's another stock. LSOE starting out incredibly strong here for UT Austin, and already giving this team solid chances to take this whole thing home.
There it is, man. The immediate air dodge back in. I love that turnaround F tilt. Just trying to pin Rob down is a task within itself. Ike plus platforms, though. I mean, we've seen that is, you know, day one ultimate meta. I'm talking all the way back November 2018. If Ike has platforms, it can get very scary for the other side, but it's going to take more than platforms right here to mount this comeback. Great down there. Rob sky high.
Nice up there. That's going to be, again, you're talking about that big body of Rob. Well, certainly in landing situations, you're going to be able to abuse that with the range that Ike does have, especially on those aerials. But still, a massive lead here for LSOE. They're looking pretty comfortable on the second stock. And again, it's almost impossible for Ike to get back on the stage without taking some kind of residual damage. You have the gyro, you have the laser here for LSOE on deck almost every single time. Toxic has to be extremely careful just getting to the ledge. Those grabs, though, huge conversion, and now LSOE forced to land, does so with the fair, and again, really solid job resetting the situation time and time again to stack up damage.
That's right. Toxic can try to win, at least get a stock taken. That'll be a pretty decent, you know, footing going into the next game. But unfortunately, LSOE having none of it, the backer is going to close it out right there on poor little Ike. And with that in mind, LSOE goes up.
That was a blink and you miss it kind of game there. The first stock, I think, was gone literally before I had caught my breath even once. And then from there, you're kind of, it's a snowball, right? Like, you have very little opportunities to start to stack it back. Once Rob has the lead, like, it is so hard to grab it back, especially as Ike. Because Ike really has to put their body on the line to box with Rob. You can't camp out Rob as Ike. You have to fight. And if you camp, Rob's going to camp you back 100 times stronger. So a solid start from LSOE. Unfortunately, Toxex only able to get one stock here. So UT Austin already starting off with a pretty good lead.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, to your point about Ike, you know, Ike, of course, a very strong character, not quite as prevalent in the meta as we've seen in, you know, years prior, but still holds a very, you know, special place right here with which way the game goes. And I think, you know, when it comes to a character like Rob, like you said, you know, they have to put their body on the line, but also some of their options to take stocks become very telegraphed at later percents. Earlier percents, you know, you get nair into up air, nair back air. I mean, the openings are very much there, but when it's time to take a stock, there's very key things that Ike is going to do. And I just felt like, you know, Rob just kind of kept them out of their bubble, out of their zone. And unfortunately, Toxic just wasn't able to mount that comeback.
Yeah, I mean, you could see how much Toxex gets off a grab, and Rob has so many tools to avoid getting grabbed whatsoever that they're not really worried about it. I think there was only maybe 1 or 2 landed grabs there. And we do know what our next player is going to be jumping in with. It's going to be Tony Pajamas. Coming in for Bay State, has the NES. So immediately I'm thinking, well, this UT Austin squad also has a NES in Ruskinerd. So they should be prepared and should know what to expect from this. Of course, NES can do a little bit better at boxing out Rob. Can't hard camp, but can certainly deal with projectiles, can scoop up that laser for some free health, but has some really solid disjoints that gives them a bit of an edge against Rob in scramble situations, which from what we saw in that previous game is something that would be very welcome.
Yes, definitely has the ability to also kind of make Rob's life hell when it comes to landing. You know, I feel like sometimes when, you know, people in the chat watch Rob, they get so caught up in the grounded game. And don't get it twisted. I mean, it's a very, you know, prevalent game to get caught up in between like the boxing and the great framed out in the range. But I'm thinking of Rob trying to land, and I'm thinking of how important PK Thunder and PK Fire are going to be here in this matchup. So we'll see what Tony Pajamas can bring here. LSOE, of course, coming in hot off of that last game, but we'll see if Tony Pajamas is going to douse that flame.
It's also definitely worth noting that Ness is a much smaller character, can kind of weave in and out of Rob's approaches a little bit. No way they get it again. Oh my god. I cannot, if LSOE dodged that a second time with the gyro, the side B extension, I would have lost my mind. But Tony Pajamas somehow surviving that, gets through, and LSOE now looking for a way back in as Tony's starting to get a string going of their own.
That's right. Push them into the corner, which is where a character like Rob does not need to be. Of course, this is what I'm talking about. Those feet, or I guess in Rob's case, those wheels are off the ground. And because of that, Ness is going to have a really great time. But to your point about the weaving in and out, we're definitely starting to see just the air mobility, the maneuverability that is Ness, you know, really playing into effect right now. It feels like, you know, LSOE is just really having a hard time pinpointing where Tony Pajamas is going to go.
Yeah, when, you know, a tool like Nair that Rob can usually rely on, Ness can back air and forward air pretty quickly and stuff that move without much issue. Has to be careful, like you're saying, in the corner, because all this damage Tony's getting is mostly from LSOE trying to get off the ledge somehow and is unable to do so successfully. They do lose their first stock, with Tony Pajamas still holding on to their first with a moderate amount of damage. And now they're stacking up. They get a nice conversion off this PK Fire, getting strung across, and just like that, things are almost even.
Yeah. Easy come, easy go. The PK missile not going to be enough to do it. Of course, Rob, very, very big body, but I bet you Rob won't be able to survive 2 of those. Most characters in the game actually won't be able to survive 1 or 2 of those. So LSOE right here working on some borrowed time. Let's see if Tony Pajamas can try to even this thing out. Okay. Oh, catches the beginning animation right there, the PK fire, and then right as he air dodges in, a little off the mark with that back there though, but I love LSOE's abilities to take these platforms away, but I love Tony Pajamas' ability to take stocks away.
That is pretty solid there for Tony, right? Like LSOE really just needed maybe like 1 stock off there to get even more value, but not taking a single one off of Tony, pretty substantial. That's going to even things out. And after a crazy start here from LSOE, Tony does a really good job of kind of making up that difference. And you're right, like that extra air mobility that NES has completely changed the game. All of a sudden, they're able to contest with a lot of Rob's aerials. It was almost impossible for LSOE to get back on stage without taking damage. They died in the corner, I think, every single time. And overall, a much different matchup, of course, than we saw in the previous one against the Ike.
Absolutely, and it kind of goes back to your statement too about where Ness should be. I mean, in this case, not the anchor, but you know, I think Ness is a character that can also clean up other people's messes. Depending on the matchup, Ness is a great starter, but I think in this case right here, especially with the Rob on somebody's team, put him in the middle or put him in the end, Ness can clean it up for sure.
Yeah, and that's also a character that, you know, you can start building momentum up there. Ness, just like Rob, can kill you early. You get hit with that PK fire, all of a sudden you're back in the corner. You get hit with some kind of up B cheese, which we saw happen to LSOE as they try to recover high, like stuff like that. You know, Ness is an explosive character in their own right. So we'll see what we get next here. I believe we're waiting to see what that next player will be. But I mean, just thinking of different characters that Bay State has available, UT Austin has available to them, right? Like they already use LSOE. They have Ruskinerd, who plays Ness usually, and then they have Studs and Tubik, who have the Yoshi and Minecraft Steve. So based on that, there's a Ness, Steve, and Yoshi most likely. What do you think is the most likely character to come up next to face off against this Ness?
I would like to see. Most players are really weird about dittos or mirrors or whatever you want to call them. Maybe a little bit of Steve wouldn't hurt. You know, Steve online is definitely a treacherous character, as they are offline as well. Yoshi, from what I've seen as well, too, in an online format, is very, very tough to work around. Of course, his character's conversions are, you know, really second to none sometimes with how, like, airtight they feel. But I guess the big thing that I'm maybe not taking into consideration with Yoshi, of course, is that inability to deal with projectiles. Yes, I have Egg, but Ness isn't worried about eggs, man. Ness has PK Fire, you know, he has PK Thunder. He has a lot of tools right here to kind of keep Ness or keep Yoshi away. But then I'm also thinking of the off-stage game too. Ness has, or Yoshi, excuse me, has the armor on the jump, which is really cool. But I mean, that's just the easy walk in the park. That's easy pickings for a character like Ness.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I would personally probably go for either the Ditto or the Steve. You're right. Yoshi has that armor, but you're going to be kind of burning jump and neutral to use that. And then recovering, yeah, you can get not even just like edge guard, you can get ledge trapped, I think, pretty easily as Yoshi when you're playing as Ness. Because if you're going to burn that super armor, that's a really telegraphed like jump from the ledge or, you know, letting go jumping. And like Ness can respond to that pretty quickly. So you kind of already have that in play. We'll see where they go here because next up, I'm thinking like, do you really want to use the Steve this early? Like Steve's a character that I feel like in these scenarios can be very much an anchor character. So I'm personally going to think we might get the Ness Ditto. That's where, if I'm a gambling man, and I am, I'm going for the Ness Ditto. But if I were to pick other than that, I think we might see Tubik.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how it plays out. And I'm also forgetting too, you know, how easy it is to exploit Ness off stage. You know, I'm a firm believer though that when it comes to dealing with Ness and PK Thunder, if you aren't already there for the punish, you're already too late. You know what I'm saying? Like you have very little time to get in between the Thunder and Ness. But a character like Yoshi kind of lives off stage, you know, with forward air, with drop off nair, you know, and they pop back up. So Yoshi, of course, has a lot of tools to deal with Ness, but unfortunately enough, that is just only one aspect of that matchup. The majority of this match is going to be played on stage, which I, again, don't believe Yoshi wants any problems with. But let's see how the Ditto plays out. I mean, I think the beautiful thing about seeing Dittos is to see the difference in play style between both characters. So we'll see, like, if one side wants to be a little bit more aggressive or if the other side wants to be a little bit more defensive, giving the stock count and, of course, where they sit in rotation.
Well, we're going to find out on the other side of a quick break, so don't go anywhere. More Collegiate Smash action is coming your way here at the NACE Starleague Spring Grand Finals on the other side, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, folks, to the NACE Starleague Spring 2022 Grand Finals. We're back with some more Smash between Bay State and UT Austin. I am Dax, still alongside my man Rod, as we are getting into our next of best of this best of 3 cruise matchup, as we have multiple character matchups. We've already had 2 going at it, and now we're going to see the continuation of this first game. Rod, we already know who's coming in next. It's going to be Tony sticking on the nest, and then we have Tubik coming in as that Minecraft Steve. So we didn't get the Yoshi, which we expected, but we also didn't get the Ditto.
Yeah, we did not. Kind of threw us for a loop right there, but again, that's the kind of the beauty of this crew battle format. We get to speculate and see who's going to go what, when, and why, and really just kind of try to pinpoint the method to the madness. Because like for me, in my case, like of course I play Link, and I'm not very good, but
still playing Link, Link, bro.
Yeah, I'm still playing
What
Link.
year
But in
is
a crew
it?
battle though, I bust out the Snake. That I feel like Snake is just a stronger character or whatever. But again, it just all depends on where I'm at in the format. So I always love that aspect here of crew battles, man. It's such a dope thing to see.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, again, one of the things we love about it is, like, the strategy of who you're going to play at what time, and that can make so much of a difference. Like, I still remember going back to, I think, not the most recent Let's Make Moves, but the one before that, and, like, I think it was, in US versus the World or whatever it was, and, like, there was just some wild picks in order of which players are going and at what time. So that honestly, it's not even just the individual matchups, but when you play them, like who am I saving for what matchup is such a big part of the strategy of crews. So thinking on that, playing the Steve at this point, on one hand, it's like, okay, Steve versus Ness. Steve can shut down so much of what Ness can do.
Yes.
Has solid strings on the ground, can contest in the air, can recover against Ness pretty solidly, can kill early. But then I'm also thinking, okay, you're using your Steve now in the game. Are you going to, you're not going to have that Steve available as an anchor. Like, you're not going to have a Steve to jump in at any time on some more riskier matchups. So there's a give and take. There's always a double-edged sword when it comes to which character you're going to be playing.
Yes, absolutely. I feel like, Steve is going to spend a lot of time disengaging from Ness, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But again, I think, Ness in a matchup like this is very much armed to the teeth with, tools that can kind of shut down some of what, Steve is doing. And also taking into consideration how light Steve is. Steve, of course, very prolific character depending on who's piloting him and when, I guess, in a format like this. But and Ness is here for a good time and not a long time. So, there won't be too much dancing around in a neutral before Ness starts to toss out those big buttons that are going to get the job done. So I think, of course, no matter what format it is, survivability is the name of the game, manageability of your stocks. And I think no character in this match does it better than Steve.
No, I think you're totally right, and it's going to be hard if they just decide, all right, I'm not playing, like I'm going to camp, I'm not going to engage with you, and they can totally wall out Ness both figuratively and literally, and then just start mining for diamonds, right? Like just start playing that slower game. As long as they're avoiding like PK fires and forward airs, there's really not much Ness can really poke with elsewise, and they're not going to be expected to get a lot of grabs either because of how often blocks are in the way. You have to worry about minecart as well, so. This is now an opportunity here. Like Tubik, I honestly think needs to get outright. I think needs to win this matchup, but needs to do so without dying maybe more than once, because you need to get the most value out of your Steve as you possibly can. If you're going to be burning that character so early, you're still having Ruskinerd and Stud sit in the background here, and that's going to be a Ness Yoshi. Which, besides Ruskinerd. Okay, so we've actually just heard that it's a swap out, so they're not playing Tubik. They're playing Ruskinerd, which, by the way, is who I called them picking originally, so
yes, right.
Feeling validated, feeling great about that. I honestly think this is a good move, because do you want to be left with just Ness and Yoshi for the second half of this crew battle? I don't think so. You want to save your Steve. So actually no, Ruskinerd is playing. Wow, okay. I'm so thrown off. Ruskinerd usually plays Ness. They're playing Steve this time, even though it's not Tubik, who I also believe also plays Steve. So this is a huge curveball for me. I was expecting the Duda.
Yeah, a bit of a mix-up, but that's okay. We'll definitely take it. And I think to your point again, no matter who's playing Steve, it feels like this character again. Survivability is the name of the game, and we're just seeing him kind of disengage a lot. Again, not getting hit with forward air, which is Ness's bread and butter to kind of keep you off those platforms. So very
Oh, hey,
wait a minute.
Oh no, we've lost them. It was just too much power from both Steve and Ness there. So we're gonna get those players back into the lobby as soon as we can. Wow, that was honestly such a crazy throw there because I've only seen Ruskinerd play as Ness. I figured, okay, we might see the Ditto as a result. Then we got, okay, Tubik's going to be jumping in. They're playing Steve. And then I see a Steve in there, and it's not Tubik. It's actually Ruskinerd. So on one hand, I'm like, okay, that makes sense because if Ruskinerd knows how to play Ness by being a Ness, player themselves, and they go to a pocket character, they should know how to play that matchup, right? Because they play Ness themselves. On the other hand, I mean, honestly, it looked like Tony had pretty solid control of that game up until that point. So we'll see how it goes. Oh, is it? I believe it's still Tubik. Okay, so it might actually still be Tubik. So I think it ended up being Tubik the Steve coming in. It wasn't Ruskinerd. Okay, so like I said, Steve coming in, not Ruskinerd. Yeah, quite a change up there, but I guess now both players have kind of played their hand a little bit, so I'm interested to see how this works now going back into the reset.
Yeah, completely spaced on that. There's an opportunity that, sometimes there's things go down, streams, have issues, or I guess in this case, Smash Ultimate Online's connection has some issues, and because of that, there's not the levers and pullers in the background, as I've heard that saying go before,
yeah.
that not being pulled properly. But again, to your point, people now have kind of showed their hand first, but I believe obviously they're locked into their characters, but still,
Yeah.
I mean, we've still played a little bit of that match, and I got to kind of see what you were going to do as the match kicked off, so now you got to try to bring something different in.
That's exactly my point, right? Like, yeah, they're not going to change characters, but you already saw, like, okay, Tubik is running away hard, and then you have Tony who's chasing with up B from Ness pretty solidly, right? Like, they're not going to be like, okay, I'm not going to burn jumps to try to attack you a lot of the time. I'm just going to straight up start attacking you from the ground and use my range and keep myself safe so I don't get caught without a jump in neutral. So in that case, like, we already saw how slowed down it got, like almost immediately right out of the bat. I'm expecting more from that angle.
Yes, I think slow and steady is definitely going to win the race right here. A character like Steve, it might look like that they're not trying to engage, or maybe they're just kind of setting up shop in the corner. But rest assured, they are waiting for that very aggressive play, and they do definitely have the options, to punish accordingly. So, again, I'm very curious to see what this next match is going to bring us. I think playing the slow game in a format like Crew Battles can definitely get the job done. Aggression is cool too in parts and pieces. I think Ness, of course, we know that character historically, at least dating back to Smash 4 at least, that character can definitely bring some pain. But I think with Steve, you would be very unwise to play that game with him. I don't want to, say maybe play Steve's game either, because of course that's what a trap-based character like him wants you to do. Very similar to like Snake. So I think, your best objective right there would be to maybe slow it down, but not slow it down too much, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think when you start to slow things down a bit too much, like Steve can obviously take advantage of that and just completely play the building game here. Otherwise, you kind of want to be like, okay, like I want to kind of set the pace my own as Ness, and Steve is one of those characters that can just like completely ignore your game plan and play the game they want to play. And that's where the mental game comes in. Like, do you force your game plan against the Steve, or do you kind of adapt? Of course you need to adapt, but like, do you kind of acquiesce to that and sort of go with the flow from Steve and like, all right, if you're going to play slow down, I'm going to play slow down. I'm not going to chase you. Because that's the other thing too. Steve wants you to chase, right? Like, he wants you to come to him. He wants you to get hit by his grab, by minecart, by up smash. Like, he wants you to come to him and use, it's kind of like, in Smash 4, even in this game too, but in Smash 4 Cloud charging limit, you're like, oh, I don't want to let them charge limit for free. And in this game, I really don't want them to start building for free, to start mining for free, and to get stage control and play their way. So it's a bit of a balance you have to strike there. And we're going to hopefully find out when we're getting back in, or what the score is for these players. But it is, in fact, Tubik playing on that Steve, not Ruskinerd. So that's kind of what I was alluding to as well, is you're playing the Steve now early in this set, right? Both teams are at like 9 stocks starting into this. Like, that means for the rest of this set, you have just a Ness and a Yoshi to work with. Matchup spread-wise, not the best.
Yeah, 100%. And, to your point about Steve as well, I think most Steves have a very similar game plan. And I mean that, of course, with the utmost respect. Of course, I have to move away from you and get my tools set up. Now, once my tools are in line, That's what I think kind of separates each of the Steves. So, oh, it looks like we're actually just jumping right into it. Okay, let's get it. Nice.
Yeah, I believe we had both players grab a stock from one another, and it looks like they are indeed going to confirm that. There we go. So they're going to start off, and it's pretty much a clean slate here, right? Both teams at 8 stocks apiece. Both players in this game at 2. So here we go. Nice clean start, fresh start, and we'll see how far we make it through this one.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's see how it all unfolds here. The LB right into the corner. Very smart right there to watch how you upbeat with a character like Steve. If you do it incorrectly, you will go high, and a character like Ness is always, I mean, honestly, a character like Ness is waiting for pretty much anything at the ledge. You can see down smash, of course, with Cliffy, but if you go high, trust me, he has the option coverage on deck. Tony Pajamas right there putting Tube into an early grave right there on that next stop.
Yeah, that was a 0 to death all the way through. And Tony, Tony's playing this matchup so smart, right? Like, just constantly relying on PK Thunder, using PK and PK Fire to kind of box out Tubik whenever they can, and the second Tubik starts to overextend a little bit, that's when you start using forward air and nair. This is honestly for Steve, like, can be super, I mean, for everybody can be super annoying to deal with, but you can see how well, like, how efficient PK Fire and PK Thunder can be at stopping Tubik from doing much. But and with that in mind, Tubik is running away as much as they can just to get mining.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we've kind of forced Tubik into like a fish out of water type of mentality. As you can see, hanging out at the ledge just a little too long. Down smash again once more. Could be your ultimate undoing if you do not get out of that corner, okay? We got a little bit of, we're cooking with the right grease now. We got some tools set up. Let's see what we get. Oh!
That online parry right there. Tubik has to be careful. I mean, you certainly want to take a stock off of Tony because of how high % they are. Otherwise, Tony's going to go into the next game with 2 stocks as well. He's going to land the grab, not even remotely close to landing that. And I love using the side mag. Just give him a little bit of room there on the TNT to get back up a bit safely. And then you're going to see, oh, that up smash trades with the anvil. And that is massive for Bay State. Tony Pajamas is going to hold on to their 2 stocks going into the next one, which means that's Steve taking just a single stock from Bay State. Now they have just a Ness and a Yoshi to work with. Of course, those players decide to change it up. They certainly can, but that could really limits them character pool-wise. Steve has such a great character matchup spread. To lose that so early and only take a single stock certainly not only speaks to Tony Pajamas' skill, but also really puts UT Austin in a dire situation.
Absolutely. You know, we talked a lot about, you know, what Steve could do to some of the other characters on the opposing side, but, you know, I guess this match right here kind of proves what could happen in the opposite way. You know, if Steve does not engage properly. You know, we've seen, you know, just again, a character like Ness can force a lot of the other characters in the cast, you know, just out of their element, out of their comfort zone. And I think, you know, with how polarizing, how night and day, you know, the matchup is for Steve, it's like, hey, I'm backing off, setting up shop, and now, boom, I'm engaging. But when you take away that ability for him to set up comfortably, now he has to engage sometimes with not the right tool set in hand. And unfortunately, we kind of see how that played out there. Waited a little too long, got diamond, but unfortunately just wasn't able to really make any big plays with it.
And now some really big plays need to come out from UT. Like, I'm thinking, who did I put it next? I think Ruskinerd might be likely, but Ruskinerd also seems like very much an anchor player to me. And I believe they played that kind of spot last time in the January Collegiate Finals, so I wouldn't be surprised there. But wow, I mean, Tony Pajamas, right? Not a sub, coming to this lineup as a main player, and I believe has taken 5-6 stocks now, right? Like, they're popping off. That so much work has been done by Tony Pajamas here to, you know, after Toxex didn't get any stocks on LSOE, comes in and completely deletes that lead and then some, right? Like, we even forgot about that. Like, that was wild.
That was very wild. And I respect the Ike pick to kick it off. I think, again, Ike is a character that's very matchup dependent too. There are some characters in this game that Ike can absolutely obliterate. Like, for instance, had it been like Ike Game & Watch, you know, Ike, of course, would have had a hell of a time. But with a character, you know, like Ike versus, I believe it was Rob with LSOE, you know, Ike just has to play a bit different of a game. He has to play the slow game. And I think Rob, again, very equipped with the right toolkit to play either the fast game, courtesy of those boxing options and those hitboxes, or they can play the long game and, you know, kind of play, you know, the floor is lava, or play the offstage game with Ike. You know, so very, very tough one. I feel like you kind of rolled the dice right there on Ike, but we'll see what we get here for these next few ones.
I'm excited to see what we get. Indeed, it's been already a really solid matchup here. And again, this goes back to what we were talking about before the set even started. Bay State with an incredibly recruited roster here from players in many different regions, top players in their region nonetheless. And they're up against that homegrown squad of UT Austin, right? These are all players that are all from the Austin, Texas area, PR'd in that area, or otherwise top 10, top 15, top 20, versus literally like the best Sonic, literally like some of the best players of their character from multiple regions. So this is like, honestly, this is awesome to see, because you have such like a dichotomy between how these rosters were put together, and you're seeing that kind of play out, right? Like Toxex had a little bit of trouble, but then Tony Pajamas, who honestly I don't know about you, but I have not really heard much about Tony Pajamas at all previously, and correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't seen much of them. So to see this player kind of come in and play so well is refreshing and awesome to see. It's great to see that talent.
For sure. I was a fan of Tony Pajamas just based off of the name. It's a callback to the Amanda show. I think one of the characters on there was somebody named Tony Pajamas. He was like a pseudo mob guy or something like that, super hard accent. But definitely a throwback right there for all of us old millennials. So super excited, just based off of that front there. But of course, the gameplay definitely spoke numbers and, got the job done in ways that they needed to. So, which is exactly what you want. Nobody's really expecting going to a crew battle doing most of the work, if not all the work, but sometimes that it just is bestowed upon you, and that's just kind of the cards you're dealt. And again, NES could be an okay starter, again very matchup dependent, like what we've seen in some of these other sets prior, but I think the middle of the pack or maybe even the tail end is where NES really shines, because he just becomes impossible to fight. He becomes impossible to KO because he can spend so much time off stage where other characters cannot. It just really makes the task in hand that much more difficult.
And I'm now realizing why I might not have known Tony Pajamas off the rip immediately. I don't believe they're in the top 10 for New England overall, but they are in the top 6 in Connecticut. And so they definitely are a player that has proven themselves in the New England area steadily. And then also, they also did really well at Collision most recently. They got 25th at Collision back in March. So certainly, I love that I'm brushing up on my New England players, like someone who's been in the New England area, New York area for a little while. Like certainly, a new kind of new crop of talent these days. But now Tony Pajamas is certainly on my radar, and should have been previously. But we're going to be seeing their opponent coming in next. It will be Studs the Yoshi. So they have Ruskinerd indeed playing that anchor. Studs, I believe, is 5th in the Austin, Texas area on that PR. They have the Ness Yoshi matchup here.
Yes, Ness and Yoshi, we talked about it a little bit before, back when the stock counts were a little bit more even, but unfortunately enough, they tell a slightly different story here. And again, the grounded game, isn't, particularly a game that most characters want to play against Ness, but when there's no platforms, Ness becomes a little bit easier to fight now too. I'm also thinking of the offstage gameplay. As you can see right now, it just feels like, Stud's really trying to force Tony Pajamas into that corner. Really struggling right now, no platform, so has to mix it up with down special, but using the nair right there to reset neutral.
It's going to be interesting because, you have no platforms getting in your way here, so the X are going to be coming right in towards you, and you're going to be looking for these strings that might not be as easy to convert off of on such a big stage as FD. You're going to have a lot of... Studs going in deep there. I was like, wow, all right, man. Like, you didn't have to throw it away that hard, but Studs is going hang time there. And going to be hit by that up smash. Going to be dropped in now again, looking for a way back onto the stage. They find it, but then Tony Pajamas lands a clean back air. And this is such a good start. They've only taken 65% to get that first stock, and you just need a couple touches here in neutral to even things back up.
Yeah, when you just play the aerial game versus Ness, you're really rolling the dice. I think in a case like this, both of these two characters, they spend a lot of time in the air. A lot of their neutral starts out of some sort of aerial hit first, and then it gets crazy. But however, the issue is that Ness is just a little bit quicker in the air than Yoshi is. So I feel like for characters like Yoshi, you just have to be there before Ness is there, which is certainly a task within itself. And then not to mention that air dodge is so good back to the ledge, just making the task at hand that much harder. Oh, but just air balls unfortunately can't get back, and things are looking slightly better here for Studs.
Yeah, it goes without saying that Tony Pajamas already put in a ton of work for their squad. If they can maybe pick up one more stock here, just because Studs is now getting over towards kill percent slowly but surely, that would be great. But otherwise, Bay State certainly have to pick up the slack. Outside of this, Tony's already proven their worth in this game here. Studs, though, looking to try and get this a little closer, at least make it 7-6, as close as possible as they can here. And that's going to be a grab, throwing immediately straight up, and you can see Studs doesn't even want to land on NACE at all. Goes right for the corner, right for the ledge, plays from that safer area, rolls right up, dodges that up smash, which certainly would have killed. That grab would have been testy as well. Now Studs has to play this safely, doesn't want to give up this second stock if they can avoid it.
All facts, air dodge into the ledge is just an area where you just don't want to be, but I understand, not wanting to land on top of this either. He definitely has the tools to catch and put on a lot of pain. Gets the tech on the wall, rolls in. I think that was supposed to be a running shield. Nothing off of the egg right there, but then try to drop it like it's hot right there on Tony Pajamas. Tony Pajamas, of course, playing the out of shield game. He knows he's in a deficit, so if you touch that shield, if you reach, he will most certainly teach. Oh, wait a minute!
Back. This is huge. Studs wants to clean this up without going down. The back air just not going to be enough. Going in super deep and can certainly avoid to do so, but have to be careful of that back throw, that back air. The up air also catching, hasn't been used too much, but used to efficiency right there. The jab check, not going to convert off of that, but now just extra credit for Tony. Unfortunately, they're not going to get much more above that test score. Studs will take that last stock, but in doing so, forced to hand over 2 stocks of their own. And it's still a lead here for Bay State with Studs on their last, and then they just have Rusky Nerd on the ankle.
Yeah, I think, again, Yoshi, I don't know if Yoshi's the cleanup character. I think Yoshi's more of like the middle of the pack, like what we've just seen here, or maybe just the character that can kick things off, with a very similar mindset to what we've seen, with Ike, in the beginning of this set. But it's just, this is a really tough one here, but I think it is possible. Mainly due to the fact, just how adventurous I felt like, Studs was right there in all points of that match, did not let up at all. If NACE was going super deep off stage, Studs was definitely there for the pressure, even if nothing connected. Just the presence of mind of knowing that my opponent is going to come out here and try to get me is enough right there to make even some of the most talented players in this community really crumble. So we'll see if they can maybe apply some of that and then some, because, realistically, they're going to need everything, to really mount this comeback.
Indeed, they will. It's Stud on that last stock. Ruska Nerd, I believe they're 7th or 8th in Austin PR. This is they're pretty much their top PR players here. Some of them, at least in the bottom half of that top 10 for UT. But then we're looking to Bay State, right? So they've just burned Tony Pajamas. They have Toxis also burn. For the remainder of the main lineup, they have Sonics and they have Anarchy. Anarchy, an incredible Greninja player in their own right. Sonics, don't need to speak for how good Sonics is. One of the upstart talents from the Wi-Fi era over the past 2 years, and has proven themselves to be one of, if not the best Sonic in the entire world. So I would think that Sonic is likely going to be one of their anchors, but we mentioned them earlier, and now one of the subs in the team going to be jumping into it. It's Flappe, who's one of the SoCal strong players over there. It's going to be their Wii Fit trainer. I'd have to imagine, and indeed it is. One of the best Wii Fit trainers out there, by no question. So interesting to see Flappe come in, see what they can do against this Yoshi, who, again, you'll be able to maybe even outrange Yoshi in some circumstances, can camp them out, has projectiles you got to deal with. So interesting to see. Wii Fit versus Yoshi, not a very common matchup.
No, not at all. But, Wii Fit is no stranger to this type of format, and I'm talking just online in general. This character, and you talked about it just briefly, can camp you right the hell out, and if the situation calls for it, that will be the go-to card. So we will see. Of course, Studs has to drop a couple stocks right here. Flappe sitting very, very comfortable. Uh-oh, wait, what are we doing? Okay. Studs about to show us some dance moves right there, man. Maybe after the tournament, but let's get a good stretch in indeed. Let's run it.
So this is the big one right here. Can Studs get this done and get some stocks in while they have just 1 to play with? So far, so good. But remember, Flappe's representing a team with 6 stocks in the bank. Most likely either Sonics or Anarchy waiting in the wings to see who they'll take up against. And remember, we know that Rusk Nerd's the last player for UT Austin. He's likely to be playing NACE. So that's something to keep in the back of your mind in terms of who their last player for UT are for Bay State will be. So far, though, Flappe not able to camp as hard as they might hope here. They are able to keep some room, but they're not doing the damage they need to, make that room worth it.
No, unfortunately not. And, you know, Floppe, again, we're seeing a very different Wii Fit than what I'm, you know, traditionally expecting. I'm kind of expecting this character to kind of stay back in the cut, you know, disengage, very similar to, like, Minecraft Steve or Snake in portions of the match. But I think, you know, Wii Fit, of course, has gone through some changes in Ultimate, especially here in these last so many patches. This character has become that much more frightening to deal with up close and personal. And I know that that's the game Yoshi wants to play. As you can see there, drops the feed on him.
Damn. So many conversions here from Studs. I mean, they're landing with so many multi-hits, and that is just a max range aerial right there. Floppe having some trouble landing, and now it's extra credit here for Studs. They've already gotten at least one kill, making it a 5-4 situation here. And look at this, so much off of back airs, catching them with some up airs as well. Floppe struggling to get a clean hit. I mean, it's almost bullet hell, right? Like, they're playing some crazy projectile game here from Studs, just making it almost impossible for Floppe to poke safely.
I mean, I talked about it before, you know, kind of going into this match, is that Studs has to just be relentless right now. I think on a character like Wii Fit, it's very, very difficult to do. Wii Fit, of course, is a character that if they do not want to deal with you, they will certainly leave the match. Hell, they might even leave the stage and just spend a bit of time in the air. But I think in this case here, you know, again, Studs, of course, is applying the pressure in the right areas and just not allowing Floppe to set up shot. Here they are playing in the corner. I'm not sure if you want to do that here versus Yoshi. The jab, forcing him off stage. Nothing off the forward area. But of course, the trading area. Jump that down tilt. Where we going with it?
Oh. Solid little string there. Studs looking for the roll and actually reading that tech roll and their get-up roll at the right time, at the right place, but unfortunately it just misspaced on the punish. So that will be Floppe, able to hold on to 2 of their stocks. Studs gets one done, but drops theirs. So now is UT Austin on their last player, Ruskiner, the anchor, potentially even like the captain of this team, right? Again, sending this team to success back at the January Collegiate Finals. And now here they are again in spring, looking for a way in. It is indeed Ruskiner jumping in to see what they can do against 5 stocks coming from Bay State.
Yes, this is going to be very interesting here. You know, Ruskiner, you know, of course, is no slouch and definitely not a player to be taken lightly at all. NACE is definitely a good anchor character. This character has become impossible to fight, you know, whether it's because they're putting the pressure on or they are doing a good job at using their maneuverability to alleviate some of the pressure that you're trying to apply. I mean, and NACE is very, very tough. Of course, NACE is not a perfect character. There are some very clear weaknesses that this character does bring to the table, but I think when you are destined to be the anchor, you know what I'm saying, when you are ranked, you know, wherever you're from, I think you certainly know what to do here in a matchup like this coming up.
Yeah, this is going to be, honestly, considering that Floppe and well, I guess Ruskiner and Floppe aren't entirely close. I always think that Texas is closer to the Southwest than it really is, but it is very much central, right? And it's a huge state, so I wouldn't necessarily say that these players might have played each other before. That said, I mean, you're sitting here as Ruskiner. You've already kind of seen what Floppe can do, and you saw that Studs really had full control of that matchup for most of the time. It was just that Studs only needed to die once, right? And, you know, got caught off a little bit on missing some of these punishes. But now you're thinking, all right, the biggest thing you need to do is take off 2 stocks from Floppe without dying. Like, that's the biggest thing here. You can do that, then they absolutely have a chance, because you're coming in against, you know, potentially Sonics, potentially Anarchy, 2 players that can just steal stocks away from you almost immediately. You want to have as much to play with as you possibly can.
Yes, you definitely do. You definitely want to make sure you have all your chips in order, you know, your toolkit on deck for something like this, because this is going to be quite the match for sure. And yeah, you know, I just really like how this kind of started out. Again, wasn't exactly sure kind of going into this what type of role Ruskiner would play, if they even would play a role, because again, both sides are just so equally stacked that sometimes, you know, you don't even get a chance to see that final player in your lineup. But Ruskiner is here. Of course, you know, we have certainly shown this player a lot of praise, so hopefully they bring us quite the performance, because NACE can definitely get the job done in a big way.
Absolutely. We've already seen what NACE can do here in this matchup. And again, this is a best of 3, so whatever happens in this first matchup here can certainly be lessons learned for the second set of this best of 3, because we still have another 12-on-12 stocks to go after this one. And honestly, I think this is maybe even a bit closer than I expected. Not to undersell either of these teams, but I mean, if you just look at the Bay State lineup, like it's how do you not like just stomp every team here, right? So shout outs to UT Austin for really holding their own. things are definitely closer than they were at certain parts of the series so far, and maybe even more closer than we expected. So certainly excited to see what they have. Rescuer confirmed will be going NES. I believe that's really the only character they've used in these collegiate, playoff scenarios so far, to the best of my knowledge. So We Fit versus NES. It's going to be going to PS2. We're going to be seeing that pretty soon. Can Floppe kind of pick up the pace a little bit to hold off against this NES? Will they be able to kind of set and condition Ruskinerd here? Again, Ruskinerd has a lot on their shoulders to make sure they don't drop 0-1 in this series.
Yeah, they can't drop. He really can't afford to drop a stock, period. But I think versus, We Fit in a situation like this, it's very easy to lose stocks. But I think that NES, of course, has some tools that can, deal with We Fit Trainer, namely because We Fit Trainer is going to try to spend as much time as possible off stage, trying to get away from NES, get the deep breathing in line, the sun salutation. However, we know that NES can spend a lot of time out there too. Forward air, of course, is going to be the bane of We Fit Trainer's existence if they don't go off stage properly enough. So we'll see. Also, I'm taking into consideration Rescuer using air dodge up, to get to the platform. I mean, we've seen how much of an effect that played in when it was, just the studs match just a moment ago. I mean, there was a lot of nair and forward air misses just because he could not time, Ness's air dodge. But here we are right now. We're going to see how this one is all going to unfold, how it's all going to shake out, friends. Let's lock in, seat belts, fasten. Let's do it.
3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Floppe, Ruskinerd. Floppe dropping that first stock as we expect. And now it's up to Ruskinerd to see what they can do with 3 stocks. It's the last 3 for UT Austin in this first game. Floppe going down far to that blast zone to make sure they get that deep breathing in. Now it's time for Rescuer to start putting on the pressure, start to turn up the heat, and they already have. That PK Fire already going to stuff Floppe off stage, but how do they get back on? Rescuer, I love that, giving some room to Floppe, putting him in a comfort zone, and then immediately responding. And so far, Floppe is just getting edge trapped over and over again. Will they be able to get back on? Just barely avoiding the yo-yo. Oh, he's playing some Wii Sports out here. You got that Nintendo Switch Sports being played this time.
That's right. I mean, these players can bring the best of both worlds to the table right here. Great stuff by Rescuer here to just pin Floppe down into the corner. That back air, of course, like I talked about, back air forward going to be very tough for We Fit to deal with up close. We Fit, of course, has some options on his shield, but it ain't Ness there, it ain't Ness back here. So we'll see how it all unfolds here. Nothing off the pivot grab. One of the, I believe, largest pivot grabs, in the game. A little off the mark, but still rocking and rolling. Love that dash attack. We Fit's glowing red, so things are going to get a little scary here for Rescuer. Back throw, that might be enough. Okay, absolutely not. But there's the PK Thunder.
Floppe wants that grab as much as they can try to go for it. Oh, is able to get out of the yo-yo. The up smash is going to drop them out. And the back air, you got to be careful. That sun salutation will certainly kill. That dash attack was just the latest hit of that, so it doesn't get the full hit of dash attack. Doesn't kill as a result. The forward tilt won't do it either. And a soccer ball as well. Both of these players think got kill percent here, but they won't go down. There's the up tilt. And Ruskinerd losing their first stock already. Floppe, their investment paying off.
That's right. Very tough, and I love that. I think that's one avenue of We Fit that kind of gets forgotten about. Oh, okay, yeah, definitely get out that corner. But one of the big avenues of We Fit that gets forgotten about is, of course, their ability to fight up close and personal. Not the quickest character, but has some very interestingly placed, I'm going to use the word interestingly placed hitboxes on their limbs, which makes this character very ambiguous up close. However, forward air, of course, going to shut Floppe down. Rescuer right now just has to take one more, and it'll be in an okay spot going into the next game, if there even is a potential next game.
Yeah, look at the Floppe doesn't want to give that platform up as much as they can. That's kind of their safeguard against this NES here. As Ruskinerd finds a PK Fire, goes for a bit of a slower option here and pays for it. They're not able to land that forward smash. PK Thunder is doing a ton of shield damage, but the dash attack will give Floppe enough time to rebuild that shield. Again, the NES. I'm surprised that NES there didn't even poke. Floppe is holding on strong to what little skittle of a shield they have. Now it is just all chaos in this corner. But look at that, Floppe doing a great job of making Ruskinerd work for these stocks. Almost gets hit by another soccer ball. And now it's Ruskinerd more than at kill percent right now. Another up tilt or forward tilt. Might be able to do it. Looking for the grab. Doesn't land it. And then the sun salutation lands. And now Ruskinerd down to their final stock.
That's right. The frame traps were very real right there just a moment ago. I love that stuff. Uh-oh. It's party time. Oh, no. Wait a minute. The wrong type of party. Oh.
Now we're at, what, 98 there for Floppe, and then Ruskinerd at 0%. The yo-yo was too strong. Unfortunate. The levers and whatnot got caught up in the yo-yo string.
They did. It happens to the best of us, man. Of course, I don't want anybody tuning in to think that was an issue with production. Production, of course, is doing their damnedest job right now. It looks great from start to finish. That's a Nintendo problem, and hopefully we can get that fixed. We got collegiate esports being played at top professional level. The least we can do, you know what I'm saying, is get these matches running properly.
Dedicated servers, man. Maybe that would work. So it looks like Ruskinerd did, in fact, pick up that last one. So looks like we'll be jumping into the last player of Bay State for the representation of their squad. So we're down to the last two characters. Unfortunately, we didn't get the last end of it. We dropped at our end, but the game still kept going, thankfully. So we didn't have to reset in any way. But Floppe was able to finally get that, did go down, but got those stocks as needed. Ruskinerd now, though, is in a 1-on-3 stock situation going into this final matchup of the first game.
Yes, unfortunately has a, ice skating uphill a little bit. I think that's how the saying goes. But 2 stocks is, better than no stocks. So we'll see what they can kind of milk out here and kind of bring to the table. Again, NES is an anchor, for a lot of reasons, whether it's 1 stock, 2 stocks, or 3 stocks. This character, of course, can really hold down the fort, better than most characters I've seen in this lineup. So interested to see, what Ruskinerd is going to do. It's a little unfortunate, saying that they lost that stock early on, but I knew, again, Wii Fit could be a bit of an issue. Especially online. Ruskinerd, of course, played it very well, applying a lot of pressure to the corner, just not allowing them off stage for free. But I felt like, okay, cool, Floppe knows, you took one avenue of this matchup away from me. I can play your game. Just let me turn red first, and then we can trade some blows. And that parry up tilt, was the first one right there to really get it done.
And now to get it done, to finish things off for Bay State, it is going to be Sonics coming in as the anchor against Ruskinerd. Of course, they're going to be going Sonic, and they're going to have a 2-stock advantage going into this next game. So Ruskinerd has an absolutely massive task on their shoulders now. Not only do they have to take 3 stocks on a single one, they have to do it against one of the best players in the world, and it's not going to be easy to do that against Sonics, who has proven themselves not only in general, but specifically online. So you're playing a character and a player who is... They were born in this, right? Like, they didn't just know it. They were born in the darkness. So they are going to be able to play this to the best of their ability.
That's right. I was born in the darkness. I like that little reference right there. But yeah, definitely going to play it to the best of their ability, man. I'm so completely excited to see how this is going to all unfold. Of course, Sonics, coming in, to this the collegiate grand finals, just really with a lot of momentum. And I'm glad he's bringing his A game right here to NACE Starleague, because, we got to see it at Genesis. We definitely got to see it at Pound. He had half the audience really on his side. I would know, because I was trying to MC that thing, and I just could not MC over some of the people in the audience cheering for Sonic. So here we go right here. Game on. We got 3 stocks right here to Ruskinerd, and I got to say, this is going to be quite the task right now.
Well, the Longhorns have to figure out what they can do, and it's all up to Ruskinerd on 1 stock here. Sonics just needs to find 1 kill, and that is it. They will be up a single game here in the grand finals here at NACE Starleague. And certainly Sonics knows what's on the line. I mean, you absolutely not only want to win this, but you don't want to be getting 3-0'd here on stream. So no. Sonics is going to be picking and choosing their battles, going to be seeing what they can do, trying to download Ruskinerd, probably even burn a stock to do that, but already Sonic's finding that rhythm.
That's right. Looking really good right now. Of course, keeping the approach options, very ambiguous, not letting Ruskinerd in at all. Nice, great get up attack off of that platform. Of course, Sonic is going to try to milk as much of a stock as possible. Even when you thought the conversion was done, if you get up off that platform incorrectly, Sonic can reset the situation. But Sonic's right now playing very close right now to Ruskinerd, completely just negating, of course, the projectile gameplay that Ruskinerd has. A quick.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sonic just gets in so quickly against Ness's aerial special options that it's hard to really land any kind of PK fire. It's hard to land PK Thunder. Sonic just has your number every single time, and they've only taken 50% to stay alive during this last stock. Ruskard has to be careful, because now they're more than well into kill percent here, and now it's up to Sonic to try and find that last kill shot. Ruskard trying to stay as fluid and as slippery as they possibly can, but they're taking all that residual damage as a result.
That's right. You can't go tit for tat with Sonic. I mean, that's pretty much the game Sonic wants to play. Uh-oh. Levers and pullers? Okay.
Levers and pullers. Hey, well, we'll hopefully find out if Sonic ends up winning that one or if Ruskinerd will take it. I would have to imagine that we got dropped from the lobby rather than both players as well. So prayers up for that. We'll see how that goes. We'll let you know. If we could do radio commentary, we would. You know, we would be doing it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, just from how that was going, I would have to imagine Sonics takes that, whether he loses a stock or not. I mean, he was just playing that hit and run game flawlessly. So it's going to be up to Ruskinerd. If Ruskinerd pulls off a miracle and we don't get to see it, I'll actually be super bummed. But I doubt that happens. I think it was Sonics all day.
Okay, so I just got confirmation that Sonics did win. I don't know how much of a fight was actually put up there because unfortunately we kind of dropped out of there towards the middle of that, what I think would be the middle. I'm not exactly sure how long that match went on, but big shout right there to Sonics, of course. Kind of doing what I expected them to do. Again, Ruskinerd is no slouch. I don't want anybody tuning in for the first time to think, Ruskinerd is not nice with it out here. They most certainly are, but Sonics, of course, is just a completely different beast. And so because of that, was able to hold down the fort. And of course, being in the proper position here, which is more important than the character that I think you play in a format like this in crew battles. Where you are is so much more important than who you're playing. And I think Sonics, of course, being in the end, just really was able to kind of drive their team to victory.
Yeah, it kind of went as we expected, right? Sonics and Ruskinerd being the anchors of their squads, so not a huge surprise there. Their performance was stellar, and of course, if you want to up your performance in game, you got to check out AMD. You got to check them out because they're helping make this all happen. If you want to have that performance to rule your game and rule the league, well, you want to get in on AMD. We're excited to have AMD as the official graphics card of the NACE Starleague. And you want to check out that AMD Radeon RX 6000 series, the graphics cards, and they are absolutely sick because they have that breakthrough AMD RDNA 2 architecture built in that's engineered to deliver the ultra high actually, performance, that sick resolution, visually stunning gaming for everyone that grabs one of those and gets their hands on it. So the AMD NACE Starleague is powering the next generation of gaming. You're seeing it right here. If you want to check out more, make sure you head over to AMD.com.
Yes, please check them out. Of course, again, it's one thing to game. Of course, we've been gaming online for various reasons, of course, going on in the world. But why not game the proper way? Why not make things look as best as possible? And I'm so glad that a company like AMD, of course, partnering up with the NACE Starleague and just really, like you said, showing the next generation of gaming, or gamers, excuse me, what gaming can be in the moment and what it could also be in the future too. So big shout out to them, man. So dope to see people partner, with these types of collegiate formats. We gotta, the youth knows the truth. You know what I'm saying? They're the future, and so the more companies, the better.
That's what I love about covering collegiate stuff, because these are players that if they haven't already made a name for themselves, and certainly all these players really have, they're going to. This is the next generation of players, so it's great to see them here, and it's great to see you all here for the NACE Starleague Spring 2022 Grand Finals. Don't go anywhere, because our next game of Cruise is coming your way on the other side of this break.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back, NACE Starleague Grand Finals. I am so excited to be back, of course, commentating with one of my best friends in the entire industry, Dax City, and with one of the oldest formats and most historical formats in Smash history, which is crew battles. You know what I'm saying? What better way to do this? Dak, talk to me. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. There's one thing I love. It's a solid game of crews, solid set of crews, a solid series of crews, and to be honest, I'm glad that kind of went the distance, right? Like, we got to see every player on both sides come and show their stuff, and these players certainly want to do that because there's a lot on the line. We're here in the grand finals between these two teams, UT Austin essentially defending their championship here against an all-star roster, if you will, of Bay State College. So as we go into our second game, our second best of three, or second portion of the best of three, rather, we're resetting stocks, 12 aside, and we're going into another one here. So I can't wait to jump back into the action.
Oh, facts, man. You know, we talked about just kind of the matchup spread on both sides, of course, not only just with the subs, but, you know, with, one team kind of recruiting, you know, from the outside looking in. And I think, you know, Bay State College, of course, a very, very strong team. Of course, we've seen Sonics at the very end, but however, you know, it goes to show that sometimes it doesn't quite matter how strong each individual player is. It's about the team effort, you know, that comes together in the middle. And I think, you know, for a team like UT Austin to really, you know, I mean, I guess, you know, they brought it down to the wire, even though Sonics, of course, still had 3 stocks and was able to kind of handily move through that match versus Rescue Nerd.
Yep.
I still think that it goes to show that even when you have somebody as talented as like Floppe and Sonics on your team, we can still push it to the limit. So very curious to see what UT Austin has learned. Unfortunately enough, there's only a best of 3, so you don't get those additional games to really, you know, knuckle down and just really see, you know, what you can bring in. You know, it's all or nothing here at this point for them.
It really is, right? Bay State needs just a single game here, a single best of a crew game here to make this happen and be the Grand Finals champion. So probably they're aware of that, which is why we have learned that it looks like Sonics is going to be starting out for Bay State this time. So they were the anchor in the previous set, and now they're starting things off. They're starting with their best foot forward, so to speak. Because remember, I mean, with Bay State, they were down early. They didn't have the lead until they got their second player out. So now they're starting off like, okay, Sonics is very likely going to be able to take 4, 5, maybe 6 stocks on their own. Why not play the numbers game? Right. So like that's kind of something that is a big part of crews too, is that it's hard to come back from a deficit because you just start to snowball. Like even if you have your best player, like your best player is not going to always be able to take away 5 or 6 stocks, right? Like it's a huge ask to put that on them. So sometimes you just start that off early and get that player in and make sure their effectiveness is at the the highest it can be right out of the gate. A lot of the times that pays off more often than not.
Yeah, 100%, man. Again, just where you're at in that formation, you know, again, it goes back to what I talked about before, you know, matters more than kind of who you're playing. But I guess, you know, the only way to really kind of dispel, you know, that theory there would be, you know, whoever your opponent is also getting ready to pick too, because of course they can switch things up on the fly. And so, you know, just hypothetically speaking right here, Sonics, of course, kicking it off. But let's say it's a matchup that Sonics is not really comfortable with, you know what I'm saying, on the opposite side. He's probably like, damn, I wanted to kick this thing off, but, you know, I wanted to play the slow game. But this opponent here on the other side is going to really force me out of my element and really force me to kind of play a little bit different than what the game plan originally intended. So that's another thing too, I think, that, you know, people kind of sleep on about crew battles, is that, you know what I'm saying, the agenda, the plan at hand could really switch just like that. You know, like your opponent, you might be locked in thinking you're going to fight Floppe, Wii Fit. Next thing you know, Floppe busts out the banjo, busts out the Pyramithra, and now you're just like, well, dang, I wasn't even ready for this. So again, you know, we don't really get to see crew battles very often in the community, you know, really more so like in these college-based formats. But, you know, I think the crew battles is really the grassroots foundation of Smash. And, you know, when I think about Smash, I think about like the camaraderie from one player to another. And I think no format really highlights that better than crew battles. So always a pleasure to see these players kind of figure it out on the fly, because this is really what it's all about.
Absolutely. Got to put that education to good use. And it's certainly paying off so far. And with Bay State, we also mentioned earlier, I mean, they have a bench to play with as well. They technically have 7 players that they can choose from, right? Like we saw, Tony Pajamas crushing it. We had Sonics also doing very well. We saw Toxex, we saw Floppe, but they also have Blue. They also have Nexus. They also have Anarchy, right? So like they know the extent of UT Austin's roster. They know essentially what characters there are to expect. Now it's like, okay, do we maybe see Toxics this time? Do they need an Ike? Would they rather have the Falco? Would they rather have the Greninja? So those are something to keep in mind. We're going to see as we're going to jump into this first game here pretty quickly. We have our first two players here, and I want to say that it's probably Tubik on the Steve, and it is. There we go. Thank you. So Tubik going on the Steve. We're starting off with the Steve Sonic, which honestly, I think now that both teams know which players have to offer on each side, like, yeah, you're going to go for your top tiers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now you can really kind of like switch up the game plan. I think too, Final Destination with there just being no platform seems to get, a little spooky, as you can see right here. Unfortunately enough, nowhere for Sonics to land comfortably. Needs a lot of early damage right there from Tubik. Both of these two characters as well, known for kind of switching up the momentum of the match. No F smash, but good lord, have we seen that move take the stocks of many. Tubik, of course, saying, "Not today, my friend. It won't be me on your hit list."
This is such a good start here for Tubik, right? Like, you could have a lot of these roadblocks in the way for Sonic, and this completely changes Sonic's game plan. This is such a good response, because I'm pretty sure UT Austin had a solid idea of like, okay, they're going to potentially play Sonics early, and so you put out the Steve, a character that can just shut down Sonic's linear approaches. That said, Tubik has taken a bunch of damage just to get back on stage, almost dies a bit early there, and now looking for some more ways to get in on the Sonic, who is just running circles around this Steve.
That's right, and I think, running circles around a character like Steve is kind of okay, because, if you're running circles, you're not really physically engaging. You're kind of using your momentum, your speed to kind of apply some pressure. But right there, Sonic's, of course, having no more right there of the slow dance, looking to kick it up a notch, uses that forward air and close out. But you're in the minecart. Okay, great setup here in the corner. Nothing off the anvil, but just when you thought it was safe to go high, Tubik, of course, is letting you know it is not safe indeed, friend. Keeping this one airtight.
Oh, this is now, okay, this is kind of what we were talking about, like double-edged sword. Like, Sonics has played early here and is already lost his stock, might potentially lose more than that. Like, this is hard, because if Sonics is your best player and was your anchor in the previous game, that completely changed the flow of the rest of your lineup. Sonics needs to show as much value as they can with the expectations that's on this player. But shout out to Tubik, who is really holding their own against one of the best in the world right now. And right now, it's even more difficult for Sonics. I'm sure they're feeling the weight of this, and they're feeling some pressure from being unable to land a lot of these shots they need to start doing some significant damage.
Oh, that's facts, man. This is kind of turning into a mini game, if you will. I mean, even though the stocks are even in the percents are pretty even as well, it just goes without saying that you're still kind of playing, the Tubik game more so than Tubik playing kind of the Sonics game right now. And you really want to come in, and you really want to make sure that you can kind of apply some decent type of pressure, at least like maybe kind of remove that presence of mind from Tubik that they can mine for free and get their tools set up. But it kind of feels like Sonics right now kind of playing this one a little slower as well. But I just heard that ding, which is not good. The weaponry on Minecraft, or excuse me, I guess Enderman's, in Enderman's case, the weaponry, of course, has gotten a little bit more dangerous. So I'm a little worried about Sonics here right now. Nothing off the anvil. Can't quite catch him with the up smash, but this is still looking good.
Oh, that forward air, too delayed to follow up. Tubik completely setting the tone of this second stock. Finally lands the minecart. Can't get the follow-up off of that. Trying to get back on stage. Does so. He gets to the corner, but gets right up into the face of a forward smash and goes down. Sonic now takes control.
Yes. Let's see how long they can hold on to it here. Of course, I would imagine the game plan for Sonics coming into this is just to hold on to all three stocks, but probably wasn't anticipating dealing with Minecraft Steve, Enderman, excuse me, to kick this off. Another character that can kind of control the momentum and the pacing of the match. That's one of the key elements that makes Sonic so dangerous. Tubik right now just kind of staying to himself, setting up. Ooh, okay. A little fancy right there with the minecart. Doesn't quite get anything off of it, but the fact that they know how to utilize that option is very telling.
Taken some time for both these players to play this war of attrition, whittling away at each other's damage here. Sonic has to be careful. That really was close to putting their shield down a bit too incomprehensibly low. Now it's going to be Tubik following up. Knows that there's even more pressure on Sonic to try and get this next kill without losing their second stock. That would be massive for Tubik if they're able to take out at least one more stock here for Sonic to really set up the rest of their team for success. Setting up this wall, camping, at least, you know, just a couple inches away from pitching a tent and getting right to work on some roast and some marshmallows here.
That's right. I mean, let's just call it for what it is right now. This is definitely, you know, kind of the opposite end of crew battles that we don't really get to see. That's not really talked about as much, and that's when both players are going to kind of play the long game versus each other. You know, we don't really get to see this as much in singles or in doubles, but, you know, I think another aspect of being a top player like both of these two are that, you know, we can't really forget about is, of course, your ability just to stay resilient. Of course, we've seen definitely that type of mentality come out from Sonic. We have seen Sonic take a match down to the absolute wire, but Tubik, of course, is certainly doing that as well, too. Unfortunately, only one stock left. Wait, scratch that, making me a liar. No stocks left right there. Sonic slowing that match all the way down, yet somehow still speeding right into the next match right there. Great stuff from Bay State.
Sonics coming in clutch there, holding on to their second stock with a ton of percentage and still gets the kill on Tubik. That is, I mean, honestly, that could be a trendsetter for the rest of this series. Sonics walking away with fresh stock reset to go back into this next one for 2. That easily means that they could take out another 3 stocks here. This is exactly what Bay State wanted. UT so close to making a huge shift in this set so early, because if they had gotten Sonics down to a single stock, Sonics could easily lose in the next one and then things are even. But now, Sonics has 2 stocks to play with, knows what to expect from a bunch of these players, knows how they can slow it down, and they've removed the Steve from the equation. That really cannot be said how important that is, because now it's just a Rob, a Yoshi, and a Ness remaining for the rest of this lineup. So you're really kind of relying on the matchup spread of Rob, really, and then the polarity of Ness and Yoshi out there to kind of get you back into this.
No, that's facts. I think if it was any other character, any other player besides Sonic, I think that you know, match may have went slightly different. You know, I think of, you know, Enderman, Steve, you know, whatever, you know, whichever iteration of the character you're playing. You know, in other points, you know, in a crew battle, whether it's the middle or the end, I don't foresee Minecraft characters, you know, playing cleanup very well. I think they're more so the type of character that really, you know, even if it's not a big lead, you know what I'm saying, they take a lead, you know what I'm saying, and they try to hold on to it for the next game. That way, you know, helping out the teammate that's going to come after them have a bit easier of a time moving forward through bracket. But I don't think that they were anticipating seeing Sonics, you know what I'm saying, another character very well equipped to slow a match down, take a lead, and hold on to it, disengage if they have to. You know, I mean, again, we know how these characters work. I don't need to beat a dead horse here. So very interesting to see kind of both sides have a very similar mindset moving into that game. But like you said, you know, UT Austin, they have those other 3 characters, Rob, Ness, and Yoshi, that we did see put up a very strong fight in the last game. So we'll see what they bring to the table here. 2 stocks on Sonics. It might not sound like a lot, but trust me, versus Sonics, you got your work cut out for you.
I mean, look how much work that, like you said, like Tubik had to do just to like land some shots on Sonics. Like that was really breaking the bank in terms of time spent in that one single stage, right? Like that was taking a long time. So Sonics knows how much value there is in a particular stock. Of course, all these players do, but especially being the player that Sonics is, you're playing Sonic, you're slowing things down naturally. And there's a lot riding on you shoulders-wise in terms of the player that you are. So Sonics being able to start off quickly and not drop 2 stocks, which could have really can change everything. Especially, I mean, Sonic is not a character that gets cheesed for early stocks really often. You know, so like you take it from almost any character in the game. It takes a lot to get a stock off Sonic, especially if you're already playing a character that can't keep up in the air. So now that you've lost that Steve, it'll be interesting. It'll be a little tricky to see what they can do to even whittle down another stock against Sonics. They can start to run away with this.
No, that's facts. Now you got to really engage with the character. I would like to see Rob maybe come in and try to clean up some of this mess here that Tubik kind of left for him. With Gyro, of course, with Laser, and then, you know, the ability to also, you know, kind of keep up in the boxing match versus Sonic too. You know, Rob is no slouch in the ring, and you know, I'm very curious to see how that one's going to unfold. Again, you know, Rob is a character that can really switch up the script. You know, he can, you know, be in your face, you know what I'm saying, especially courtesy of that jab and down tilt. Very, very tough for most characters in the cast to deal with. But then I'm also thinking of the long range game too. Again, it's another matchup where it kind of turns into a mini game for Sonic. We've seen it versus Tubik. I'm setting up shop. I got to jump around things. I got to try to make my options a little bit more ambiguous. So, you know, I make sure I'm not too telegraphed with my approaches. But, you know, we kind of have to see a similar thing right here. With Rob. Now, I think the distinct difference is that, you know, Rob does have the ability to kill you very, very early if you do not watch yourself. Steve does as well too, but there's a series of things I need to play into effect before Steve or Enderman or Alex or whoever the hell you're playing can really, you know, start to beat you down. Rob, on the other hand, can catch you off stage slacking and then hit you with the spin to win, you know what I'm saying, or a lot of things right there versus Sonic. So Sonic's, of course, still, I would imagine, going into this next match pretty comfortably, but, you know, it's not going to be an easy walk in the park versus these next 3 characters.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought Rob might be the best choice here just because Sonic has to be a bit more careful on approaches. Rob has bigger hitboxes that you can certainly take advantage of. I mean, you're getting caught by, you know, you don't want to get grabbed either, right? Like, you're just getting grabbed at a spin dash, and that could easily lead to death. But it looks like we're going to be getting Ruskinerd's Nest to come in next. So, again, another situation where the previous anchor is now coming in a lot earlier than we had seen in the previous set. And that could certainly mean a lot for this because now it's most likely LSOE who's going to be playing that anchor as the Rob. And I would think against the Sonic, you might want to have the Rob. I mean, sure, Rob can kind of get caught out in a lot of their moves and just kind of get stuffed. But again, the bigger hitboxes, the projectiles that can deal, like gyro, laser, can deal with that linear approach of Sonic. You have guaranteed grab kills, which certainly grabbing Sonic is not easy. But when you start to read and condition the Sonic and you catch them out on the ground, you land a grab, you're getting a ton off of it. Whereas Steve, you're not really getting like a ton off it unless you have blocks set up in the corner. So it's going to be, and Rob obviously can trade pretty easily in the air too. But Ness, as well, has that aerial mobility, has a lot of really quick kill potential, has the back air, and has projectiles as well. So Ness Knight might not be the worst pick either.
No, absolutely not. And again, like you said, it's very stage dependent. You know, I think getting a character like Sonic off stage, really any character, but I guess in this case, speaking specifically about Sonic, I'm thinking of, you know, Sonic's ability to play at the ledge, you know, their ability to try to come back as comfortably as possible, having to move around through PK fire, but then also too, like using their air dodge, using their up B to kind of keep things a little bit more, you know what I'm saying, open when it comes to getting back to the stage. PK Thunder is a tool that can really get under Sonic's skin. You know, every time you hit him, he has to reset his up B, and because of that, he's not quite as leveraged with the ledge of the stage like as he was probably initially before he got hit, and so because of that, he's not recovering the way he wants to. And Sonic is a character where, like, you know, yes, he's, you know, obviously one of the fastest characters in the game, but, you know, just when it comes to recovering, you know, he needs to get those feet back onto solid ground. Really strong aerials, but, you know what I'm saying, like, it's the grounded game that really makes Sonic as treacherous as he is. But as we can see right now, Sonic's taking no prisoners right here. There's that trade we were talking about, but here's another trade, though. Love that F smash.
Yeah, that angled F smash right there. Catch them off guard in the air. That was nice. Love the accuracy. But yeah, again, Sonic starting to stack it up a little bit. Ruskinerd can certainly respond, but you get caught whipping a little bit, like just like that. You know, you're whipping down tilt, trying to poke a little bit, and Sonic's able to just rush right in and get a kill. That is massive. Sonic's now evens things up at 2 stocks apiece, and with barely any damage on them so far. That is going to be a great start here for Bay State going into this one. Now they're looking to try to run away with this. They've got a decent download from the first set, but now this is the one where they're going to start to pile it on.
That's right. I think I don't want to say, I don't want to call it too early, but, you know, I think there was a little bit of like, okay, you know, we've seen how it kind of played out when we had Sonic as the anchor, but now let's see how it, you know, plays out when we have him in the beginning. Now, Rescuer, of course, saying, I don't give a damn about your game plan at all. Hold this back here. I'm trying to shut it down. There's that down tilt right into the back throw. That is a combo as old as time. I'm telling you, man, like burger and fries, peanut butter and jelly, down tilt back throw. That is what Ness is going to do. So great stuff right here. Rescuer trying to keep it airtight, using that PK fire right there to alleviate some of that pressure.
Yeah, and we were talking about, you know, tilt confirms off grabs. I mean, certainly a bit more situational with Ness because they got to be facing the right way in the right part, but that back throw, always an option if you do land the grab. Look at this. Sonics is just playing this keep away game, staying on platforms, picking and choosing their fights, and going for, it's overextending for that forward air, but they are able to get the ledge re-grab and forcing it to a little bit of a sour spot in that up air. Doesn't get the full confirm, but nonetheless gets back on the stage safely with a little damage done. And now it's Ruskinerd who has to play a little bit here, a little bit of catch-up in terms of the overall stocks, but Sonic, oh, Ruskinerd going super low. I think that was a misinput there, has to be. And that is super unfortunate, because now this is an opportunity for Sonics to get a kill and reset on their last stock. That would be massive for Bay State going through the rest of it.
That's right, but it's going to be a task within itself if you keep playing incorrectly with this ledge versus Rescuer. Those backers and nairs, of course, have put on a lot of percent here, even if it comes at the expense of a trade here. That's just something you just do not want to go head-to-head with right here with Rescuer's Nest. So great stuff right there from Sonics, trying to get up underneath that platform, using backer to get between Nest and PK Fire. A very daunting task, but when it works, it works. Love that. There's the back air. He's on stage right now. What's it going to be?
those back airs from both these players are so Oh, no! Nice, great SDI out of that up smash. That is massive. And now Sonic's going to start to pile it on, putting on a ton of pressure and being absolutely crazy aggressive here. And Ruskinerd doesn't want to let up. Gets him off stage. That PK fire keeping Ruskinerd alive for just a moment. And a second one to boot. And now it's Sonic's looking for a way in. This is so crucial. This could absolutely make or break the set for both these two teams. It's certainly for UT Austin, who's working from behind. Another PK fire, but Sonics gets out somehow. And they're looking, both these players looking for grabs. Sonic's getting closer and closer, looking for a kill. And Ruskinerd knows how much is on them to see if they can convert and get this last kill on the Sonics. It would be massive for their squad.
Very scared right here for Ruskinerd. Every spring that misses, oh my god. Now you're off of your feet right there versus Ruskinerd, but unfortunately enough, Ruskinerd out of stocks right there. Sonics with the big reset moving into the next game. Sonics right now at 1 stock, but honestly it's looking like a one-man show, no opening acts right here.
That is, again, a heartbreaker for UT Austin. Sonic still staying alive and now gets a refresh on their last stock again. So 2 times in a row where Sonic's at high percent and is able to clutch it out to reset the stock that they're on. So they're going into this next one down 2 stocks, but at this point Sonics has taken out 2 characters entirely on their own. That's what we're talking about, right? Like Sonics comes in, takes 6 stocks. Now this is just like, this is all freebies. This is icing on the cake for Bay State, right? They have a deep bench to pull from. The rest of their main lineup is looking clean, and Sonics is putting them in a position to be up 6, maybe 7 stocks going into this next one. That is incredible for Bay State, who wants to wrap this up quick.
That's right. UT Austin, of course, working on some borrowed time right now. I feel like, you know, Bay State, after that game number 1, maybe we're a little bit more comfortable going into this, because obviously you shouldn't sleep on anybody in any sort of video game, period. But I think after that first game, there's a little bit of like a download complete where they were like, you know what, let's actually, we got a game to use. We got a set to use, excuse me. Let's see what Sonics can do if we let him go first and how many stocks he can clean up. No pressure, but you know, you just happen to be Sonic. So we just want to see what you can do. And damn it, he's doing it very well right now. UT Austin, of course, we have Yoshi, and I believe we have a Rob as well. Now, I predicted originally that we were going to see Rob next for some of the same reasons that we've seen Ruskinerd's NACE, of course. The ability to, you know, kind of pressure Sonic in a couple areas, to throw your body, your weight around, you know, even if like, you know, your moves aren't met with the most finesse in the world, you know, you can still go for a trade. You know, a trade is still a stock take, and, you know, at the right percent. So, but, you know, we didn't really see, you know, the Rob. We got to see the NACE, and how I would imagine we would see maybe Yoshi next, and then try to move Rob to possibly the anchor, just because they have more tools in their kit to try to even the playing field out.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for UT. On one hand, you may want to put an LSOE to be like, okay, let's get this Sonic stock out without losing a stock on our own. On the other hand, if you lose LSOE to Sonics, even, you know, 2 stocks or maybe entirely, I mean, that's game over. On the other hand, you put studs in, Yoshi Sonic, I mean, Sonic can really do a ton against Yoshi. I mean, Yoshi really only has the super armor to contend with. Otherwise, like, Sonic is going to be playing hit and run, gets to do a ton of damage off screen, might not be able to confirm off strings as often thanks to that super armor, but can continue to rack up damage. So it's like, do you put in studs and hope that they get that? I mean, you'd have to imagine they pick up that 1 stock on Sonic, so maybe that is the safest bet and you keep the Rob as an anchor. Or do you like guarantee that stock potentially by putting the Rob in, but risk not having that Rob as your anchor? So again, this is that crew mind games and crew mentality and the strategy that comes into this. That meta that is so important. It's not just how you play, but when you play it, essentially. And Sonics has to be feeling good. Bay State has to be elated with how Sonics is playing right now, because they've set themselves up for success to potentially take this grand finals as a 2-0 sweep.
Absolutely, you know, and I'm kind of with you. I like, you know, betting big. You know, we talked about that before this all kind of kicked off. I especially like betting big when it's not my stocks on the line. So if you know, if I'm just a betting man, I would have to imagine, you know, like you said, maybe a little bit of Yoshi. You know, again, Yoshi can just, I mean, he's there for literally one, you know, objective, and that's to literally throw his weight around. You know, if he has to get a stock taken with the trade, that's fine. I would be a little afraid to put Robin, just because of the times in the match where the match is kind of slowed down and Rob's not really approaching, but now you're allowing Sonics to kind of rip and run and reset the neutral. So it looks like, you know, again, Studs rocking the Yoshi, and we've seen in the previous set just how relentless he was. I mean, he was just literally everywhere, off stage, on stage, I mean, just in your face. Even if his attacks weren't connecting, he was just there. So let's see how this plays out right now. Studs is here. Sonics is still online, one stop. Let's see how this plays out.
Oh my God. Okay. And these players are so comfortable going so down low, but with what's on the line, the stakes, like, it's risky, and you put yourself in the corner like this, and Sonics is gonna take advantage. Just like that, Studs has lost their first stock. UT Austin's down to 5.
Yeah, this a very interesting start right here. I mean, let my college professor tell you I was never the best theory crafter. You know, I anticipated Studs was able to maybe kick off this match a little bit more aggressively here, maybe lose a stock, you know, maybe, but not like this though. Sonics right now just completely on another level right now. I mean, Sonics, again, applying the pressure right here in the right ways. Again, not allowing Studs to get off of these platforms comfortably. I love that. Gets the up air. Oh my Lord. Jesus. Like Muhammad Ali said, you know, you can't hit what your eyes can't see. I mean, and that was a blink and you'll miss it stock there.
That was a stock that even Pachyderm in the back, like, hid from. They're like, I can't watch this. I can't watch. And all of a sudden, this is what I was worried about, right? Like, you put in LSOE, sure, you might risk losing the Rob early, but, like, I think LSOE as the Rob would have had a better chance of the matchup. Now you're in a position where Studs gets eliminated without taking a single stock off of Sonics, and Sonics just gets a free character kill for free without losing a single stock. Like, that is scary to think about. Studs says no, nonetheless. And the setup, the egg to the forward air, cleans Sonics up. Better late than never, and UT Austin still alive.
Better late than never, but never late is also better as well too, man. And I think with like how this one is kind of unfolded, I would have much more preferred, and I'm sure UT Austin can agree with this as well, if Studs was able to get that stock taken without losing one of theirs. Now, of course, I mean, they were already ice skating uphill, but the task at hand just becomes that much more tough. But, you know, still able to get Sonics out of the picture. This is not undoable, but it's far from easy here. I think Studs right now in a pretty good spot coming into this next match with a lot of confidence, of course, and a lot of momentum. That first stock didn't really prove it, but those next two certainly did. And then, of course, we still have the Rob in the pocket just to clean up the mess. But I don't think we're going to, I mean, we're probably going to see it. But I think as it stands right now, Studs, I think, has enough gas in the tank to get some more stocks taken on board.
I think so, too. I think especially after playing such a hard matchup there, that Studs has to at least be feeling like they got a little bit of fire under them to move forward in this. But we'll see. This is, again, super difficult. You have Tony Pajamas, you have Anarchy, you have potentially Toxex, but also you could have Flappe coming back in. You could have Nexus jumping in with the Falco, right? Like, this is stuff that is certainly in the wings here for this Bay State team. I mean, this is honestly pretty crazy to see how stacked this team is, as we've said. And Sonics, an incredible run. They took out 8 stocks on their own. I mean, in a way, like half a team by themselves. They're like a one hedgehog army here. It's crazy to see how much work that UT Austin, the Longhorns, now have to accomplish, how they have to get done in order to get back into this.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I see I got Studs in the chat right now. He kind of quoted me a lot of confidence. I mean, honestly, I've never been a top professional player, but you know what I'm saying? With, you know, kind of what you did right there versus Sonics, it looked like a lot of confidence, but you know, again, you know, you're the one in that seat. I'm the one in this seat right here. And yes, for those wondering, I am in Texas right now. I'm in Round Rock or whatever it's called. Not quite Austin, but I'm in my hotel room chilling. I know, I would not miss an opportunity to commentate Smash in one of the best formats in the world, the crew battles, of course, in a collegiate format. So, yes, I think we're going to get Toxics next. I think we're going to get Ike, which is who we've seen kick off the last match, complete opposite end. I believe we've seen him kind of kick it off at the top, right? But now I think they're going to go next. So I'm very curious to see what that's going to bring.
Yeah, Toxex had a bit of a rough showing, but I think this is going to go a bit better for them. Of course, they went up against LOSC in the first matchup as the Rob, which, I mean, for all intents and purposes, Rob against Ike is clearly favored in one direction. I don't think I have to really spell that out. But now you have Ike versus Yoshi. Yoshi, I mean, you have the eggs, but Ike should be able to get back to the stage a little, you know, more effectively, a little more often than they would against the Rob. You're able to catch and deal a lot of damage, even just break through that super armor against Yoshi and deal a lot of damage with up air. You have up tilt, which can really, you know, deal with a lot of these cross ups that Yoshi's going to be hitting you with. And in a lot of the ways, Ike's going to be looking for grabs too, right? Like Yoshi's going to be trying to land with back air, land with nair. You're going to be grabbing and starting a combo off of that, which we saw a little bit against LOSC. So Toxics has breathing room, right? Like not a lot of pressure is on them here. They need one stock, really. That's it. Like, so they're chilling. They can play this super slow. They can afford to drop a stalker here or two, and then it would be up to LSOE to make a massive comeback here for UT Austin. So it's certainly, you can't count them out just yet, but it's undoubtedly a ton of payoff from having Sonics in early. And not only that, UT Austin doesn't have Ruskinerd. LSOE, of course, I mean, they're 6th in the Austin, Texas area, one of the most well-known Robs in LA, or in NA, sorry. So to have that player available to you, certainly not bad. It's gonna be Toxis who's going first. Stud's going for all the way around the world here, and gonna be almost Scrooging. There it is, nice. Full Scrooge, there you go. Love to see it.
All right, well, let's see how it all unfolds here. Like you said, Toxic has a little bit of breathing space, and wow, I mean, coming in just in a very big way. Nice landing there, and once more, we talked about it briefly when Toxic spoke last, but unfortunately that match didn't last very long. You give Ike platforms, and it just becomes a little bit more of an issue to try to approach Ike. Especially with like how he can extend combos. I'm looking at a character like Yoshi against Studs, very strong player, but Yoshi's going to spend a lot of time in the air. It is in Studs' best interest to get to wherever he needs to get before Ike gets there. Ike, a much longer character, love that, puts the boots right on him and shows us Yoshi's dance moves right there. That's right. Who said you can't dance in boots? Not me.
Oh, definitely not. I've danced in Tim's before, and my ankles were screaming afterwards, but it's possible. We saw where this matchup...
You're a true tri-state gentleman, that's for sure.
Facts, man. You can see where this matchup's going to go. Yeah, these eggs are going to be difficult for Ike to push in on. That up B, though, not going to be enough. It's in the center of the stage, but really Studs wants to try to get Ike into the air. That's where they're going to be able to stack up damage and force that landing situation. So far, it paid off with that first stock, and now they're starting to push things up. I mean, this is Studs' opportunity to try to close the gap a little bit here. And if they can take maybe another stock here out of Toxex, this really helps LSO. And that's going to be it. Ike will pick up that next stock, and Studs goes down, which means LSOE, 3 stocks remaining, up against a lot in the tank here for Bay State.
Yes, Studs, of course, a very, very strong player, and I love the fact that Yoshi was, second to last and not, dead last right here on this team. I thought Studs brought a lot of what I anticipated him bringing, just kind of being in your face, not really giving you any room to breathe, because I kind of feel like that's what's kind of landed UT Austin in this position already, was just allowing somebody like Sonics to pretty much be Sonics, run around, and just really kind of take the momentum of the match and just, kind of control it the way they want it to. But, I think something that I kind of anticipated happening certainly did happen. And again, Yoshi's going to approach from the air a lot. And, again, it's in your best interest to make sure you watch how you do that versus somebody like Ike. Ike, of course, has nair, up air. Those combos become a little bit more prevalent when platforms are involved. But in a case like that, up tilt, a sleeper option right there from Ike, but still an option not to be taken lightly. Up tilt kills, very early. And we've seen that happen just right there. Even, Yoshi's not a light dinosaur, Like, Mario keeps him fed, but up tilt doesn't give a damn.
No, definitely not. This is now a big ask here for LSOE. They have a matchup that they have won in before, which is what I'm thinking of previously, right? Like Toxex kind of got bodied by LSOE previously. So I have to imagine that LSOE comes out of this on top and potentially even unscathed. And that could be what a UT Austin needs. But remember, there's still Tony Pajamas waiting in the wings and other characters that could also pop up. This is now kind of where you really have to batten down mentality-wise, right? And not think about the score, not think about what stocks are left, and play this as individual games here. LSOE, though, it's going to be tough for him because Ike, you get hit by one big read, that could be a stock, right? Yes. And essentially against a big body like that, you have to be thinking. But that said, we saw how Studs was doing it, right? Like making it really difficult for Ike to approach, really making it difficult for them to land. Rob's going to be able to do the same thing, if not better. So we'll see. Can Toxis kind of shape up? Already knows kind of how LSOE is going to play this. Can they make a difference and adapt from that first matchup they had in the first set? We'll have to see.
We were definitely gonna have to see how it all unfolds. Ike, of course, is just a character that it is neutral. I don't want to say it's simple because I don't want it to sound disrespectful, but we certainly know what the game plan is with Ike. In most matches, it's like he wants to get in, he wants to space really well, he wants to cross you up really well, and then of course once that initial hit connects, then boom, expect 3 other hits, or if not, maybe 1 hit that has enough percent where it matches what feels like 3 other hits. But in this case here, Toxic making sure that these aerials come out properly enough before they drop that stock right here. LSOE unfortunately has to clean up the mess right there of some of his fellow compadres. We will see how it all breaks down right here. 8 stocks to 3. Let's run it up.
Wow. LSOE waiting for something to happen. Toxic finally jumps back in. This is a lot to work with. 8 to 3 in stocks. Can LSOE do it? And it all starts here. A miracle comeback. But oh, look at this. Toxic giving LSOE a taste of their own medicine and showing they can get some stuff done with items even without having one of their own, and starting to even things out.
That's right. Gyro setups right there. I mean, they're already superior than most characters in the cast have it in hand. I can only imagine like just the devastation that Ike is going to bring to the table. Doesn't quite get anything right there off of the reverse nair. Really struggling right here to find this opening. LSOE, of course, playing as safely away as possible. Not looking to engage incorrectly. Like you said, I mean, that's just going to be a lot of percent. And Rob, I mean, as smooth as they might move, you know what I'm saying? Like, they are not a little character at all. I mean, they are, they take up a good chunk of the screen. And Ike, when he slings, there's a good chance he's going to hit his target. There's the throw. Up till, there's the up air. That's not quite enough, but does get the red stuff. Won't be able to survive too many more, though. Okay.
That was an up smash. Would love to have seen it. Doesn't come through. Both characters at high percent, going in deep, gonna find nothing on that up B, and then the down smash connects. Toxics now down to their last stock, and LSOE so far looking clean. This is what we saw in that first matchup, and they're starting to stack it up.
That's right. Damage is starting to kind of steamroll out of control right now. Oh my god. Okay, nice. Waits out the air dodge. Doesn't quite get anything off of it, but I do appreciate that attempt. Laser catching quick draw. A lot of percent being put on. There's another throw off stage. Ooh. Gyro's unforgiving. Oh my god, and still early on the up B, but I love this corner control. If nothing else, the fact that Toxics can't quite get out of that, you know what I'm saying, is very telling of how this match may unfold. Go up tilt.
LSOE is looking like Captain America comboing Thanos in Endgame right here. Like, this is, I love these these crazy creative combos, but then sometimes you just gotta keep it clean. And there's the up smash. LSOE gets it done without losing a stock. Once again, we've seen it before, we see it again. And now it is up to UT Austin, still on the shoulders of LSOE to stay alive, as they now have 6 more stocks to take out. But hey, they held on to their 3.
That's right, and that's big right there for LSOE. I'm so glad that they have them like as the anchor, because I mean, this is already a very daunting task here, but the fact that you're able to close out those 2 stocks without losing one just makes the task in hand that much easier. So very curious to see what we're going to get right here for these next 2 games. I still think Toxics, of course, put up a very, very strong fight, able to eliminate studs as Yoshi, who's definitely some of the finest Yoshi play I've certainly seen in some time. But again, I think the matchup spread is just a little bit too lopsided, a little bit too top heavy, which way you want to call it. With Rob. Rob just has the tools that can just keep Ike off stage, and it's not enough to even deal with Rob in the grounded game. It's more so that corner control, that down tilt at the ledge, catching neutral get up, that gyro in the corner, that laser catching the high quick draw, that type of stuff right there. Ike cannot deal with too much of that, and I felt like he exactly knew why, and so because of that, he was able to kind of move on to the next game there.
Pretty much. I think LSOE was kind of looking past this Ike a little bit, as you said, and didn't really have to change up much in their game plan, right? Like, they're looking to get Gyro as that combo starter. They got it a lot of the time. They're able to deal with Ike off stage in those landing situations. They had a really solid follow-up on a lot of offstage situations with Laser. So that's just pretty much textbook Rob in this matchup. And as Ike, they get a lot off of grab at low and mid percent, and it's really hard to land it. Even on a big character like Rob, in that matchup particularly, kind of hard to land grabs, because Rob just has so many get-off-me moves, can play safe in the air as well, and has projectiles to deal with and kind of keep themselves covered. So that'll be Toxics, who does fall once again, unable to take a single stock from LSOE in this entire series. But hey, it's a hard task, and not many people can say they can do that either. So LSOE now by themselves, 3 stocks. They have 6 stocks to go, and now we're looking at Bay State. We've talked about that deep bench. Now they can start to pull from it, and I wouldn't be surprised we maybe even see that that Tony Pajamas coming back to close things out.
That's right. Tony Pajamas, of course, just a very prolific NES. We got to see him in the last set. I would imagine the same task at hand is going to be applied here, which is just, take as many stocks so we can win this thing, as possible. But yes, with that very deep bench, it just makes the other side, it makes them, it puts them in a really tough spot, I guess, with trying to pinpoint what character is going to come and which, player is going to come out next. I know we've seen Floppe on Bay State, which was a very tough opponent right there in that last set, especially just being Wii Fit in an online format, in a crew battle format. We know exactly what that character is there to do, and it is to make sure that the other side has as little fun as possible. But yeah, I feel like this can kind of go either way right here with who's going to come out next. No matter which way it's spun though, UT Austin, it's just LSOE, and damn it, he is doing his damnedest, to really try to keep this thing close.
Absolutely. Both of these teams have earned their place and then some. UT Austin defending their championship here against a incredibly stacked squad that honestly, in the collegiate scene, I've never really seen a squad this stacked, right? Like, this is something different. A lot of these schools, they rely on their region's talent, right? But this is a school that has been pulling from players from all over the place, all across the continent, and doing so to forge this unique all-star lineup that we haven't really seen before. And it's certainly showing how significant and how rewarding of an investment that can be, because Bay State's starting to run away with it based on these players they pulled from who have shown outside of the collegiate scene that they're some of the best in Smash Ultimate, period. Of course, UT Austin has some of that as well. They have some of the top PR players in the UT Austin scene. But when you're up against Sonic, you're up against Floppe, or you're up against all these, Tony Pajamas, all these players who have proved themselves not just in their region, but in majors as well, it's a tall task to keep up. And UT Austin has done that. But now Bay State, they smell the blood in the water. They want to clean this up, and they're in a position to do so going into this next matchup.
That's right. I would just imagine at this point they're not trying to take any prisoners. This is getting a little uncomfortably close, I feel like, for Bay State, even though, yes, there is only one player left on UT Austin, but there is that looming thought in the back of their head, like, Rob is a character that could possibly do this if we don't play these next so many matches here correctly. So, of course, let's get it, let's try to shut it down, and let's try to, get that victory as easily as possible. UT Austin, of course, just showing how strong and how resilient they are. If they're going to go down, they're definitely going to go down swinging. And I think this also kind of goes back to just how strong of a region Texas is in general. I think if you know Smash, you know this part of the country, that no matter which area of Texas you're in, you're going to be met with some top talent. And so because of that, we're certainly seeing that here in grand finals.
Yeah, that's been a thing for the longest time, right? Like, I remember getting into back in the Brawl days, and from Texas you had Ultimate Razor, right? Like, that was one of the standout players from Texas. They've always had a history of being one of the best regions and one of the more underrated regions as well. Yes. So I'm not surprised that, we're seeing such great talent out of the Austin area. Like you said, Ruska Nerd has been a player that's been on these broadcasts before and has been a player to watch. So I'm not surprised we're seeing them again. And the rest of their squad is certainly right there behind them. And it looks like we are getting a player from Bay State that I was hoping that we would see, and it is Anarchy the Greninja. I believe one of the youngest players on this team as well, and a very, very strong Greninja in their own right. I can't wait to see what they have to offer. And Greninja against Rob, that's a counter pick, I think, right there in a lot of ways. Like, Greninja can get under so much of Rob's stuff, can poke, is fast, in the air, on the ground, has great strings at mid and low percent with Nair. This is going to be a really... And you also have your Water Shuriken, which can play that projectile game with Rob. So this is a matchup that LSOE is probably had in the back of their head here, but now it's now that it's really happening, could be a little shook.
That's right. Greninja is one of those characters that kind of moves around a little bit depending on the format of Smash. Very similar to who's one of the biggest culprits, like Ganondorf, I guess. In singles, say what you want about the character, but in doubles, they certainly play a very specific role in the meta. Same with kind of Greninja. Greninja, of course, very strong character in singles, but I think in crew battles as well, the idea of surviving for long periods of time definitely plays out in Greninja's favor. You know, using uncharged water shuriken, using shadow sneak to of course kind of stall out a match. Of course, the offstage pressure right there from Greninja, very, very tough. Has the ability to disengage if need be, but also versus a character like Rob, getting under Rob's skin, like you talked about just before. I have crouch. I have the ability to cross Rob up really well. I have the ability to, you know what I'm saying, just really utilize the fact that Rob has a big body. I'm looking for combos after I throw Rob or after I hit down tilt on Rob. I'm looking for that next follow-up. Rob is kind of like a Greninja punching bag, so I'm very curious to see how this is when it's all going to shake out here for these two.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you're talking about down tilt and grab. Greninja gets so much off of those moves, especially in this matchup. And Rob, who has great landing tools, but when you're playing super close quarters and you're able to meet Rob really, you know, close inside their range a lot of the time, sometimes they have trouble getting characters off of them. If they can't land the grab, then it's even harder. And Greninja's fast enough to not only get in, but not get grabbed. So Rob is likely going to be trying to land as safely as they can, going to be finding themselves in landing situations very often, and that's where Greninja is going to flourish. So we'll see. Anarchy, you know, a young talent here. LSOE also, you know, has a lot of skill underneath their belt, but they've also played in this set they've shown up in both of these matchups. We haven't seen Anarchy yet, so you don't have that, like, a little bit of tenure in this series of like, okay, I know what to expect from Anarchy. I already played against them in the previous matchup. We haven't seen anything from them, so they've just been watching and downloading, and now they can hit some surprises and clutch moments when it really, really matters, and when UT Austin doesn't have an opportunity to respond.
Yes, the element of surprise is definitely in full effect right now. Of course, again, you know, I've said it once, I'll say it again. I think Greninja is definitely a good pick right here for Rob for, you know, numerous reasons. But again, I think, you know, UT Austin, they're a very resilient team. Yes, it is just LSOE all by his lonesome, but again, you know, they're staying strong to the very finish. So I would imagine there is some sort of game plan going into this. Maybe they're like, hey, let's just try to get Greninja Anarchy out of here. You know, if you got to lose a stock or two, that's fine. At least let's try to push it to the final match. Where I would imagine Bay State is just like, yo, let's make this quick and let's make this, you know, as seamless as possible. So, you know, obviously two different types of mentality kind of meeting in the middle here in grand finals, but UT Austin, of course, still holding on strong. Can't stress it enough. I mean, was able to take 2 stocks without losing one. I would imagine, you know what I'm saying, the alarms are going off a little bit for Bay State. Yes, they do have 2 players left, excuse me, but, you know, if Anarchy does not do what he's supposed to do right now, it can go very much in the opposite direction for them. So let's see how this all going to play out right now. I know both sides are trying to get locked in and set up properly, but I'm definitely ready for some more matches.
And while we're getting set up, I'm ready to talk about one of our other partners here helping make this happen, this whole NACE Starleague. Of course, it is Corsair, of our leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and technology. For all you gamers out there, all you streamers, all you content creators, if you're trying to get in on the action and you want to get a solid upgrade to your gear, then Corsair is where you need to be. They have award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment, smart ambient lighting, and more. Corsair delivers a full ecosystem and environment of products that work together to enable everyone from casual gamers to committed professionals to perform at their very best. So while we're taking a break here to jump in, they're going to be giving you an opportunity to check out their products. So make sure you go check them out. Check out Corsair and give them some love, because they've been giving us some love. And while we're chatting about Corsair a little bit, it looks like we might be getting another player and not Anarchy here for the Bay State squad. I think that's why we have a bit of a delay here, is that we're trying to figure out who the next player is going to be jumping in, and we're going to find out in just a quick moment. So we'll figure it out hopefully pretty soon. We'll see. We'll see, Rob. What do you think?
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna jump. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna see what these characters have for us, what these teams have in store for us. So don't go anywhere. More of the NACE Starleague Spring Finals is coming your way on the other side of this break. We even got you in quicker than you might have expected. We're jumping right in. It's actually going to be Tony Pajamas jumping in for Bay State to potentially finish things off. And before we even get to chat too much about it, LSOE find themselves in dire straits at 5% on their first stop.
Yeah, this is a lot of percent put on early on here, which is just, again, a risk you just cannot take here versus next, especially given the position you're in. Only 3 stocks left. You're all by your lonesome. There's another Nair out of shield. No laser right there for the coverage, but I like that down smash in the corner. He's been doing that so much. And obviously, Rob with no hitbox 9 up B, you're going to fall victim to that if you don't recover properly.
LSOE, how do they get it back up from the ledge here? Oh, that up air, waiting from Ness. It gets stuck, so it doesn't kill. But that dash attack not going to be enough either. It's from center stage. One more of those towards the corner will certainly do it. And now this is just a little bit of icing here for Tony Pajamas. They're looking to get their desserts in. Remember, this is a big lead here for Bay State.
Okay, Tony Pajamas with immediate KO right there off the top, of course. A little late in the game right there. Rob, of course, able to get most of their money's worth out of these stocks just due to their size and weight. But Tony Pajamas right now seems to be very comfortable right here in this matchup. LSOE, though, right now has a handful of laser. I'm sure he's waiting just to let it rip right here on Tony Pajamas. Okay, gets the throw up till nothing off the up air. We're going to get this stock taken quickly, though.
Tony Pajamas starting to peel away at this Rob like an onion. It's got layers, and Tony wants to get at him. That up smash, he gets a little greedy with the aerial approach, and LSOE makes him pay the price. Now it's 2 stocks here just to get rid of. Tony Pajamas wants to hold on as much as they can and end this and not even have their last player jump in. LSOE at 115%, looking to try to start a combo with these gyros, but Tony's all over him and sends him right back every time.
I like what I just seen there a moment ago. He throws the gyro, but then uses his baseball bat to hit it back, and then it kind of turns into an arms race right there, if you will. Like, who's going to run in and try to grab it? You know, obviously LSOE doesn't want to, grab it incorrectly and then get hit with that active hitbox on it since it's still spinning. However, Tony Pajamas wants to also kind of, mix up the approach options and not let him know he's going to go for the gyro. So I like that. It's kind of that split-second decision making. However, Tony Pajamas making the right decisions here. Okay, has a solid up air. That's going to close it out. Oh, no, absolutely not.
LSOE bringing things right back. Almost an entirely clean second stock here. And now how do they land? That platform, a little bit of a saving grace there for LSOE. But with that, they get caught in the wildfire. The PK fire's coming out. And now it's Tony Pajamas. That kill's gonna come to them, and they don't need to sweat it. As LSOE is getting into kill percent, now over 100%. It's gonna make him even more risky to get back on from the ledge. We'll see what Tony Pajamas has in store for them.
Okay, in this corner, a little should PK fire. Doesn't get anything on. This might be enough, yes. No up tilt needed. We're actually just going to throw that body around. Up smash is certainly going to do it. Okay, but right now, LSOE 123% right here. I mean, I would imagine things are starting to look a little bleak, but still holding strong here. Nothing off the down smash. Okay, good get up attack. Not great, though. Gets stuffed out with the Nair.
So risky. LSOE so close at the ledge, and that is it. Bay State has shown their dominance, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is no different. Bay State are your NACE Starleague Spring 2022 champions.
Amazing gameplay right there from start to finish. I love how that one played out. We got to see a lot of character variety. We got to see players really dig deep on their bench, especially on Bay State's behalf. I mean, I know Anarchy wasn't able to get in, but the fact that they were at least able to, you know, keep them, you know, in the back of their head, I think really goes to show how strong the camaraderie was there. But I think, you know, more than anything, I can't ignore, you know, how strong Sonic's played, kind of laying the foundation right there in that second set. And then, you know, because they laid the foundation down the way they did, you know, UT Austin, they just really struggled. I'm gonna just keep it real. You know, they held strong to the very end, but you know that team, Bay State, was just super stacked right there, man.
A literal all-star team, some of the best in North America, outright from all across, from both sides really. You have Sonics coming in from way down south. You have SoCal Heat. You have, you know, Tony Pajamas, who is coming in clutch from New England, from Connecticut. Like, you just have a smorgasbord of players from Smash, all from many different regions, and certainly all that recruitment has paid off for Bay State, and it's certainly paid off in spades. Still, though, congratulations to UT Austin for making to their second finals in a row. Might even be more than that, but I know for a fact they were in the January finals. They won that. They were unable to defend their championship here, but second place, still no slouches, and certainly all players to watch out for in the future.
Yes, no doubt about it, man. So excited to see how that one kind of broke down right there. I mean, I was like, you know, these are two very stacked regions, two very stacked teams, you know what I'm saying, pulling from the best of the best. But again, I can't ignore, you know what I'm saying, like Floppe, you know, Sonics, of course, you know what I'm saying, and some of the other heavy hitters on that side. So great stuff right there to both teams. But of course, it was Bay State that was able to close it down, man. So happy to be a part of this.
Oh, it's always great to be back with NACE Starleague, with Collegiate Smash. It's always a good time here. Hey, man, you even made time at your hotel room to jump in, right? Like that's what it's all about, to come through and share the stories of these really solid collegiate players. So it looks like we're going to be bringing back our host, Evie, who's going to be joining us to wrap things up. What do you think of that series?
I was at the edge of my seat all throughout it. I was feeling everything the fans were feeling every time it came by close. I was like, oh man, this is going to be the comeback season. I believe it. And unfortunately, that was not what happened. Just like you guys stated, Bay State College really stacked on those players. Just absolutely phenomenal. I want you guys to highlight some of the players that you think deserve. I know you guys touched a little bit, but on the side of Bay State, who do you think really carried the team or needs a little bit of more recognition? Let's start off with you, Dak.
Whew. Well, certainly the player that carried the team, at least the second time, I think you all know, I'm going to say Sonics. I mean, they like 7 stocks on their own to start things off in that second series. An incredible talent in their own right. No surprise there that Sonics really put down all the stops. But honestly, I got to shout out Tony Pajamas, right? Like, next after Sonics, they were an incredible player. Their nest looked super smooth, really well tested, and played really clutch when Bay State needed it most. Rod, what do you think?
I'm gonna have to agree with both of those statements. Of course, Sonics on anybody's team in any sort of format, you know what I'm saying, it's certainly something to highlight, no matter which way that all kind of plays out. But, you know, Tony Pajamas as well. You know, Ness is just a really strong character in a format like this, you know, with the ability to use PK Thunder, PK Fire. You know, most characters are going to have a really tough time dealing with that because, again, the name of the game is to stay on stage. Ness has a lot of tools to keep you off stage. And then also because of that, you know, even if he can't get there in time for PK Thunder and Fire, he has things like up smash and down smash at the ledge with that yo-yo gameplay. I didn't know Ness was as skilled like that with the yo-yos, but I guess, you know what I'm saying, we've seen it kind of play out the way it did. So big shout right there to both of those two players. I was very curious, though, to see what Anarchy was going to do. I mean, I do like me a little Greninja. I like to unload the Toad, but unfortunately we weren't able to see it. So hopefully in the next one we can get Anarchy on the big stage.
Oh, you guys brought up some great players. I want maybe to give a little bit of advice to UT Austin. What can they do in the future to come back next season and hopefully win first place? Let's start off with you, Rodney.
I think, you know, in a format like Crew Battles, it's about how you start. And, you know, obviously neither side wants to try to play from behind. And I think if UT Austin had a more solid idea on like how strong the start was going to be as opposed to like the middle, you know, and then of course the anchor, because their idea for like the middle characters and who's going to be the anchor in the end, very great. I mean, you know, Studs of course put in a great amount of work. You know, Yoshi, a very tough character, you know, to deal with. Of course, having Rob in the end doing what they did, LSOE, I mean, big shout out to them. But unfortunately, we just had a bit of a slower start, and I get it. You know what I'm saying? You're going against Sonic, so it's very difficult right there to have the start that you want. But I think it was the Minecraft match, you know what I'm saying, in the beginning with Tubik, if I'm not mistaken. And those are just Sonic and you know, the Minecraft characters are two characters kind of cut from a similar cloth when it comes to controlling the pacing of the match. And I think Sonic just did an overall better job of it. So start a little stronger next season.
Yeah, I would agree there. I think like the character pool overall was certainly strong for both sides. I mean, having a Steve and a Rob to work with helps, but just keep leaning into that. Have that diverse character pool, and they'll go far.
Wow, you guys put it absolutely perfectly. We are going to have an interview coming up shortly with one of the players from Bay State College. If you had to give an overall team MVP, who are you going to give it to? Ready, set, go.
Sonics.
Probably Sonics. Yeah.
Sonics, yeah. Most valuable hedgehog.
Yeah, I mean, it's the reason why he has a movie and some of the other characters we've seen don't, you know. So
right, yeah.
That's why he's an all-star.
I'm waiting for that Minecraft movie, but so far it's just Sonic.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Alrighty. Well, any last words for all of the college fans out here today? Let's start off with you, Ronnie.
You know, big shout out to everybody who tuned in, who had a helping hand, you know, in putting this together. I used to be a teacher myself, so I understand the importance of, you know, making sure that the youth have a, you know, clear path on where it is that they need to be. You know, I think, you know, for somebody like my age, you know, we didn't quite have this when I was coming up. So I think the best thing that I can do is try to make sure that I can help the next generation of gamer get to where they want to get. Even if they don't want to be a top player or a commentator, I think for something like the NACE Starleague, it goes to show with all the working parts and pieces that there's something for everybody. I mean, the production here was so nice. I mean, maybe somebody watching doesn't want to be the next Sonics. Maybe they just want to sit in the background and press buttons. So there's something for everybody in a format like this. And, you know, the youth, they know the truth. So I'm so excited, of course, and always happy to be a part of formats like this.
Absolutely. And yeah, I got to concur on those points. And honestly, I love the college energy. It's great to see when other, you know, players and fans and students and friends and family from those other schools, and, you know, you're able to represent your school and have all your friends and family cheer you on, whether you're in person or online. You're on Twitch chat helping you out and kind of showing that support. You're at the venue, whether it's for Overwatch, for Smash, for Call of Duty coming up next. It's great to see all the support from friends and fans and other students for the players representing their schools. That's what I love so much about all of this. So it's great to see and be part of Collegiate Smash, collegiate esports overall. There's really nothing like it, and I can't wait for next time.
Well, thank you guys so much. And just like you said, Dak, we are going to be moving on to some Call of Duty Vanguard. Up next, we have Northwood versus Bay State. But before we head on over, make sure you take a short break. And we do have a skit going over that that Oakland University put together for us. So let's check that out.
Okay, Coach, how's the season going so far?
It's going really good. I mean, we are having one slight problem, though. Yeah, we got scrims right now, so we should probably head out.
Oh, I'm first.
Second. I'm third.
Rotating?
You're first?
I'm second. I'm first.
You're second. I'm third. They've been gaming way too much. They actually can't separate gaming from real life.
What a save.
Yeah, we've been working a lot on shot calling lately, and they just can't separate it in real life, their shot calling.
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm face checking.
Bro, don't go alone, I'll join you.
Yeah, we've tried therapy, and it just doesn't work. I'm really concerned about their futures. I need healing.
I need healing. I need healing. I need healing.
Okay, are we done here?
Yeah, we're all set.
Thank you. Bravo 6 going dark.
Crap.
Welcome to the NACE Starleague Spring Grand Finals.
It is Grand Finals. I've been watching for a full season since the end of January. I am excited. UC Berkeley versus the University of Maryland. On to Mephistopheles. He drops, but it's a double kill coming out for Cheha, who now has a quadra kill, is going after Spiky Buffalo, and in the Grand Finals, Cheha shows up and gets a penta kill. We have our winners. We have our champion. The University of Maryland will take a clean 2-0.
Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, we're underway here. NACE Starleague Grand Finals. It's a battle of the East. That was looking dangerous. Drip is bumped out of the way. Bussy with the fake, and that'll do it. Stockton are up on the championship point. And that'll be it. Stockton, the champion.
The potential for the Drexel back-to-back wins, the most tantalizing of these rules.
Here, counter construction is very early as well, and already Drexel, they start things off fiery.
Good attack. Gang idiot. He's farming eco kills. Just gather him up. 1v2. Has two already, looking for the third, but he's done it, David. And Drexel, the Dragons, they've done it back-to-back. NACE champion.
Removing players from play. Now Zap with the Dragon Blade. That's it. That's two down.
There will be no one left to contest as they look for a rematch against Redbirds in the Grand Finals.
But Vision is doing so much damage with the beam. Eiko finds two. They don't have anyone else to win it out. It's going to be all the kills going the way of Redbird.
Even towards the end, even when things are getting really, really shaky, but a huge nade from Phantom, and Bay State is going to the Grand Finals.
This map is gone. Northwood Timberwolves, they're going to be headed to your Call of Duty Varsity League Grand Finals.
And Noodle just cannot get hit at all. There's the pack air, and that is it. Rescuer takes it. They're moving on to Grand Finals.
unlike what you guys are usually used to. Seymour, how do you feel about this?
You know what? Best of 9, sure, more back to play for. Not a lot of details that might be helpful for these teams, but the game was actually so long game sessions, they should be used to this by now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be a long one. I am excited. Just a little bit of recap for you guys that have not played the season so far. These two teams have played each other. It was actually Bay State College lost to Northwood in the semifinals winners bracket, which brought them down to the lower bracket. But they made their way through, and now they are here. Jesse, how do you feel about Bay State College coming down here to the winning out the lower bracket and now having a second chance at redemption?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's surprised to see our two teams in the grand finals. These two teams widely regarded as the top two teams all the way through the season as in terms of just collegiate Call of Duty in general. So to see these two teams, Northwood and Bay State, in the finals, I've had a feeling that these two teams were probably going to play each other at some point during bracket play. Happened to be during the semifinals. And Northwood, yep, they came out on top inside of that match. But honestly, I feel like between these two teams, whoever comes out on the day, whoever's playing better on the day is probably going to win. They have played each other before that semifinal matchup as well, where it was a very close matchup and Bay State was able to take the win there. So who knows between these two teams who's really going to come out on top here tonight?
Well, we don't know which team, but we do know what players to look out for. Correct, gentlemen? Cruz, who are those players that you're going to be keeping an eye on?
Well, I mean, we'll take two players or one player from each team, and probably from Northwood, we're going to be looking at Fame. Fame has been a very, very talented player inside of collegiate Call of Duty. He won the CCL last season with Ottawa Gold. He's a very, very talented player. And then on the other side, we got Bay State College, and we're looking at one player only on this team, and it's Silly. Silly is a Call of Duty world champion. He's won at the biggest stage of them all, now coming down to the collegiate play to play up against other players. He's going back to school, playing inside of collegiate Call of Duty, and going into a game like this, into a grand finals, this is going to be a great spot for the players who have this type of experience that have already won here before. It's going to pay dividends into the matchup here tonight.
Well, you guys have set up the stage. It is going to be the redemption arc for Bay State College. We are going to take you guys over, talk about the maps for us.
All right, Jesse, I mean, grand final time for the Call of Duty Varsity League. We got the two top teams in the league right now, and maybe even collegiate Call of Duty in general. We've been through 693 schools, 13,351 players, 13,053 matches, all across NACE, and even 5 grand finals. But here we are, the last grand final of the day. I'm excited for it. You know, I couldn't ask for a better two teams to end off this league with.
Saving the best for last. Plain simple. Call of Duty is, we're absolutely here for it. We love it. It's what we feed off of, Colin. And honestly, I'm right there with you. Like you said, the top two teams in collegiate Call of Duty. I haven't had the pleasure of being able to cast over a match of these two teams yet going up against each other, but I've watched them. Don't get me wrong. I've watched them both, and these two teams have played each other so tough all the way throughout this whole season. I mean, they haven't had a game of hardpoint where one of these two teams hasn't finished over 200 points against each other. Their search and destroys, yeah, you know what? They've been one-sided either way, but they've been able to be split them. I think the only thing, like, maybe the controls have been one-sided, but outside of that, I mean, these two teams are so even that whoever shows up today on the day is going to walk away as the champion of the Call of Duty Varsity League.
Well, let's talk about it. I mean, we were looking at the maps and modes for the records, Jesse. Let's talk about the maps and modes for this grand final, because a best of 9 with an advantage to Northwood is going to be a long and bumpy road for the two of them. And when we're looking at these maps and modes, it's going to be starting off on Berlin. After that, a second map on Tuscan Search and Destroy. Game number 3, we're looking at Gavitu, and a second one in a double dose of Gavitu, but it's non-stop action of Berlin through this best of 9 as we're looking at a Berlin S&D and a Berlin Control coming up next. And it's not only that, the double doses go on, Jesse. We got a double dose of Bocage to close this out. If this goes the distance, you know, what better place to end than on the cage?
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, right? To just look at the overall of this map and think that we could end up going all the way to a game 9 and it be the full-on Bocage search and destroy to close out a tournament. That would be an absolute wild way to close it out. Colin, one thing that stands out to me when looking overall at this whole map set is the fact that we do not get a Desert Siege search and destroy. It's one map that these two teams have played each other twice on, once in CCL, once inside of that winner's semifinal of the Call of Duty Varsity League. Not coming through here inside. So that must have been the ban coming through from Bay State. They were the team that got the search and destroy ban. The hardpoint ban went the way of Northwood. Now you guys might be wondering what the advantage is here inside of a best of 9, because normally in Call of Duty it's 2 best of 5s. Inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League, Northwood will get a 1-game advantage already, and that's a huge advantage. To be able to start off 1-0 going into the grand finals, I mean, Northwood they're going to be feeling good, but this map number 1 is going to be so important to set the stage.
I mean, momentum's already in favor of Northwood, Jesse, with that one map win. So Bay State, if you're looking at them, they're going to have to come out swinging right off the rip. But not only that with the hard point, but I mean, talk to me, because Bay State coming from the losers bracket, being with that map down already, Jesse, I mean, what are we looking at to focus on in this best of 9 for Bay State to really improve on moving into this grand final?
Bay State's weakness inside of this whole playoff run that they've been going through has been their search and destroy. 1-3 in the postseason in search and destroy. They lost 1 to ICC back all the way in the early portions of the tournament. I believe it was it was winners round 2 that they were able to lose that one map out to ICC. Not a map that you expect them to lose. They also lost their search and destroy to Bay State inside of that winner's semifinals. And then even in the losers final, they lost the search and destroy to Davenport, a map that we did not expect to see going Davenport's way. So during this time off that Bay State's had, the one thing that I hope that they've been focusing on has been that search and destroy. That's why I'm actually kind of happy to not see the Desert Siege come through here today.
No, I mean, that game, round 11, game 2 against Davenport Panthers, definitely going to haunt them a little bit. So I'm glad to see that out of the kind of wind again going into this one. But Jesse, you know, when Cute Noob had us on the desk, we were talking a little bit about the head-to-head between these two teams. And, you know, Northwood and Bay State, this is the first time going up against each other. We saw them in the winter semifinals where Northwood took them down. But it's not only that, these teams have been going back and forth all year long. And, you know, it's a big question on who's going to be the best team in collegiate Call of Duty. At one point it's Bay State. Right now Northwood are in the finals with the advantage, but inside of it, the warpath that we've seen on Bay State, how are you feeling into this one, man? I mean stats out the window. Do you think Bay State can do it?
I absolutely do think Bay State can do it. I honestly, it's very tough when you look at these two teams side by side to go into a grand final and be like, oh, you know what, this team, they got that clear-cut advantage, because they just don't. There is no clear-cut advantage when looking at these two teams. Coming into this one, it's going to be whoever shows up on whatever map and comes out playing better than the other team does. It's plain and simple as that. These two teams have been so even all the way throughout the regular season. They've played each other twice. Guess what? Both teams have won once. It may have been a little bit more of a dominant victory for Northwood inside of their game, but even in that dominant victory, I mean, it was a super close hard point. The search and destroy did go one way, but then it was a 3-2 control. I think both times these teams have played, it has been a 3-2 control on either map. So the fact that we get to see both coming through here tonight as well makes things just that much more exciting.
It's never clean cut, and that's why it's a little bit of an asterisk, I'd say, on that 3-0 that we saw out of Northwood earlier on into the season. It's just, it wasn't the Bay State that we were used to seeing. So I'm right alongside with you. I don't expect this to be as clear cut as that 3-0 is in the winner's semifinal. But moving into these two teams, I mean, to talk about these rosters, you highlighted Fame, you highlighted Silly. It's not the only ones on each roster, though, to look out, because they are star-studded teams to top off collegiate Call of Duty. When you're looking at Northwood, you got Fame, Bink, Radial, Infinite. Jesse, let's talk about these Northwood Timberwolves, because they are a scary bunch of individuals who, honestly, you know, even though we highlighted Fame, he's not the only superstar on the team. You got Fame, who won CCL back in 2021 in Cold War title for Call of Duty. And right alongside him, the number 2 team, Radial, played on that side. So coming together into this Northwood roster, I mean, we knew that they were going to be deadly right away.
Yeah, they both played on Ottawa Gold and Ottawa Black last year inside of their own respects. Now coming together, forming a super team, if you will, over on Northwood. And, I mean, they bring Bink, who's a fantastic player. They bring Infinite, also an amazing player, over to this roster. And you know what? In that winter semifinal match, we saw every player on this team have an individual moment that helped them go and get that 3-0 victory. Look for all of them, honestly, to be coming out and playing very strong here today. And to go up against a team like Bay State, they all need to be firing at full force. players.
Well, even like on base state, when you're looking at the world champion from 2018 World War II, Silly, to go onto this team from CDL, from CWL, now to play in collegiate Call of Duty, and alongside Challengers players like Phantoms and Rex, who have been duos for I don't know how long, so long already in their Call of Duty tenure. And to add in Druxy to this roster, it just seems like the cherry on top. Druxy's been such a consistent fit to Bay State.
Yeah, he really has been. Druxy's been very, very good throughout this season. And like you said, that duo-ship, the amount of camaraderie that you have between Phantoms and Rex, they've worked together for so long. They know how to bounce off each other so well in every single map, every single mode. They just have that trust built up that this Bay State roster, as long as they play together today and they play at their full force, this team is honestly the team to beat in a lot of situations just off the names on the roster alone. You have so many former pros who have either been in the CDL or in the CWL, along with Silly, who is a CDL world champion as well.
Oh, yes.
It is not anybody to be slouching on. That is why when you come into this one, you're looking at Northwood, who probably has the better overall teamwork as a full compact unit. But when you look at the Bay State side, you look at that team and you're like, damn, that team is just full of people who can come out and get the win time in and time out.
We've set the scene for the grand finals, folks. We've talked about the two teams that are going to be leading off into this last match on the NACE League season. Now, Jesse, aside from that, we can't go without mentioning some big name teams who have made runs inside this playoff. You got the returning champions ICC in 4th place inside of this league, $800 walkaway. Right above them, 3rd place, Davenport Panthers, who made the fantastic fiery run that they did to get to that 3rd place spot to play against Bay State and Northwood at 1.2. And they didn't look too shabby at the end of it, really gaining their stocks inside collegiate Call of Duty. But right now, these two teams, they're looking at 1 and 2 spot. Winner takes $4,000, loser takes $2,000. But it's not just that. It's bragging rights. It's a shiny trophy. And you know what? It's just to name yourself a grand final champion.
Yeah, of the Call of Duty Varsity League. And you know what? It's going to be a fantastic moment when one of these two teams does come out on top today. But one thing I do want to talk about, Colin, when you were looking at those teams, the big surprise for me of the whole year this year has been Davenport, honestly. Davenport has been so solid throughout the whole season. And honestly, I did not think they were going to go on the run through the Call of Duty Varsity League playoffs.
I didn't either.
That they did. They were really the Cinderella story of the playoffs. They were 3-0ing everybody. They went up against Northwood in that winner's round 4 matchup. Sorry, that winner's final matchup, I should say. They ended up losing it out 3-1, and then they ended up losing, of course, to Bay State 3-1 the same fashion inside the losers final. But they're right there. They're so close to being a team that can contest with these top teams, and they were so quiet and so like nobody really knew about them coming into the start of the season. Well, everybody knows about them now.
Everybody knows about them now, Jesse. I mean, it's that undefeated run until you meet the big Titans, but it's tippable, the fact that they were even taking a map off of them as well. So it's just one thing to look like as we're moving on forward into collegiate Call of Duty for the next season, for seasons to come and leagues to come. But you know, other than that, you know, to talk about something big that before we get started with this matchup, we need to highlight, Jesse. We have yet to see it on stream here in NACE Call of Duty League, but Berlin Control is going to be in the roster from what it looks like. And I have to say, you know, I'm excited to see it. It's a new map for Control. You know, maybe not a new map for Call of Duty Vanguard, but inside this league, inside of leagues around Call of Duty, this is a new map in the veto system. And the fact that we're seeing, I'm excited to see how these two teams fare on it.
It's crazy to think about, right? I haven't even casted over a Control Berlin yet because
it's
it's
for the first
so
time yesterday.
New. Yeah, it's so new to everything. It literally just got added into the pro kind of, I guess the vetoes last week as a full-on pro mode ready to go, and we're getting it here inside the grand finals. That's going to be the big question mark, I think, of the whole grand finals. If we even get to that game number 6, is who's going to be able to walk away with that Berlin Control, and it's going to be whoever prepares better for that, or I guess even who's shooting better on the day, because sometimes between these two teams, that's really what it could come down to, is just who's got the hotter gunnies at the right time. And honestly, I'm really, really excited. I've heard some good things about it. I've heard that on offense, that going over towards the, I believe it's the B side of the map where the mailroom is, I believe that I've heard that spot on the map, I've heard it's a pretty easy thing to get on offense if you can forward stack it, but we'll just have to wait and see how the whole map ends up playing out. But I'm really, really excited for that one.
Well, how the spawns fare out, from what I was seeing yesterday, Jesse, throughout Challengers Elite qualifiers, is that mailroom zone that you're talking about, it goes in the blink of an eye. It is so hard to defend that. You know, sometimes you'll see teams pop off, but you really need your submachine gun players to be on point if you're going to hold down a point like mailroom. The hard part is for your offense is the offices. When it comes down to it, not a lot of teams were able to capture it, and when they did, it was scrappy and honestly entertaining from my front. I was enjoying to see how much of a struggle it was to capture, almost like what we saw out of the Gavatu B point early on into the control tenure of Call of Duty Vanguard. It's a lot kind of similar in that sense, but I imagine with how new it is, eventually we're going to get some strategies forming to take it a little bit easier. Right now, it's just looking a little bit scrappy. And speaking of Berlin, speaking of the grand finals, let's get this show on the road. We got map number 1, Bay State Bulldogs versus the Northwood Timberwolves. Jesse, let's take it off.
Yeah, right off the Bay State, they're going to be on the favored spawns here, but a team nade right away comes through. Not how they wanted to be able to start this one off, but like I said, they'll be the first team in, first team ready to go here. But honestly, no team really able to get a good, solid hold onto this hill yet. It looked like it was going to be Bay State, but the full collapse is here for Northwood. They're looking good to hold on to that.
Timberwolves in for that time. Not done yet as Fame knocking on the front doors to find that kill onto Druxy. Removed from the inside. Rex pops up. He's good for 2. And his bank still looking to make some noise, although a quick, clean 4 down for Bay State to hold on. As it does look like our overlay is a little bit flipped around at the moment. Jesse, Bay State looking good for the break from the front, but now eyes on the rotation.
Yeah, and look at this already, Colin. Right off the rip here. This is such a great start for Silly. 4-1 will be the player number 3 on Bay State. He's just kind of waiting over towards the old hill now, starting to make his pinch through the middle of the map. But oh my God, so far Northwood on the rotation here over towards this mailroom hill. They are off to a fantastic start here. They've got full control.
Looking at Bay State. The break once more into hill number 2. 36 seconds to play for. Druxy opens this one up. They have to be quick. It's a 4v3 at the moment, and look at that. Firing on up is going to be 3 down. Infinite, the last one standing, will be able to come away with the kill onto Rex, at least giving away his position. But Bay State now in collecting this time. Nobody on Northwood off the respawn looking for the rotation just yet. They want to battle out for the rest of this. They're going to look to overwhelm Bay State inside this hill. They're going to get it done now. Can they get the break for next?
That's such a good start there for North, but just to be able to get that. But now you can see Bay State, they're just going to concede that time. They say, hey, you know what? Kudos to you guys. Hold on to that back 20 seconds. We're just going to get the full rotation here over towards New, and it's going to be Phantoms, the man with the big job, trying to lock down this long-range line of sight. They'll have a one-on-one here at radio. Dylan should be able to clean that one up. He absolutely does. This is looking like it could be a very good hold here.
It's a big job in the back, but he's the man to do it. It's going to be clean 3 down for Bay State. Working on this early time. Northwood now, chance to break from the front, although Silly is going to cut down Fame. It's Shrey's back and forth, although breaking the odds is going to be Bay State, or Northwood from the front. Radial wants to fly, and he's going to complete the full 3 down. 4 clean out of the hands of Bay State as the break is successful from the front of the hill.
It's a great break from Northwood from the front, and it kind of gets helped out with a little bit of a team nade coming in from Bay State. Second one of the game, by the way, so might need to start watching for some of those team nades, making sure we're not taking each other out too often here. But you can see Bay State, because they basically lost out on the rest of this time here, they've just said, hey, we're just going to give this up. Let's just rotate back, rotate away. Now we'll go for another full setup here and another full hold. But so far, Northwood has very much so had Bay State's number through the early portions of this game.
Silly keep Fame all the way back, as it seems like he wants to be the cutoff man at the moment for the rotation over to P4, but lingering in the back is going to be player number 7, and look, Radio's pulled the sponge, Jesse. So big mistake here out of Silly, as a blunder is going to lead to a flip of the spawns, and now Northwood in a position where they can break this almost immediately. The only thing is that Bay State have stabilized, and they haven't allowed that break to come through just yet until 3 go down simultaneously in the hill, leaving Phantoms last alive just on the outside of these trains. Will they be able to hunt down this player? Not yet. Going to be seen. As you can see now, the map control going to be in favor of the Northwood Timberwolves. Druxy looking to find his way into the hill, but he's lost his teammates. He's tagged up, and he's been dropped.
Possibility now of reaching over that 120-point mark if you're Northwood. And at the end of the first set of rotations, you will take that every day of the week. What am I saying? At the end of the first set, we still got one more hill to go in P5 as well, so that lead could grow even bigger at the end of this first set of rotations. We'll just have to see. And you can already see as well, Northwood, they are trying to make their way through the office side of the map. They already want to try to flip these spawns out, because once we finish off this hill, we're going back to P1, back to the office building.
seconds up, and it's going to be Northwood collecting early. In a position to break just yet. For time in Bay State's favor, Jesse. You can see just the patience. You can just make sure that nobody can collect time. Radio's going to be in the hill. He's laying down. Fancy's going to be forced in a position to get aggressive. Fame spots him out, and look at that feed, Jesse. It's all red for the Timberwolves. As now they're knocking on the door for the rotations. There's going to be another wave wipe to flip these spawns. Fame leading the charge. He's 7 in a row. Playing for number 8. Rex gets spawned around the corner. Information to Radial. He flies on forward, and this might be it. Looking for the spawn flip. They get it done.
This damage is so done already here. Northwood just continuing to run this score up right now. Bay State's trying to fight this one from the unfavored side, but Northwood, they've just got such close spawns. They've got all the streaks they need. This is not looking good right now for Bay State. And honestly, if you're Bay State right now, to come back into this game, it needs to be a flip of a switch right now. You cannot allow this game to continue in this fashion, otherwise Northwood will close this out very shortly.
Well, it's a big flank from Rex to stabilize a little bit for the Bulldogs, although Timberwolves, to be exact, doesn't want to let this go too easy. He's going to spot out Rex laying down. He's going to play for Radial to get the break, and it allows back in the side of Northwood for a moment. Most of all, it's going to be keeping some time out of the hands of Bay State. As you can see, another flank's going to be inbound for player number 8. It's Infinite looking to cut off these rotations for the rest of the Bay State players, and he gets his job done. It's going to be Northwood back into the hill for the last little bit of seconds. Struxy looking to make a desperation play for scrap time, but it's not going to pan out the way he was hoping for, Jesse.
Scrap time once again going to Northwood. It just feels like Bay State cannot hold on to a hill against Northwood right now. The power is just too good at the very time. Now heading over back towards this office building. This was dominated the last time through from Northwood, and already you get Fame inside the hill on another 4 spree, looking to maybe even make it more, but all those kills do is it gives more and more time for the rest of the reinforcements to get here. That was looking like such a good rotation for Bay State. Now it's a shambles.
You have to say 21-9 for Fame. He is an absolute menace right now inside the hard point, but Bay State, most of all right now, collecting time to cut down this lead. Fame's going to get work from Phantoms inside the hill. It's going to be Druxy removed. Raider's going to hop in to soak up some of this progression, although not for long, as it's a split kill feed. Jesse back and forth for each team. Who's going to walk away with it? It looks like Rex wants to tangle on the inside of the stairs. Has Silly for the crossfire. Rex is going to fall. Banks going to get the kill. Infinite to close on out. As Northwood, they are unstoppable right now in map number 1.
I think we've just seen the first little blunder, though, from Northwood here inside of this game. They push a little bit too far forward. They end up flipping these spawns out, now giving Bay State a chance to at least be the first team over here to this fire building. It hasn't mattered too much at the early portions of this game, but you're just giving another chance to a very good team to come back and do it now.
At the moment, Bay State, like you say, first ones into the hill, collecting that initial time. An early break from Fame. It's not something you want right now if you're the Bulldogs. Silly looking to close out inside fire. Radio's going to catch him out. Here comes the streak from Fame. See if he can pick up some of those respawns. Goes for the window. Fame, though, finds Radial, a team kill. 2 down for Northwood. Nobody in a position to break it with 30 seconds, Jesse. I mean, you have a lead right now. It looks like they want to hit it, but they don't really need to. But with the better spawns for P4, they're going to take one last swing at this hill. Infinite is going to find Rex. A second one on the Drexy for the break. Northwood pinning Bay State in the back because they got the better rotations.
It's massive, too, because not only are you getting a little bit of time now from the front, but like you said, still pinning them in the back. Haven't lost out on the spawns yet. Finally, 2 players now on Bay State will spawn up down towards the bottom right-hand side of the map. They can start to make their way in.
Oh, man.
And, I mean, now that you've reached over 215 points as Northwood, Colin, it comes to our favorite phrase now. If you're Bay State, you got to play perfect COD from this point on. You really can't afford to allow Northwood to gain any more time because they'll be right at the point where they can close this game out.
It's every passer's favorite phrase for this exact moment. Although for the team being down, it's not the favorite moment for them to be in. Clean so far into the hill 4. Struxy's going to spot out some of these players looking to break from the back of trains. Has the overwatch from Silly and Rex. So far, so good for them. Still spotting in the back is Northwood, but still coming out with the kills is Bay State, Jesse, as this is a phenomenal hill number 4 at the moment, collecting majority time. You haven't got a break yet from Northwood, but with the pressure being laid on, it's only a matter of time as they're going to get the break at 17 seconds, moving into this hill 5.
Yeah, Yeah, you can hold that hill from the front as long as you keep winning the gunfights. As soon as you lose the out on any of those gunfights, that's when it gets really, really hard to hold on to that hill, and you saw it right there. That's why Northwood was able to break back in. They have those close spawns. They were able to reinforce so quickly. And now look at this heads-up play column. Player number 7, Chris Radial, making the wide wrap around. This is just a brilliant play because even if you end up losing out on this rotation and losing out on this time, he's in a fantastic spot to already flip these spawns out to go into Northwood's face for the third set of rotations.
He's going to be able to pick a player out from the inside of the hill. Bank's going to double down, keeps this one even for lives until Droxy removes him. But still into the hill for Bay State, so not too shabby for this P5 that's usually hotly contested, but right, I mean, it's a job well done from Northwood now to be focusing on the finishing touch of this game. Rotation 2P1. Big's going to take out Silly from the inside of the hill now, looking for more to terrorize the side of Bay State inside of this P5 rotation. Although, look at the map control we got, Jesse. If you're Bay State, you need a miracle.
Yeah, absolutely, and the miracle might come in the form of Druxy. Will find one on the rotation. Silly will combine for 2. This is looking a little bit better now. You still got Druxy here to try to cut these players off. Will end up falling, so early point of contact will go the way of Northwood here. But nobody's going to be able to get any good amount of time here because you've just got so many players on both sides.
Trying to do his best inside of this, although will be able to drop early. Bang on the inside of the hill is going to have a lot of pressure on him. Shots are going to ring out, but he's got the backup from Bing to ring out the way of Northwood. Last 8 seconds, Silly needs to find the breaks. The stun on in. They need to go now. 5 seconds remaining, and their Overwatch is there. Bing's going to line up 2, and Rex can't touch the Northwood Timberwolves, leading the charge into the grand final. And now with that 1 map advantage, they're up by 2.
They absolutely are up by 2. That's a 2-0 series lead here for Northwood, and a very dominant map number 1. I mean, they came right out of the gates hot. They take the early lead off the rip, and even though they gave up a little bit of time at the end of that very first hill, they got the full rotation over to P2 at the start of the game, gave them a full 60 there, and they just held onto that exact lead pretty much the entire way through. You know what, sometimes a little bigger, sometimes a little smaller, but when you look at the overall at the very end, they end up winning the game out by 50, so who really cares at that point?
That's exactly the point. Now if you're Bay State, you are in the danger zone, Jesse. I mean, that hard point was not what you and I wanted to see to start off this grand final. We were looking at a lot of leadership. We were looking at a lot of proactivity to be the signs of Bay State coming into this grand final, to look to see if they've made those changes against the Northwood Timberwolves after that winter semifinal loss. And they have had time to look over this, to study into this grand final, but now with 2-0 down into the series, it's making your theory come true. This search and destroy seems like a must-win.
It's absolutely a must-win, I think, for Bay State at this point, because Bay State can come out, they can take hard points off of this Northwood team. Yeah, they lost that one, but they definitely have the capability of doing so. Search and destroy has been kind of their weakness in terms of the whole playoffs. So to stay inside of this series and to kind of take your best shot at Northwood would be to be able to take these search and destroys away. Maybe that map number 6, that Berlin, that Berlin control could end up being maybe a little bit of a difference maker, because we really haven't seen much control on that map yet inside of the season. But outside of that, this search and destroy is going to be so important for this series,
and it's going to be taking us all the way to the likes of Tuscan, if I am sure. Yeah, it's going to be Tuscan search and destroy for our map number 2, Jesse, inside of the series. Now when you're looking at that, and you know, a big highlight of this team was Silly on Bay State. In map number 1, he was the top performer for this team. He is coming out. You're looking at him to be the experienced player in grand finals, winning out on that Call of Duty championship back in 2018. Are your eyes on him again for this search and destroy?
Yeah, my eyes are definitely on Silly here inside of the search and destroy. Probably Silly and Phantoms. I'd probably pin it on 2 players. The one map that Bay State was actually able to take on Northwood in terms of search and destroy was a Desert Siege S&D, but in that map, Phantoms went 14-3, Silly went 9-3. They both had massive maps. They need a performance like that from those 2 players going into this search and destroy to be able to combat with the teamwork and the amount of experience that we have of these Northwood players playing together, because right now that just seems to be where they have the upper hand, is just the teamwork fashion over the likes of Bay State right now.
And it's the exact same thing that when we look back to Ottawa Gold and Black from Cold War, that was literally the difference when in the grand final between Ottawa and Gold was Ottawa Gold had the teamwork, Ottawa Black didn't. And Fame coming into this roster from Northwood, you can see that as that leader, bringing the same tendencies into this game. You get the consistency from Bink and Infinite to just mold into this roster of champions, and they've looked so good. But inside of a Tuscan, you have to be thinking that change coming from defense. I know it hasn't really been the biggest talking point lately, but now you're looking at it to be a way to even up the sides. And if you're the side of Bay State, you're looking at that to be your way in for defensive shutdowns.
Very likely so, right? And I think the big thing that we also need to look out for, as well as the defensive change, is the big thing with getting first bloods on this map. First bloods seem to be so important on this map, even more so recently. When you're looking at trying to attack inside of an A zone, or inside the A site, I should say, it's so much tougher now because of that defense getting there, that if you can get a first blood and open things up on the outside, it practically gives you that free bomb plant that you were able to get before the patch came on through. So that's probably what we'll see from a lot of these teams trying to go for today. But honestly, because we're in grand finals and because we might be seeing some teams take some risks here today, I expect to see a few more pushes over towards that B site than we normally do.
It's almost a given at this point, wouldn't you say? Like, with a Tuscan Search and Destroy this deep into the season, you'd expect to have that versatility inside the map to have that B site viable to a take, whether it's a late flank or a late switch from A to B or vice versa. You need to have a deep depth inside of Call of Duty Vanguard, inside of Tuscan Search and Destroy at this point. When even in a grand final, you made it this far, you have expectations to stand up to when you're looking at it.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to be... It's basically going to be inside of this Search and Destroy. One who can take first blood, one who can be more versatile on going over towards A or over towards B, but also the mid-map fight is going to be really important because both teams pretty much get to mid-map at the same time now. If you can walk away with taking the first kill or walk away with taking the second kill even and getting a big man advantage, very likely that will close you out rounds, because once you lose mid-map control, especially on offense, very hard to get back.
Well, Jesse, looking onto the series, you got Gavatus coming up next inside of it. Other than the Search and Destroy, our eyes are definitely going to be peeled on the search for Bay State to come through this. But, when going into it, I mean, Gavatus has been a safe spot for this team, Bay State Bulldogs, for the likes of it. I mean, you got the AR setups where you got the AR presence that can definitely command the map. So when you look beyond it, I wouldn't be too worried, for the late game of this. But, Gavatus seems like a good map to go to for this team going on.
Yeah, it does. It's definitely going to be good once you go towards that. Once you go towards the Gavutu control and the Gavutu hardpoint. I mean, every time we've seen them on that map against Northwood, they've been able to walk away with against Bay State. Northwood's been able to walk away with the victory. It was the hardpoint they walked away with 250, 222, and control they've also walked away with in a 3-0 fashion. So definitely very comfortable when it comes to that map.
Well, let's get into this map number 2, Jesse. Already off to a hot start is Northwood, continuing with the momentum from game number 1. Rex off the board, player advantage for the Timberwolves. Look at the native Droxy. He's going to find an answer back. Chris Radel caught jumping over the railings. 3 versus 3, but suddenly Fame keeping it going. 3v2.
Honestly surprised that no trade came in there for Droxy as well, pushing through bottom side, and they have no idea where he is right now. So Droxy's in a spot where he could really play dividends inside of this round. Yeah, be very annoying to this player planting over at A. We will have a gunfight. Droxy, what a snap, wins the fight as well. It's going to leave Infinite now in a 1v2, has the information on Droxy at the very least.
The timing almost in favor of him, but now Infinite, a lot to do in the situation. Where he is, did he spot him? He does. MP40 is going to get the job done. 1v1 Phantoms versus Infinite. And the bomb in hand, 26 seconds. It almost seems like that A site has to be where this bomb gets planted. And Phantoms, he has the information that as well, but Infinite fishing for this player. He's going to walk through Church. Phantom's eyes peeled on that, but the timing. Oh, he just misses out, Jesse.
Wow. That's called timing at its finest. Bomb goes down over at B. Will be able to get to some sort of positioning of a post plant as well that he wants to get to. And he's going to choose to go towards the back portion of the map. Checks the bomb, doesn't see anybody on it. Now looking to rotate out.
Phantom's going to drop down. No clue on where Infinite's position is going to be. Thinks he's going to be in the alley. Infinite is playing this time to a T. Has to be worrying, though, about that time clock. Phantom's going to get aggressive, and Infinite spots him out, and he hits the road, Jesse. He doesn't want to give Phantoms anything whatsoever. 15 seconds left, and Phantoms is just getting toyed with at this moment. Infinite's going to double dip. He's going to spot him again, not on that bomb. So this is a round win for Northwood, and Infinite is playing with his food.
I will say Infinite kind of lucky in that spot as well. Not to just that you don't just have a Phantoms just hop on the bomb there in the spot, because he gave up a lot of time inside of that 1v1 once that bomb went down and just ran away. Trusted his gut, worked out perfectly for him at the end. So he'll take that every day of the week, walk away with that victory in hand. And now on to offense. We'll see what Northwood can do this time through. Very interested to see where they decide to go with the bomb. It's looking like player number 6, Druxy, wants to move this bomb over towards the right-hand side. And I actually think they might, I was going to say might move this towards B, but he's actually going to make a mid-map flank.
Playing peekaboo with the window. Gonna hop across. Druxy didn't get shots in. He just won't be able to follow up with 64 HP. Infinite is on rollerblades right now. Jesse riding through Tuscan. He spotted out from Rex. All the information he needs for Northwood to play off of. Big almost find Phantoms through the wall. Almost takes down the AR. But it's going to be Fame to give the leeway to Northwood, taking down Druxy through well.
And now Phantom's on the outside here, trying to stop this flank from coming through, but he's going to miss out on Fame. And now Fame gets into a great spot. Phantoms is like, where the heck did you come from? Shuts him down, and now it's all up to Dylan Rex in a 1 versus 3. And if you lose out on this round, I mean, you're going down 2-0 to a very good Northwood team.
The amount of times you've been shot in the back this round, it has to be frustrating for the Bulldogs. And Rex last alive inside of the situation. It's a sinking ship at this point. 1v3 has to get this bomb down. We're going to do it at B. Player number 4, Infinite. This out, spots him, putting it down, and that's going to be the round done and dusted. Bay State, nothing going on in round number 2, Jesse. It is constant pressure out of Northwood. They won't even allow the Bulldogs to breathe.
Yeah, and it was the mid-map control on defense there, plain and simple. And I said when we came into this map that it's going to be so important for the offenses to be able to get that mid-map, take the control away, and so that they can try to get the bomb down. In that situation, the defense pushes full force forward, takes complete mid-map control away, and you saw that Northwood, at Bay State at any time inside of that round had no opportunity to really get out of their spawn there, which then opened up to flank potential for Bay State, and it was just over from that point on.
Northwood commanding this grand final so far, Jesse. Start of this offense. Looks like they're going to be duking it out to the middle of the map. Phantom's on 52 HP. Going to toss the nade into Broken. He's got to be aware of these two players slipping on into the church. Will be able to remove Fame from the inside, but the trade immediately out of Radial and Infinites in the backline, tearing things up. Rex is down, and Bink's going to attack Silly with a wonderful pinch through A. What a play from Northwood. This is their search and destroy to play for.
Oh.
Or was their search and destroy to play for, Jesse?
Druxy cooks a perfect nade, wins a 1-on-1 in bottom church, gets 2 kills, 1v3, now a 1 versus 1. That bomb's still down in not a great position, but Bink will get the timing. Bink will win the 1-on-1 out. I was really, really close. He almost brought that back. That could have been one of those moments which completely flips the tide of an entire series, just because it would have been such a big 1-on-3 there for him to have closed out, but not able to do it. Unfortunately, just sits in the same corner he was sitting in earlier on inside of the round, and in that case, you just end up losing it out at the very end.
Hey, Jesse, with that play call through mid right away, Northwood are reading this map. The caution out of Bay State to not pressure out those submachine gun players. It's allowing them to play with so much ease at the moment. Big gonna be tossing some shots right down, but again, just look at those arrows flooding on through Maps room. Northwood, they want to just keep flying at them at the moment. Infinite's gonna get caught in the same situation. You're gonna need some big plays out of Radial and Fame.
You absolutely do. And Bay State, they've at least taken mid-map control this time through. I was going to say they've taken mid-map control, but you've basically allowed Fame to just walk through for free, get a pick onto one of your players, and now you're scared to put this bomb down. Radial still in that position that you were talking about, where he needs to go absolutely massive, and here comes the fight. Radial will win it out as well, and
man.
Now if you're Northwood, I mean, you're in an even better spot to try to close this round out.
Solid start the shutdown and the punish onto Infinite, now falling out through your fingertips because it's Fame picking you apart. One by one, Northwood tumble through Tuscan. And a 4-0 start, Jesse. This is not what I was expecting.
No, me neither. This is exactly what you wanted, though. If you are a Northwood fan coming into this one, you will not complain about this by any means. And this has just been dominance, honestly, pure dominance right off the rip here for Northwood into this game. Bay State, I mean, if they want to come back, this round is absolutely crucial to win. I mean, a full sale, they happen very, very rarely. That I think even a 4-0 lead will be hard to come back from, let alone a 5-0 lead.
It's going to start, Jesse. It's to start now. Looks like we're going to get one of those B hits that you were asking for coming out of the Bulldogs. The Phantom's well aware of it. It will be able to take down the first. Shots down range from Druxy, who had the crossfire, but he's not going to be able to give them their advantage. It's a disengage as the bomb gets recovered.
And now with them knowing that there's so many players over at B, I would expect that we see a bomb wrap over towards the A side of the map. Dylan has already made the rotate as well here for Bay State. Oh no, he doesn't win the gunfight out. He takes some shots, has to back up. This should be a wide open bomb site now for them to be able to get this bomb over at A down.
Silly has dropped down well. He's going to be on the flank now in a situation where you can take down Infinite. He's going to give the numbers now to the Bay State Bulldogs. Gets out with his life. The A site, it's a must plant for Northwood and Bay State. They have all the information they need to understand that. The bomb's going to get planted. Binkley to put it down. Will there be a nade from Rex? It doesn't seem like so. So in a 2v3, the bomb will go down. The post plant looking to get set up, and if you look at Bink, he's going to be in a position where he can actually even this one up. He's going to wrap around, takes down Druxy. Fame finds Silly. Rex last alive, slides on out. He's going to be good for one. Where's the trade? Bink's going to be there, and it's always been Bink. Northwood 5-0. This is dominance in writing.
This is just Bay State not having an answer back for the teamwork on Northwood. Everything Bay State tries to do, Northwood has an answer for it. And honestly, at this point, I don't even know what Bay State can do inside of this map. They need to do something different, but nothing is working for them. Northwood just has an answer to absolutely everything. Starts with this offensive round here. You got to come away with one. And honestly, if you're Bay State, I think you just full fly it. You take back that mid-map control. But no, it's going to be a passive push, and completely Bay State will give up mid-map control to Northwood. Now Northwood looking to take advantage.
Caution in the wind, and along with that, a nade. Silly's going to find two to open up the round. An answer back from Bink with a nade of his own. Will leave this in a 3v2 staying, but even up by Fame. Shots onto Rex. Now suddenly, eyes are going to be on player number 4, Infinite, who has slipped the lines into the back line. Silly has no idea whatsoever. Eventually, he's going to be punished, and that's bombed down. Phantoms, again, same thing. Infinite versus Phantoms in a 1v1.
Phantoms just trying to hunt this player down. Won't get the time, and an Infinite's just going to completely wrap off site. Back to the spawn. Knows that they don't have to do anything here. It's really all up to Phantoms. Phantoms not only has to get that bomb, has to get the bomb down, and only has 29 seconds left to work with here. And if they wrap it over and through the spawn of Northwood, you'll be in a great spot if you're Infinite. But bomb gets picked up. Bomb should be able to go down over at A for free. And then if you are Infinite, you just need to make this wrap at the right time to find the player.
Bomb goes down. Phantoms expecting the push from the north side of the map, but holding this tight corner. It's going to be on Infinite. He has no idea where this player is going to be flying, but like Infinite wants to take the battle to the middle of the map. He's going to get spot on in Phantoms. He's not going to let it go. Down on map point, Jesse, and he still holds on.
Well, they get the job done. That's one round. And we said full sales are extremely hard to come by here. But Phantoms gets the job done. That's one round done. It will need to be 6 rounds total in a row. 5 rounds from that point on to close it out here. I mean, it's going to be a monumental effort to come out and be able to come away with the win for Northwood. Or sorry, for Bay State. But I mean, if any team was going to do it against Northwood, it would absolutely be this team.
Early opening from Fame again. First blood, this time on a silly. He's going to allow, is it Chris Radial away into Church to punish for the rest of them. Spots out on the Phantoms now. 1v4 for Druxy to stay alive. He's going to get information on one at least. Makes it a 1v3. But the information now in the hand of Northwood where this last player is, and they realistically just need to stack on each other, Jesse, because this round should be gone. This map should be over. Unless Druxy has something to say about it. He's going to get a spot onto Fame. Shots off early. But Fame won't go down yet.
Nope, still alive here. That's just going to make Druxy's job that much harder. Fame continues to deploy with his food at the moment. Just throw shoulders, snakes on the box and stays alive, and that is just an easy cleanup of a round there for Northwood, and let alone an easy round, an easy game for them overall as they come away with a 6-1 victory. Are you kidding me? And now take a 3-0 hold here inside of the overall grand finals for the Call of Duty Varsity League. Absolutely wild stuff here coming out of Northwood, and Bay State just does not seem to have an answer to this teamwork that we are seeing out of Northwood right now.
I mean, this is just pure dominance, Jesse. When you look at the rankings in collegiate Call of Duty right now, everybody has Bay State Bulldogs at #1. Well, right now in this grand final, it does not look like that's the case. Northwood Timberwolves are just the top of the line right now. Now 2 maps in a row with that 1 map advantage going to leave them into a 3-0 start to this grand final when you only need 5 underneath your belt to win this championship. Bay State, they need to start to heat up. They need to wake up because this is not the start that you want in a grand final, especially against a very ferocious Timberwolves squad.
I mean, we've seen some crazy things happen in terms of best of 9 finals. Who remembers back to last year in the CDL?
I don't want to remember.
Minnesota came back from down 4-0 to come back and win the series 5-0. So you're never out of a series, especially with a team like what Bay State has. And you've got so much experience on that team to be able to come back in situations like this. Hopefully these next couple maps will favor them, will be a kind of a strength point for them. But I just don't think they do right now. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news looking at this, but when you look at the next 2 maps, going to Double Gavutu, a map that Bay State has not beaten Northwood on all year long yet, it just doesn't spell very good for this Bay State roster.
It doesn't.
To see the back half of this series where I think would be their strengths.
Well, before we get into that, Gavutu coming up next, Jesse, let's talk a little bit about LLS, the global leader in the fight to end cancer. They're the world's largest non-profit dedicated to fighting blood cancer. LLS funds life-saving blood cancer research around the world, provides free information and support services, and is the voice for all blood cancer patients seeking access to quality, affordable, coordinated care. In honor of National Cancer Research Month, CSL has teamed up with LLS's Tilt Cancer to support their charity streaming event, Raid for Research. Join CSL esports team to raise funds for research and patient services by visiting www.lls.org. That's www.lls.org. Jesse, aside from everything right now, we got a battle inside this grand final. Northwood has been leading it from the very start. Gavutu coming up next is a chance to slow things down, a very AR-dominated map. Talk to me a little bit about what you need to see change inside of the attitudes here from the Bulldogs.
I think Bay State needs to slow down, honestly. I think that they're trying to play to Northwood's strengths right now. And it's just that Northwood is just playing fast and at a different level than what Bay State can really accommodate to right now. So I think Bay State's answer is we need to just kind of slow things down, play to your own pace. Don't let Northwood overpower you on the map. Don't let them overtake all those powerful positions inside of the middle of the map, because every map that we've gone to so far, it just feels like Northwood has had an answer to anything that Bay State tries to do. So at this point, you might just need to start throwing some weird strategies at them, do some different things that you don't normally see come out of this team, and maybe that's how you can come out on top. But honestly, right now with how they're playing, I really don't know, Colin. It feels like it's more of a fundamental issue at the moment than a kind of like a quick fix, if you will.
Which surprises me too, Jesse, because these are not just your average players inside of Call of Duty. These are some pretty talented players on Bay State. The fact that they can't get something together is shocking. to an extent. So as a fan of Call of Duty, as a fan, you know, of wanting to see a strong championship, I want to see them turn up right now. I want to see that change in the fundamentals that you're highlighting into. The only thing is that it's just not as easy, or it's easier said than done when it comes down to it. Luckily, though, I have to say, when you're looking at a map that can definitely hold fundamentals in your favor, Gavatu seems like the best map to go to.
We'll just have to wait and see. This is a map that so far Northwood has very much so dominated base 8 on throughout the college season this year through. 2-0 on the map versus them. They've won 1 hard point, they've won 1 control. And that's our next 2 maps here. Starting off now inside of the control. It's been a very good break off and a very good start here to the game for Northwood.
Early off 5 down for
Oh, this is ugly.
This is ugly. You said it correctly. I mean, they are painting the map with Bulldogs at the moment. Silly's finally going to cut the odds, but they have not dethroned these players from the inside. As Radio plays a little bit of ring around the rosy. It won't amount to anything whatsoever, but you still haven't been able to break out of your spawn. It's Infinite on 3 in a row. They're going to keep the carnage going, but finally a break out of base state.
You finally at least get out of your spawn here if you're base state, but you can see Northwood's now pushing full force forward once again. They all come off spawn. Fame the furthest player pushed forward will end up falling. So at least that now, if you're base state, this opens up a small avenue for you to be able to get over and try to get onto this A zone. They will absolutely will. Dylan Rex goes big for 2 inside. But yeah, this has just not been enough. And just a terrible start to the game that Northwood just took full advantage of.
Radial making sure that time is ticking down. 17.5 seconds on the inside. It's going to be Droxy holding the line. Going to be dropped from Chris Radial, but back into it will be Rex. 16 seconds now. Working that first tick. Infinite in for the contention. He won't allow that progression to come on through. In fact, it's going to still be a battle for a tick, Jesse. 12 seconds. You got Phantoms tearing it up in green, but by all means, Bay State, they need help. In the point is Struxy alone on an island. One more break should probably spell the end to this round, but Druxy's doing a great job. He's found 2. Dancing for a third. 3 from Druxy. That's a huge moment for Bay State.
Oh, Druxy was massive. Will finally end up falling inside of the hill. This could be the opening that you need now if you're Northwood to get in. Stop Bay State from touching, and I don't think anybody on Bay State's going to touch this hill. But at the very least, Colin, they get 2 ticks of progression. Something that at the very start of that round did not even look like was going to be possible.
Well, I said it was a big moment, maybe not for the point being captured, but a moment just to get those ticks of progression. It's something to work with from what you said was just ugly at the beginning of the round. And I cannot believe the amount of ferocious play we're seeing out of Northwood in the beginning of this control. I thought Bay State were going to have something, but they need now to put their foot down on defense.
Yeah, it's honestly crazy just how good Northwood is playing right now. And you can already see on the start of this round, they went out on 3 of 4 gunfights, straight into the A zone, straight getting progression up onto this. And Infinite's not looking back, looking forward, continuing to just fly, trying to pick these players off spawn now, and he'll be very successful in doing so.
On 4 in a row. Druxy's going to be the closest one here. Will be able to slow things down a bit inside of A4 now. It's not going to stay live long enough. Keep that going. A way in for Rex. Still favoring, though, Northwood. This kill's inside the feed. It's going to be 3 down again to give a second tick of progression here towards the A zone. Working on adding a minute to clock. Silly, last chance to shut this down. He's in through the stairs. Will find Bink. Won't spot another player on the inside. Last tick. Almost coming through. The last second. And Silly's going to clear it out.
No, but there's still so much time, though, for Northwood to work with, and a 3-life lead. They just need to make sure they don't get pinned into their spawn, like what we saw happen to Bay State in their offense here, and Northwood should be able to close this up. You still have a minute left to just hop on and touch this zone, and it's because they had such a good break off and just never really looked back. Time doesn't tick when you're inside the hill, and Northwood's just doing a great job of constantly at least keeping one member on the hill to keep this from going down.
And Droxy looking to spell trouble. Zone setup, but Infinite's almost in his position where he can cap this out. 11-5 in the control, having a phenomenal map right now. In the moment, he's in a position where he can jump over the edge. He can jump this down. It's going to be 3 down again. Radial makes it 4 as he's got 3 in a row, and this is the A zone gone.
Oh, and speaking of a good amount of progression. Look over at B already. You've got half a tick of progress, almost a full tick as Bink is here by themselves. Will end up falling. Did he secure? He secured the first tick by himself over on B before the contest came through.
Bay State just digging their hole even deeper, Jesse, inside the beaches of Gavatu. Now, set up for next. They're not going to have Shrieks, so it's not going to be as clear-cut as you'd think. Although 8 lives left for the Bulldogs. This could be a team deathmatch. And Fame, oh, what a shot! Onto Rex is going to be removing him from the head glitch in the back. No flank presence from the Timberwolves. But it's going to be Bink leading the way on in. It's 2 down for Bay State. 5 lives left, Jesse. Desperation attempts to get back into the hill as they don't want to go 2 down into this control, though Bink is making it happen. He's going to find another one. 4 lives remaining. No more respawns. 2 ticks into the speed zone as the third one looking to be cemented as nobody's going to touch on Bay State, and Northwood up 2-0 now inside of control.
The last time these two teams played on this map was a 3-0 win for Northwood, and it's looking like history might just be repeating itself again here, Colin. I mean, I don't know what to say anymore, man. I would love to just be able to pin one thing on the head that Bay State's doing wrong that they could do better here, but it just feels like there are so many little things that they're doing wrong that end up costing them in a lot of these maps right now. Just not the start that you wanted here. If you were Bay State College, you wanted to have a big bounce back game, but Northwood, I mean, that 1-0 lead has now turned into a very possible 4-0 lead if they take even just one more round here inside of this control.
At 50 HP. Whoa. Won't be able to catch Druxy looking the wrong way. Split kill feed from either side as things have definitely slowed down inside of this third round, Jesse, but Bay State better than their last offense. At least they're not pinned back into their spawn this time around. The only thing is that you don't want to be in that situation later, so you got some big things on the shoulders of Rex right now. Will come away with a beatdown onto Infinite, but that's about it. You got 3 down, so the rest of the respawns from Bay State, they're looking to dig themselves out from the spawns. And Silly, he's going to come out with 1 to maybe make it so.
That really could not have been much of a worse start than what they had inside of their last round. But this round through, looking a lot better. You do have a player pushing forward that, like you said, Chris Radio on the flank will fly through, pick a few more players off spawn, and now they're getting into that dangerous territory where they need to make sure they clear their spawn. And you can see that's what Phantoms is doing right now. Clears out the spawn completely, gives the avenue now for Bay State to fly forward once again.
Lee's out of the ship. You can see that Northwood fighting just to deny this first tick of progression from Bay State. Top set control for Silly, almost finding a second one. A snap to Fame, not good enough to take him down. 21 seconds left, Jesse. You can see full map control from the Timberwolves. Chris Radial on 6 HP. He's just finessing his life top ring with the pistol in hand. Oh, it's going to be big to take him down. And that is something you can wish to get back, because now an open opportunity for Bay State to hop on B.
This is your chance, I think, if you're Bay State to win this round. You need to finish off a complete B capture here. Give yourself that extra minute on the clock, then use your life count to your advantage as you wrap over towards A. 1 tick of progress will come through, but Northwood is looking like they just want to send all the people over towards B and try to stop this tick from even coming through.
Tick is going to be denied. The second one. 4 seconds remaining. Last chance for Bay State really to get something going, but nobody's in a position to touch the A zone. And Northwood, this grand final, it has not been pretty. It is an ugly show at the moment, with the Timberwolves leading it 4-0 right now after a 3-0 sweep inside of this Gavatu control, Jesse. And this is where things get dire if you're the Bay State Bulldogs, because not only do you have to step up your game, but you have to do it for 5 maps in a row.
This is where you hit the reset button. I know I said that before, but I'm going to say it again now. You literally need to flip a switch if you're Bay State. You need to go into this break, take a deep breath, and just hit the full mental reset right now, because right at this moment in time, they're probably getting really angry with each other. The vibes are not there at all, and to be playing at a high level, there needs to be some sort of amount of just like kind of friendliness and like teamwork. If everybody's angry and nobody's happy with each other, things are not going to go well for that team. And I cannot imagine down 4-0 to their biggest rival at the moment that things are going very well for this team. There hasn't been a whole lot of positives inside of these first 3 maps to take away if you're Bay State. No rounds 1 in the control, 1 round 1 in the S&D, and it very well could have been a 6-0. Yes, the hard point looked okay, but it still wasn't great. It felt like Northwood was in control the whole time. You just need to full reset outside of this. You have a hard point coming up next. You know that's probably your strongest mode against Northwood. Take that and take this series one map at a time from that point on.
It's dire right now for Bay State Bulldogs, folks. We're going to talk a little bit about Metafy, an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players inside of the world. Metafy grants players a private one-on-one coaching session with elite coaches across a variety of games, including what could be Call of Duty, which we're looking at today. So if you're looking to improve your Call of Duty game, head over to Metafy, and it also features powerful replay review tools, allowing you and your players to submit past matches for review by the best in the game and get annotated feedback frame by frame. It's a wonderful tool. If you want to improve your game, go check out Metafy, everyone. But right now, inside of this grand final, we're looking at a reverse sweep and a best of 9 from Bay State Bulldogs coming up after this break. It's got to start on Gavitu Hardpoint. We'll see you in a bit.
So you want to join the war against cancer? Well, good news, creators. Now you can fight back while you stream. Thanks to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, the world's largest nonprofit in the war against blood cancer.
Welcome back to the grand finals of your Call of Duty Varsity League. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruz and Jesse. I say it's been a grand finals, but really it's a one-sided affair. With Northwood Timberwolves up 4-0, it has to be a reverse sweep. 5 maps in a row for Bay State Bulldogs to pull off this championship championship win. Jesse, I mean, are you feeling it? Are you feeling the comeback right now?
I haven't seen too much from this Bay State team to make me think that we're going to see a full reverse sweep. That being said, this will not be the end of this series. I'm calling it right now. We're going to get a Bay State win, at least in one of these maps here. Now, looking forward, we've still got a bunch of search and destroys and control left to go to. But this hard point, Bay State is going to take this hard point. We're at least seeing 5 maps here today going through. That's all I'm going to say about that. I don't think that this will be the end here of Bay State. They've definitely got the talent. The last time they played this map, though, it was a 250-222 win in our winter semifinals to the way of Northwood. That's such a close map, though. That's just like one hill goes the other way. Bay State wins that map. So I think that Bay State can absolutely do it here.
Well, it was such a close map in the winter semifinals, but this is a new Northwood team that we have yet to see be this dominant, Jesse.
We gotta be optimistic, Colin.
Gavatu Hardpoint, you know, it is something where you can see that comeback start. It's something where definitely you can see this get pushed for Bay State. One thing that you're highlighting that you'd like to see improve were the fundamentals. And right now in a Gavatu Hardpoint, it is all about the fundamentals, albeit the rotations will need to be there for this team if it's going to be a win inside of Bay State's favor.
Look, like I said, we got to keep it a little bit optimistic, right on the desk. As poor as Bay State has been playing, and like as much as we've been talking about that, Northwood has also just been playing incredible, right? They have been on point today. They have 100% prepped for this. They have come to take down Bay State. This match, it's looking like it means so much to these guys to come out and be able to win this one out. Now, that being said, that doesn't mean that Bay State can't come back inside of this series. This is a talented group of 4 players who have, I know we talked about it off the top of the show, but 4 players who have kind of come through. They've faced diversity multiple times in their careers where they either don't qualify for the Pro League, where you have been kicked out of the Pro League, where they battle their way back in. Silly battled his way back onto a team and won a damn world championship, right, in World War II. Like, this team has faced diversity so many times that they absolutely have the possibility to come back inside of this series, but it just comes down to just needing to hit that mental reset. Come back into this one. Starts with one map. You win one map, build some momentum, and take that from that point on and just build it all the way out.
Look, Jesse, it's not even the fact that this has been, you know, the silly storyline of a world champion winner. He's not done just yet. He made it to the Pro-Am. He's going to be playing in the Pro-Am this week, too, against top CDL teams playing for Strike X. So, I mean, this guy, he is not done just yet inside of competing. So, this is just not a good showing, you would say, for Silly on Bay State to be down 0-4 against this Northwood team. But on the other side, you can flip it. This is everything you want right now if you're Northwood to cement yourself as the top inside collegiate Call of Duty. This is just nothing but success. This is nothing but control inside of it, and they are playing perfect Call of Duty throughout these games.
And that's kind of what worries me, right, Colin, is that the fact that, one, we have Northwood playing Call of Duty, like perfect Call of Duty, but also the thing that you bring up about Bay State and the thing that you bring up about Silly and the fact that he's going to be playing in the program this week coming up, I just wonder how much has that distracted him from playing with his Bay State roster? And they just don't look as polished as we've seen these Bay State Bulldogs before. And I don't want to say that that's the reason why, and I'm not going to put the blame on any one person, but I'm just saying that is a very possible reason as to why they could be struggling here today against Northwood. Maybe the preparation just was not there for this team here today.
Well, it doesn't matter what it is indirectly, just there's something wrong with this team at the moment, and we're looking at them to turn it around inside this Gavatu hardpoint. And aside from that, we just saw Gavatu on control, Jesse, back into a respawn now. What are we looking at for to change? Because if one thing that I'm looking at from Bay State, it has to be the pressure. It seems like inside the search and destroy, inside of that control, they're giving way too much control up to this Northwood roster.
They definitely are. Northwood has had their number every step of the way here so far. It was a great break-off from Bay State. You get a couple of kills going your way, you get inside the hill, but the closer respawns come in for Northwood, they're already here for the reinforcements.
What a lineup there. Fame's going to lock down 2 in the break. So early from the Timberwolves to flip this lead. Chris is going to be looking for a little bit extra. Walks up a cliff, finds out those respawns are going to break on through. As you can see, Bay State eyeing up the rotation into this LST ship. Will be a battle here. Bink's going to be the first one there. Eyes onto Silly. Maintains his life. Hops on out. Look for a little bit of help. Although Silly hunting. Can he find the second one? It's going to be Chris Radel hot on his heels. And Chris Radel is making sure that this is not going to Bay State for the rotation.
Yeah, he's really trying and succeeding at doing so. And look at this, a flawless start to the game from Northwood. I thought the trades favored Bay State at the start. Not the case. Northwood comes out. They are trying to put this game away here. They don't even want to see a 6th map inside of this series. They want to walk away 5-0 with the win. But you can see Bay State now trying to set up for a pinch here. You got player 4 coming through on the flank. Phantoms falls now. It needs to be a one-prong attack from the front.
Infinite 5 and 2. Can we talk about a standout player inside of this grand final? As Infinite and Bink, coming into this roster may not have the shining resume like Radial and Fame, although they have slipped in and they have been so smooth with the Timberwolves. Now 76-6 after 2 hard points. Finally a break in from the Bulldogs into the second one, but already set up on these power positions. You're looking at the Timberwolves to line up for this rotation.
And this is where things get really scary for Bay State. If you don't get a break here and get inside of this hill in some capacity, you are pretty much out of this game. Like, you cannot go down 100 points on Gavu 2, because at that point, all Bay State has to do is just, all Northwood has to do would be just rotate from hill to hill, set up, and not even have to worry about scrap time here. But this is a great answer back from Bay State. This is how you can bring your way back into the game. If you hold on to a full 60 here and don't lose on to left side spawns, this is your opportunity right now to take this series back.
Infinite on a setup break. And she's just on a mission now for the rotations. It's going to be a full hold from Bay State back at this 3rd hill. And Bink's rotation, his Hail Mary shot at flipping these spawns, Jesse, they don't even work.
This works out so perfectly here for Bay State. You know what? You're going to lose out on this back 15 seconds. Northwood, they'll take this 15 every day of the week, but look at the rotations over towards Radar Station. Bay State, first team here, first team set up. You can't let Bink piece you for 2. Now they're going to spawn up on the bottom side. Northwood might be able to break the spawns on the top.
We're going to break it, although it's not an easy one as the respawns come through. Bay State back on those power angles with the AR. Still Bink in a position to punish.
How are they not looking for this?
Gonna see this last player back is gonna be good for 1. Phantom's gonna make it known. Stun's gonna chip this up, but on 2 HP the cleanup from Phantoms. But it is gonna be desperation now as Bay State trying to restabilize inside this 4th hill. You got stuns from Infinite taking down that progression player. Phantom's looking to play cutoff, although Chris Reno's already slipped into this hill. You're going to need some kills out of Phantoms here. He's going to got 4, and if Ray make it 5 in a row, has finally cut down from 1, although the damage is done for these players to get right back into this hill. All you need to do is take down Bink, but that's just not an easy job to do.
The 2-piece from Bink off the start of this hill is the sole reason Northwood wins this hill out. He makes the spawns uncomfortable for Bay State. They never get into a spot where they can get that full comfortable setup. And I actually think that with the further spawns, Northwood will walk away from this hill with majority of time as long with the respawn over towards New. Nobody on Bay State's going to be even close to this hill. I think we're going to see 20 seconds run off this hill before anybody on Bay State even gets a sniff at it.
This is where you need to start lighting the fire here. If you're Bay State, you're going to be down monumental going to the second set. Although Truxy 5 and 10, not the best. Not the best start, but he does find the break into this 5th hill, and it has been a clean 3 down with Silly watching the cross from that old P3 hill. And he is still chipping them apart. He is still cutting down these rotations, Jesse. It's going to be Fame to dethrone Truxy from the inside of the hill. Fame's going to be making sure that Bay State clean up no time inside of the rest of it. But it's 17 seconds that Phantoms wants, and he's looking to get this one all at the time that Bay State have the rotation over to P1.
It's kind of crazy to think about that everybody right now on Northwood outside of Radial is negative at the moment. but they are up by almost 50 points right now going in to the second set of rotations. If you're Bay State, at the very least, you go back over towards P1. This hill can be a money hill in your second set of rotations because you can set up early, spawn the other team out, and just play to hold on to all the time. And so far, it's looking like it's okay for them. Fame does start to sneak through. They'll sniff him out, finish that kill off. Bay State needs to take a deep breath here. They're not out of this yet. You need to claw your way back in.
So he's being overwhelmed on the inside. I don't know how he's still alive. He's finally going to be taken down by Way of Infinite. And they answer back from Northwood. They break from the front of the hill. They overwhelm those lurking players. And now 22 seconds looking to go their way. And they're even in a spot just like we saw at the start of this game to punish those respawns all the way back at P4. Radial on the hunt over towards the cliff side as Rex is going to take one last swing towards this ring hill. It's not going to amount to anything, and Radial still chipping away at these players off spawn. It's going to be a clean rotation over to P2 for the Timberwolves.
This is where Northwood dominated in the first set of rotations. They had a flawless hold on P1, got the flawless hold on P2, and got a perfect rotation over to it. You know what? Not flawless this time through on P1, but they get the break and they get the rotation over towards P2. This is a much better attempt at breaking, though, if you're Bay State. You get a few kills, go your way. Now you just need to combat with Radial on the inside of the hill, but no a team nade might just be the saving grace that Northwood needed.
Race alongside Radial, who's still slaying out Jesse. 23 and 14 a menace on gap 2 at the moment. Finally shut down by Cillian. It's going to be 3 down the way of the Bulldogs to break back in. This is 24 seconds that they almost need to pick up going into this next set of Money Hills. P3 is going to be the eyes of the story for the next little bit, Jesse, and nowhere in sight will be the Bulldogs for a chance to break early.
It's going to be so hard for Bay State to close this out in the next stage of this game. You head over towards West Beach where you've got Northwood completely here and set up.
Damn.
And they find all the kills on rotation as well. They just made a hard job for Bay State that much harder. Northwood, all you need is somebody to hop inside of the hill. You can almost put this game away here. And actually, if they do hold on to the remainder of this time and keep this spawn out happening, they will hold on to it. But the spawn, they push too far forward, and Bay State gets the spawn in the back.
They're looking like the best in the game right now, Jesse, for collegiate Call of Duty. As Bay State, they need to play perfect. Going from now on inside of it, you got the Overwatch from Fame and Radial from top ring with the ARs. Infinite on the cross to deny time inside P3, although slip out from Bay State. And Silly will deny Infinite of that position, and Phantom's crisp shots. 4-2, a little late hurrah from Bay State as they're looking to get the fire started, but it's so hard when Radial just keeps icing you.
The only thing that sucks about that spawn in the back for Bay State is, yeah, you know what, you get to stop them from winning here on this hill, but now you set up an opportunity for Northwood to get the full rotation over towards P4, over towards this radar station hill. And this is basically what we were hoping to see Bay State have in the first set of rotations, where they have an opportunity to come back. But now it leaves us with Northwood with an opportunity to close out the championship here and take this game in 5 sets.
16 seconds remaining, Jesse. Fame cutting things down from the middle of the map. Druxy looking to make a desperation play through mid. He's going to be dropped. 3 players at the front of the hill. 8 seconds left. Phantoms looking to make the plays. Got Rex alongside him. The dynamic duo shut down on the gates. Silly last alive. He's going to drop. And your Northwood Timberwolves, your Call of Duty Varsity League champions, a 5-0 sweep to cement themselves as the #1 team right now in collegiate Call of Duty.
Absolutely ridiculous. That is not anything that I thought we were going to see coming through here today. No way did I think that we were going to come into this grand finals and see Northwood come out with a 5-0 series win. I mean, I knew this Northwood team was absolutely disgusting, but to come out and take Bay State, a very, very good team, to 5 maps, or I guess they only played 4 because they had the advantage, but you play 4 maps, and you'll walk away with all 4 of them, not even allowing a single map to go the way of Bay State, not even allowing Bay State to get a sniff of momentum in any single one of these maps. It just felt like Northwood was in the driver's seat from beginning to end, and they 100% deserve to be the Call of Duty Varsity League champions this season.
I just don't know what to say. I'm speechless. And I can assume that the rest of Northwood are speechless too. The fans out there, you know, everybody just ecstatic at a grand final win, but a 5-0 sweep over a roster as stacked as that, it is just goes to show what hard work can do. And it pays off for these teams. They're grinders. They're veterans, you know, inside of Challengers, inside of Call of Duty, the collegiate side of Call of Duty. They've been through it all. And, man, they earned this title right now. $4,000 prizing, a shiny trophy, Jesse. Northwood, I mean, it doesn't make it any better than that it was a 5-0.
All I'm saying, Colin, is that Fame and Radio last season, they came in, they came to the college Call of Duty scene, and they won CCL last year. Everybody was very impressed by it, right? And it was great. They come into this season, they build a new team. They do the exact same thing again, but with the Call of Duty Varsity League. They come out on top. And honestly, Fame and Chris Radio are going to be locked in to college Call of Duty, just Hall of Fame at this point. They have 100% iced their way into that. Whenever that comes through, they'll be the first 2 players inducted because they are absolutely disgusting at Call of Duty. They are so good at winning. It just feels like that's all they do is come out, they come in, and they just win everything every single year. I mean, I'm just so impressed with both these players.
And you know what? There's only one more thing to do and one more person to ask on how they feel, because you and I, we were not expecting a 5-0 into that one. But I want to bring back our host, Jessie Cute Noob, if she's ready. Cute Noob, how are you feeling about that one? A 5-0 sweep in a grand final?
I don't think any of us expected that, especially following the build-up coming on to this final. We knew that Bay State College had a comeback in the lower bracket, like we mentioned, and although they did lose previously to North, we still had hope. They still had dreams, and Northwood had other plans, which was just to stomp those dreams and move on and become the champions. I want to ask you guys, though, who was and who is the MVP for Northwood, in your opinion, Seymour?
Ooh, in my opinion, you know, I as much as I want to give it to, you know, Fame and Radio, the undisputed, you know, like Jesse said, Hall of Famers of collegiate Call of Duty, I have to give it to Infinite, man. He was playing so good throughout that series, right alongside Bink. Infinite was having a lights-out series against Bay State. I don't know if Jesse's going to agree with me, but that's who I got with MVP right now.
I mean, I think that you could pick any player on this team, honestly, and give it to them, and you could make a case for why they deserve MVP. So I'm a 100% just go with you here. Infinite 100% deserving of that MVP there. I thought that Northwood just played unreal today, honestly.
And with that, what would your suggestion for Bay State be, following up, maybe coming back next season here for NACE?
Honestly, it's hard to say, right? Bay State is a very talented team. It just feels like today they just didn't have what it takes to go up against a team like Northwood. I mean, there's still a lot of collegiate Call of Duty left to be played this whole season as well. I know that the Call of Duty Varsity League is over. That doesn't mean that other leagues are also over. So Bay State, they still have an opportunity to learn from this, to come back and kind of fight their way through in other league championships as well. So there's still a lot of time left for this team to kind of develop and get better and better as things go along. Things that I think that they can do a little bit better in general. I mean, it's hard to say when you kind of get stomped the way that they did inside of the series. It's going to need to take a full reset and probably just looking over a lot of VOD to get better, especially going up against a team like Northwood.
And do you guys believe that the map choices were kind of a dictation of how this turned out, Seymour?
You know, as much as I want to believe that the map vetoes were more tailored towards the success of Northwood, into a grand final, a best of 9 where majority maps are going to be played, you have to be prepared for that. And you have to do your homework, especially in Call of Duty over the past couple of titles. You know these best of 9 grand finals are going to be long, grueling, hard roads. And I don't think that, you know, the map vetoes would affect these teams going into it, because I would expect them to be doing their homework on each and every map going into a grand final like this.
Cruisin', any more thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. I don't think that the overall map set was the kind of the issue for Bay State here, because like Colin said, you do have to go through. You pretty much have to play all the maps out if you do play the whole 9. Although I will say having map 3 and 4 being Gavutu, I think helped them quite heavily in closing this out. If it was other maps, I think that Bay State maybe have a little bit better of a shot being able to come back in. But because of it being Gavutu and the way that Northwood had dominated them on these 2 maps before, I think it just made it that much easier for them to close this out in 5 after taking those first 2 maps.
Well, you guys have said it all. Seymour and Cruisin', do you have any last words for our fans out here? Let's start off with you, Seymour.
You know what? I'm just excited to see some fantastic Call of Duty coming out of Northwood tonight. They look like they stepped up their game, and they look like they are on a warpath to just top themselves as the best collegiate team in 2022 right now inside of the season. And you just cannot help but enjoy the teamwork you saw coming out of Northwood tonight.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think that Northwood just played at another level today. I think final thoughts on everything. I think that if Bay State maybe shows up, maybe plays a little bit more teamwork, maybe they have a better shot inside of this. But it just felt like Northwood came at a different level to than what we've seen from any of the teams inside of College COD this entire season. So I think if Northwood plays at this level, it'll be pretty hard to beat them at any point in time, let alone inside of a best of 9. So it's a great game from them. And honestly, just a big thanks to all the players for playing here today. Just honestly, it's a treat to watch two teams like this play Call of Duty over and over again. It's just unfortunate that it ended up being a 5-0 series today.
And you know, one more thing. Apologies to just jump in on this one, but just to piggyback off of what Jesse said, for all the teams, you know, that come out and play in this league, you know, Jesse and I have been doing this now for 2 seasons, and I just can appreciate to see the growth coming out of a lot of these teams, not just Northwood and Bay State, but I'm seeing it in a lot of other teams inside of the Call of Duty Varsity League coming over from Cold War, and you know, I'm just excited to see what everybody's got for the next season.
Well, gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for the amazing cast. I hope you guys have a good rest of your evening. And with that, folks, I am Cute Noob. I have been your host, and it is time for us to close the door. This has been the NACE Starleague Spring Finals, Grand Finals 2022. I'm here, Oakland University, and we are out for the night.